The 2026 World Surf League Championship Tour battled the elements and delivered career-defining performances in Tahiti. Erin Brooks' incredible comeback saw the 19-year-old phenom claim her first victory as a full-time CT member. And on the men's side, Hawaiian Seth Muniz finally broke through, capturing a long-awaited CT win.
Let's go.
Now the championship tour hops to another island paradise and the flawless Fijian left-hander, Cloudbreak. Here, raw power and freight train barrels define the arena that demands nothing short of legendary performances. The stage is set. Imagine what's next at the 2026 Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero.
What a life!
Bula Vinaka, and welcome to Paradise once again for the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero, coming off an incredible day for professional surfing and the floating Red Bull Athlete Zone packed with the world's best and coaches talking about beautiful morning conditions, how she went to town yesterday and eliminated Ethan Ewing, and he wants more. How good is life? Cloudbreak providing barrels for Italo Ferreira and Gabe Medina on a big warm-up. Two Brazilian world champs just owning the free surf this morning. Gabe preparing for Joel Vaughn. Italo has McGillivray. The talk is all about maxing out the potential of maybe 16 heats today. And the stage is set for an incredible day of action here. Stop number 8 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Cloudbreak. World-class waves, world-class conditions. This is what you're hoping for when you come to this part of the world. And it's just absolute magic wherever you stay, especially if you're here at the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay. Nice calm here on the lagoon, but if you have a Red Bull ski, you can actually whip through that glassy water all the way out to the ocean. Get yourself out to Cloudbreak in just a few minutes. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being with us here on the Momi Bay Marriott host set. I'm Joe Turpel. This is Jesse Starling. And Jesse, it was kind of hard kind of coming down from yesterday's action. There was so much to digest on opening day of competition.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have quite just like calmed down from what happened yesterday. It was so big, so major. One of the best barrels we've ever seen out here surfed by a woman or a man. Erin Brooks getting a 10-point ride on the very first day of competition. So that makes us start rubbing our hands together. Okay, how many more 10s are we going to see in this event? But my goodness, what a day. I'm really thinking that the bar is going to continue to be pushed throughout the entirety of the week.
When you think about watching a wave that perfect and a score coming in that quickly, it makes you think about what we witnessed as far as being a moment in history for Erin Brooks. It's not just a breakthrough win at Tahiti. She's starting a serious run this year.
I know, and just coming off Tahiti with so much momentum straight into this. Let's not forget her very first wave was an 8-point ride. Her second wave was a 10-point ride. This was all within the first 10 minutes of this heat. So Erin Brooks, she's so in tune with Cloudbreak. She is looking so sharp and fired up, and to what Snake said on what I saw in some socials, he said, I rode her off 3 times during that wave. I thought, no, oh, she's still going, no, she's still going. And he gave her a 20 at the end of it, and I dare say a lot of the surf world did. It was such a remarkable wave, and yeah, we called it yesterday. It's going to be a moment in history and a moment in her career.
Definitely. It's a 10 that defines an era, defines the wave. Erin Brooks, a part of that history at just 19 years of age, as she now is into round 2 to take on Caroline Marks, who finished runner-up in the world last year. Caroline already a world champion, and that could be the last heat of the day if we get that far, conditions permitting. But we heard that horn just blowing off the tower. That means we are already officially on. 35-minute heat scored on their top two. Men finishing round 2 this morning. We had 4 heats completed yesterday afternoon. And we'll open things up with João Chianca and Morgan Siblick. Brazil versus Australia. And 2 surfers that have had some nice moments this year. João getting a semifinal at home was great to see. The hometown crowd backing the man. A guy that's finished in the top 5 in the past. And an absolute hero when it comes to backside tube riding. And Jesse, I ran into João before the event started, and he said, yeah, I mean, I had one of the best sessions of my life warming up here after losing in Tahiti. Got here for that opening swell, so he's fired up.
It is crazy how consistently people are saying this has got to be one of the best waves in the world. It has this long green open barrel, just like we saw from Erin Brooks yesterday in that perfect 10, but you can also combo that up with some of the best traditional surfing with just perfect bowl bending back towards you. It's a goofy and natural footer's dream, and I really do believe this does play into João's forte. He's that kind of guy who's not scared to throw it over the edge and be in the tube, but also give us some really big finners on the green open face as well.
And it's a great point you make, JJ. There's waves at J-Bay where, you know, the goofy footers are always talking about how hard it is unless your name is Mark Occhilupo, you know? And so this one is popular for both stances. So Siblick and João will be on their backhand in this matchup. Morgan making a final this year, which was great to see over at Raglan, which got him out of round 1, built his seat up a bit further because his Challenger Series run to come back to the tour was so fierce and strong. I thought he was going to bulldoze the Aussie leg. It took him a little bit longer to warm up, but I feel like he's found it, especially having an extra strength in waves of consequence.
Also having an extra strength in the way of Nathan Hedge in his corner. Hoggy has been such a light for Morgan, and not just refinding his confidence, but also grounding himself and staying really present and making decisions a lot better in his competitive surfing. So it's pretty cool that he's got Hoggy probably screaming from the lineup as soon as waves start to roll on through. But Morgs, yeah, what a year and what a comeback story. I mean, recently 5th in the world, then had a really long time off, and now he's back.
He's back. We're starting off with another big morning. We've got Vaughn Blakey standing by on the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Matty McGillivray. Bula, gentlemen.
Bula Joey, Bula Jess, and g'day. Matty, how are you today?
Yeah, doing good. Beautiful sunrise from the boat, and we have some fun waves again today, so stoked.
That's it, man. Yesterday we rocked up. You're in the very first heat of the morning, probably the only slow heat of the whole day, really. There was such a struggle, but today we've turned up and it's cooking. You've been out for the early. What's it like?
Yeah, it was a nice crowded lineup, everyone trying to get their practice waves in, but yeah, it's very lined up. Some nice 4 to 5 foot sets, and it's kind of that size where you're on the wave wondering if you should hit it or pull in and get barreled. But yeah, it's clean and it's so fun out there.
It's a good problem to have, hey. Tee off or get the vig. What an epic choice. Mate, you're a bit of a glitch cone master. You've had 10-point rides in CT events. What did you make of Erin Brooks' wave yesterday?
Yeah, it was such incredible technique. Just to be pumping on the foam ball like that's so impressive to watch. Yeah, I think it was inspiring for everyone. Everyone's frothing.
It was a moment in history, mate. Imagine what's next.
Yeah, I mean, still bumping waves in the forecast, so hopefully a few more 10s.
Yeah, let's see that. Your buddy Morgs in this heat?
Yeah, we got Morgs and João now, and then Liam, who I'm staying with in the next heat. So I'm psyching for the boys, and yeah, just frothing here on the boat for now.
Great to have you back in the competition, Matty. Best of luck, mate.
Hey, thank you, Vanaka.
See you later.
Hey, we'll see you soon. Thank you, Vaughno. Thank you, Matty. Let's check out what we have in front of us here in round 2. You see the shaded names. Those were the guys knocked out yesterday afternoon. Lost Marco to Seth. Ethan in the top 10. That was a big one out by Cole Hauschman. Dora got past basically a younger brother of Mateus Hurdy. They grew up in the same town, and Kanoa had a great heat with Al Cleland. They both were trading some good ones. So that leads us up to heat number 5, which is in the water now. No waves ridden yet. World number 2, Leo Fioravanti, has Eli Hanneman Eli already had a heat out of the first round. Liam O'Brien, Callum Robson, a classic Aussie matchup we've seen already this year. George Pitar will take on Jake Marshall, and then we'll flip the page. Some big heats on paper here, Jess.
Yeah, 2 heats in particular that I am really excited for. It's number 13, Miguel Pupo, Ramsey Bukiam. Those 2 surfers, goofy footers, powerhouses, and both just love being as deep in the barrel as they can. But then I look to heat number 14. We have 2 really solid matchups there. Cali Vast, Crosby Colapinto, both know this wave so well. Both have strong points that suit this wave. So I imagine that's going to be an incredible showdown.
Just that bottom part of the draw has been psycho the last couple of events. Jack and Baron Mamiya right next to Gabriel and Joel Vaughn. That's a wild scenario there. Eli Hanneman grabbing his lost surfboard. And right next to his coach, Chris Gallagher, as they prepare for world number 2, Leonardo Fioravanti, who's been so strong this season on tour, and he's put in a lot of time out here at Cloudbreak. And he's had some giant key heat wins over the years, including one over John Florence in the past.
Yes, he has, and here in particular, which is pretty cool. So Leo, it would sting a little bit to be in the yellow jersey, but so short-lived. He's not that far away from potentially grasping that back. Obviously, this does have different sort of plays that have to go his way with what is Italo going to do this event, but Leo is hungry for potentially a world title year. His first ever world title race that he's properly in. He's got to win his first championship tour win this season. So I think that's going to be a great matchup against Eli, because he was really impressive to me yesterday up against Teo Denge.
That was really impressive. Here's Leo.
It's so sick.
Talking to Dog.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of that in a non-simple way. First heat. Don't want to be in it. I was so happy when they stopped at 4.
But how's I was telling you I was E4?
Yeah, but I knew you weren't. I had it written down in my book. I just was like, yeah, he's going to win.
I was like, I hope that dog's working out.
Richard Dog Marsh and Leo Fioravanti talking about the interesting thing of being first heat at Cloudbreak, where the free surf fires, the horn starts, and suddenly things slow down. Jake the Snake Patterson predicted that yesterday with the first heat of the morning, which was Luke Thompson, Matty McGillivray, and Matt was like, yeah, Snake told me this last night that the first heat's going to go flat. And Dog's continuing that conversation of going, I'm so glad that you're not in the first heat, talking to Leo, because things are starting off slow. What is going on with that interesting scenario?
We'll have to keep tally on that throughout the week and see if this is really just a reoccurring factor. You would have more intel than me on this. I mean, you've been to Cloudy so many times. Is this actually something that happens? Maybe the ocean just takes a breath in before it breathes out and gives us pumping waves for the rest of the day? Sometimes
I think it happens at more comps than we realize, especially when the free surf is firing. But we will get started. Joao up and down.
Yeah, that's heartbreak. That it was a smaller looking wave that actually had a clean line there for Joao. But you know what that means? That solidifies we're not going to have a heat restart. So Joao, by taking off his hands, leaving the rails, we are locked into this time frame. So 26 minutes to go. And that's actually a little advantage to Morgs right now, because he has priority, and that means that he can really just dissect the eyes of those next sets that roll through. We had Strider saying all day yesterday that the second wave of the set is the one to be on. That first wave, it's good, but it's not as good as the second or the third. So you can already see Morgs, now that he has priority, repositioning slightly further down the line.
So what an advantage to Morgan Siblick. Now he can just sit to where he actually wants to be instead of playing the strategy of going deep and keeping Joao off waves. Just an up and down for Chianca. Sets up priority as we see a familiar face, Nathan Hedge. What's it like, Jesse Starling, to have a hero like the Hog in your local lineup? Is he giving you waves? Is he, you know, the elder that is basically picking the ones he wants and firing up the next generation?
Yeah, Hoggy was probably the most encouraging person for True and I, my sister and I, to get into competitive surfing and keep charging and following our dreams. He's just such an advocate for the sport and wanting people to be at the best of their game. And I think anyone who can lean into someone who has the knowledge like Hog is definitely at an advantage, because he is so willing to pass on anything he's learned. And he's been here, he's done this. Pretty sure he's had a 10 here.
He's had a lot of 10s in his lifetime, Nathan Hedge, especially in real hollow waves, just really world-class conditions. Jay Bay, he had a 10 on his backhand. He's unbelievable.
He came back for the wild card event that he had at Chopu a couple years ago. That was wild.
There was a time with Hedgie where he's actually on the QS, you know, kind of felt like a time where maybe he'd look into other things, but he was still looking like he could requalify, and he'd stay completely by himself. And he just said, I just know how to take care of myself. It was kind of like a prelude to him coaching and working with the next generation of Australians. Augie told me that a really cool routine for Siblick when he made the final at New Zealand, as we'll see Morgan's opening ride of the morning. Siblick getting a little under the lip slash, and he's getting funneled over that section of the reef. The foam ball catches up to him and he goes down. One thing that has been really fun to watch for the regular footers yesterday, and then just a quick one there for Siblick, is how cool they're doing that little mid-face slash to stall. A lot of style in that. Siblick ends up underwater, but I think we'll see a lot more of that through the day today.
You'd have to put Morgs as one of those surfers who is lethal on a left-hander, no matter where he is around the world. This barrel here, you can see he was really deep on it, which we know Hoggy would be loving from the lineup, but unfortunately just completely swallowed by that foam ball. It does really start to run quite quickly through that midsection down there. Yesterday we saw Kanoa pumping through that barrel while he was in that barrel stance, so pretty cool to see just how technical some of the barrel rides have been already one day in. But like I was saying, when you think back to Morgs and a lot of his successes on the CT, majority of them have come from left-handers. I even remember that year at Rottnest Island, he was belting it over there. And then of course his second place at Raglan. So now that we're here in Cloudbreak, I automatically think of him as a surfer that can do really well here and add to his ranking.
Love that, love that. A great backhander. Morgan Siblick goes up and down in the barrel. Joao now has priority after his fall. And we have a chance to say good morning to Strider. How's it going, bud?
Oh, good morning. It's Froth Central again, of course, out here in the lineup. Joao was frothing so hard that he took off his rash, he took off his vest that he had and threw it at Brent Powers, and now he's back out there. You saw how amped he was on his first wave, and he was going through the back of the wave, so I think he's going to settle into it. He just did a really good sell job to Morgan on that last one. You could kind of see it had that little end bow on it, and it wasn't a great wave, and kind of identified it right away when I was watching it. So he's psyched, he's ready for more, and I think Joao's gonna be waiting for a set. We had a lot of great waves all morning, so as it happens almost every event that the as soon as you blow the horn, the waves go small and flat, and then all of a sudden it starts to pump again. So hopefully it starts to pump mid-heat, and we get a lot of great waves coming in.
Good, man. Strider, yeah, looking forward to it. Today, waking up with just groomed conditions. We started getting clips from the tower right on the sunrise, anticipating a huge day of competition. That southwest long period swell hanging in there today, even with some reinforcements. So our first look at the forecast, we realized yesterday, today, and even tomorrow look really promising just to keep these heats rolling. And then that back end swell looks like we'll have some serious surf potentially for the finals, but we always just want to stay present with what we have out front. Looks great. Joao and Morgan just trying to settle in to this slow morning heat, both taking a couple of falls, and now they'll just see how they can rework a 20-minute matchup. Fun to see surfing history yesterday though, along with Aaron's 10, seeing the representation from Fijian surfers like Teo and Tead making their mark on this event. Looking forward to seeing more of them in the future. WSL Rising Tides had more members in it, more Groms that are excited to meet their heroes. So we're seeing things elevate around here in the water at Cloudbreak.
I'll say it, I will be a broken record about it. I love the idea of paying it forward and passing your knowledge to that next generation to help keep inspiring and building the sport. And whether it's One Ocean or it's the Rising Tides or just giving, for the first time ever, a woman winning a trials and representing Fiji in a championship tour event. We are just consistently pushing the sport, and the fact that this is just the start for Fiji and how much further it has to go. Even chatting with Hannah Bennett yesterday, she was so inspired and just so proud to be a Fijian and see what Taya was doing. So definitely, I have a feeling we're probably going to come back 10 years time and be like, wow, this is all just 26.
Very true. We have set up round 2 heats for the women, and we should see 4 heats of those before we head out tonight. Carissa Moore, happy birthday, by the way. Carissa Moore celebrating her birthday, and she'll have a longtime friend, longtime rival next to her in the water, Sally Fitzgibbons. Lulu having her best year to date. She has her childhood friend, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, to go barrel for barrel with in her heat. Sora Lindblad, world number 3, will have Tahitian tube specialist Vahine Fierro. And then we get to Ez Brooks, Aaron Brooks, Caroline Marks. And now that matchup is just elevated overnight.
Oh my goodness, hasn't it? What, 18 points for Aaron Brooks yesterday in her very first heat of competition. She was looking so comfortable out there, but then we can't forget about Caroline Marks. She was 2nd in the world here last year and almost mimicked what Steph Gilmore did that year when she won her world title in this final 5 format. So Caroline surfed all the way through. We know she also has a connection with this place. So both of those ladies, so talented, incredible goofy footers, and really, really competitive. So that's going to be an amazing matchup as well. And of course, Molly Picklum in heat number 7 against Brisa Hennessy, world champ coming back.
And then we get to Ez Brooks, Aaron Brooks, Caroline Marks. You can see Vahine there texting everybody back home at Te Hupo'o to tune in today. The waves are pumping, it's super clean, and Nadia Aristarbe has that heat with Isabella Nichols. They've been playing this game called Knockout with basketball. They do it on Tabaru as well. And they had a big long line of a bunch of people playing, and Gabby Bryan was a part of it. Whoever lost a bet, and they've got a dance in the middle of the lagoon here on the broadcast. So Nadia is going to have to do that at some point today. Joao Chianca will use priority and blitzes that section with a nice power hack, blows the tail out and overcooks the next section and loses a combination of major moves. So the falls continue with Joao and Siblick here. Morgan will now get priority with 17 minutes to go.
It's uncanny how similar the first 2 heats have been the last couple of days. Just there has to be nerves in the water. And my theory on this is when you're in the free surf, there are so many people out there and not a single lump of water goes unridden. Everyone is getting their fair share of waves, but then you take everyone away, you can get lost. So these guys still trying to find their lineups.
Morgan Siblick, couple of good drives, staying wide open, stalls more to get an extra extension in the tube. Well-read wave for the Australian, and a couple of backside snaps off the lip line to turn in the best wave of the morning so far. Just like that, the first heat of the morning is not a curse. Thank you, Morgan Siblick.
Morgs. I love that, right on cue. That was absolutely perfect timing from Morgan Siblick, but how well did he surf that barrel? Just the amount of space, the amount of speed he had could have just forced him out of that barrel, but he was hugging at that wall, making sure he was staying deep, but then also pumping through it, learning from his mistakes on that last one where unfortunately the foam ball caught up to him, but not on that one. Morgs nailed it.
What's Hawk saying right now?
That's the level.
That's why we try. Let's go.
Sure.
Actually up close and personal with Morgan. This is rare for most events, but Chopes and here at Cloudbreak, your coach or caddy can be right in your headspace and react right after getting blown out of the pit. Well done for Morgan. What'd you see, Strider?
You know what? That was a beautiful sell job on the flip. They've been selling each other waves, and that first wave is just no good. And he sold Joao the first wave of that set, and then got back, jumped off, got back out there, and got that wave, which was the 3rd wave of the set. So the second one just peeled through with nobody on it. That 3rd wave was insane, and he had the ability to get back out there and get on that wave, and the wave just opened up beautifully, and you could just see it happening and drawing off the reef. You know, Hogg was obviously, you know, screaming through the wave, but afterward he just went over, he said, look, man, your opponent's got nothing. Get back out there, breathe, and just do it again. The exact same thing. So I think he had a little conversation of, you know, which wave to go on and everything else, but really solid work right there from Morgan, and a great sell job to get Joao into that first wave, which was, that was a lemon.
Good man, Strider. Wow, what a great read for Siblick, identifying a moment to get priority for this wave.
I was so caught up in the barrel that I didn't realize how awesome the final two turns were. This is the part of the barrel that was super critical just before Morg starts to get exposed by the wave again. He was deep on that foam ball, generates enough speed to be deep enough in that second part of the tube, but also have a clean exit. So push and pull, the timing of that barrel ride was perfect from Morgs, and then came out, and that's that lethal backhand we were talking about earlier. He does have such incredible technique when it comes to putting his board at 12 o'clock in the lip line and then bringing it back around. So Morgs, he's definitely just made a bit of a move, a chess play in this heat, and he's on his way.
I see a 7.67 for Morgan Siblick, putting the pressure right on Joao Chianca. What a career, what a story. And I love in pro surfing, you still have those like dark horse stories of guys that still have like a day job and then they're surfing in heats and comps and board riders, and all of a sudden you're on tour and you're going, hang on, I think I might have a career shift. But for me, he looks like such a different type of athlete from even that rookie year where he finished #5 in the world. Those years of grinding on the Challenger Series, realized how much he actually wanted it, like a burning, a flame inside of his belly, where I think the first lap he was just kind of still doing it for fun, didn't realize where he was sitting at the moment. A lot of hard work paying off for this guy. Siblick up again, different part of the reef. He'll just start tacking on some big vertical power hacks in a small space. Fun to watch him just in this kind of intensity right now.
That second turn had that click feeling that you chase on your backhand. Everyone who has that really nice connection with the lip where your tail almost just drifts out and then re-engages ever so quickly is just a dream feeling for a surfer. Morgs gets it on this second section here. Deep bottom turn, gets that tail whipping around, and did really well to actually navigate that finishing section too. That was coming back at him quite quick, but got in for a nice lip line flow, and that's going to back up the 767 quickly. So smart decision making here from Morgs.
Morgan Siblick on his way to build a lead over Joao Chianca as this heat continues. Heat #5 of round 2, with 12 minutes still to go. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Big thanks to our friends at Surfline giving us the reports for this event here at Cloudbreak. Kevin Wallace letting us know that surf would settle down today, but remain really good with overhead waves, well overhead on the sets this morning. East-southeast trades early, trend southeast this afternoon, so groom conditions all day.
I am loving the look of the forecast that we have as well. You can see this storm rolling down below Australia and then starts to wedge up in between Australia and New Zealand, and that swell is on a direct track to where we are. So we today have some beautiful looking conditions. 6 to 10 foot faces in the morning, 5 to 8 foot faces this afternoon. So slightly trending down, but still with a nice amount of size. Like you mentioned, good wind all throughout the day. It might circle a little bit, but it's not going to affect the wave face too much. Then we look to the next 4 days. We're seeing lots of green and lots of purple, which is exactly what we want to see. The mornings, definitely better. The afternoons, just a little bit windy. But as we look to later on in the week, there is a big swell coming up. All that matters is that we have a swell direction in the southwest, around 195, 210. That's where we want it, and it's in the sweet spot today. So we are blessed with waves.
They're scoring. Look at this. Live out front, Joao Chianca looking to answer back to Siblick. Getting a little sticky off the top, but that sets him up for a little running pit on the inside. That looked awkward, but with his awareness of where his board was, it dropped him into a little running tube. Still not what he was hoping for. He was looking for a significant answer back, knowing Morgan almost went excellent on his big score. Leonardo Fioravanti has fans all around the world. And last night as well, we met some people that are backing him to win the world title. He can find Italians everywhere, and they're hoping that this is the year that he creates more history as we look from the channel to watch Joao.
Yeah, nice first turn, but you can see as he free falls out of that, those fins actually completely disengage. The fact that he was able to get himself into the barrel stance on his back end after free falling out of that turn just shows how quick he is at reacting in situations like this. Joao does have that slight element of magic in his surfing, and we do tend to see it come out a lot more when we have these barreling left-handers or waves of consequence. So I'm not surprised that Joao navigated that wave where it went from a mistake into him transitioning to the barrel, which is wild. But he does need to start to reset here. 7 minutes 45. He only has a pair of twos on the board. And when you think about these guys career-wise, they're actually in a really similar phase in their career. They felt early success, then unfortunately went through a couple of years of hardship and had to fight really hard to get back to where they are in their career.
That's such an interesting point, you know, for both these guys who have finished in the top 5, like having that so early. The next thing you expect them to do is maybe go for a world title.
Yeah.
And then to deal with recoveries for injuries for Joao, for falling off tour for Siblick, you know, he didn't see that coming after finding early success. Reaching off the top is Joao, but not with priority, so he's got to get out of there. Snap to slide for Siblick. Controls it off the bottom. 2 power punches off the top for the man from Meriwether Beach. That'll ditch the 3.67 out of his score line. Chianca's looking for an answer. Lunging into his tube stance. He can get so low down to his board. His chin sometimes almost is touching the tip. He's still traveling. Joao Chianca goes the distance on that one. Now in attack mode for turns. Unbelievable stretched out tube that he stayed low for, and Brent Powers loves it from Channel Islands. On Joao's backup board at the moment. And an important time to get nice and drained. That'll be a good comparable for the judges, with Siblick going for 2 big turns and Joao getting barreled over the inside reef.
Yeah, Joao's definitely back in that heat. He needed a moment like that, not just for score-wise, but probably for his confidence. This has been a long time coming in this heat where he hasn't really had a score yet. So this is where we saw Morgs use that priority, and Joao unfortunately had to give way. But just how smooth is Morg's backside surfing. It's just the way he flows between all of his turns, and he never looks like he's gonna fall or go incomplete on a wave. So bigger looking wave, 2 nice turns. This here is the total opposite end of the scale. Long, deep tube ride. Joao putting his whole body in the wall to get super deep in this tube. He traveled for such a long time. He was on the foam ball hanging on. But then you can see here, his feet were really far up his board from that barrel ride. That's probably why we didn't see the disconnect of that tail like we usually do for Joao. Morgs here though.
Morgan getting absolutely piped there, but that's going to shut down on him. Burned off so much speed and ended up just getting clamped on. Wave before for Zhao was insane, and Morgan going for 2 big turns, Strider. That was great.
Insane. Those 2 hangers from Morgan were beautiful, but you know, that wave was a sell job. I mean, you know, Joao took off out the back to try to get him to go, and he did. And then the next wave, number 2, again, was just a flawless nugget. And I could tell he was going to get a good barrel section, but the commitment to the inside of it, the way that he hugged the wall and just used all of his body and his hands on the board to slow himself down and then lean forward into it. The whole group out here in the channel was watching, and everybody thought, no, he's too deep. And then all of a sudden he just came right over the foam ball and wasn't leaning too far forward. His body and his feet and the way that he was sitting on his board, he actually had enough weight on the fins. So when he went over the foam ball, he didn't go over the handlebars. He actually floated over it and landed, and then re-engaged the forward motion to come out. So really beautiful work right there by Joao, and this heat just blew right back wide open, out of controls. And well, Morgan had control, but this thing has changed. Let me tell you, the gears are shifting.
Thank you, Strider. Joao Chianca up again. He's going to go for some turns here. Big blast there as he connects. Off the bottom, throws up a nice vertical snap. Third maneuver, he loses it. Going for some huge backside turns. Trying to force the score on the third effort, and ends up going down. But yeah, this thing just opened up. Look at that score. I see the score update 867. A point better than Morgan's 767.
Yeah, that's a really good number for Joao, especially at this part in the heat. Now you look to his requirement, it's only a 567. That is nothing in the scheme of things. And Joao, with a completion on that last wave, you're definitely thinking he's going close to that score or eclipsing it. So Joao, someone who consistently gets 6s throughout the years, he's one of those guys where you know he's going to at least put 12 points on the board. He has to just do what he knows best. But good news for Morgan is that jet ski ride has put him out the back with priority, so he has to play his best defensive game. But like Strider's alluded to the entirety of this heat, both of these guys are doing a really good job at selling each other lemons, which is pretty wild.
They've kind of given us everything this morning,
Yeah.
Jesse, as far as heat strategy, tactics, trying to outsmart each other on the best ways, both barrel riding, throwing up some backside hacks. Thank you, Joao and Morgan. We got 2:20 on the clock here. Morgan with the lead and priority, but Chianca doesn't need much. We think about the last 5 minutes and how clutch he can be. Joao Chianca did that in the last 5 minutes back in Rio at his home break at Saquarema this year, and went on to the semifinals. He beat Morgan Siblick there. He beat Morgan Siblick in Tahiti. If he does it again, it's going to get personal.
Two times, it's one time you're annoyed. You're like, that's all right, I'll get him next time. The second time, you're like, oh, damn, okay. I really need to beat him the next time. If you beat someone 3 times in a row, you're so right. It is personal from there.
Yeah.
It starts to get a little
Literally
bit personal. You have a bone to pick
Have
with that
someone's
person.
number. Yeah, exactly. Morgan's trying to turn that script around with 90 seconds on the clock. Moving out the back just a little bit. Former top 5 in the world, Morgan Siblick, number 3 on the Challenger Series this year, to get his spot back on tour. Finaling back at Raglan. And like Jesse mentioned, just a dangerous backhand, no matter if it's a 1-foot performance wave or a big hollow pit. Looking interested is Joao Chianca, and he's able to force Morgan to use priority. Chianca just opened the door for himself. The second wave of the set approaching.
Oh, this is dangerous. And how often has Strider said throughout this event, it's not the first wave, but that was honestly lucky for Morgs that wave went underneath. It didn't hit the reef at the right angle for Joao to capitalize on this, but here's that third wave that Strider's been loving as well. But again, this has been pretty lucky for Morgs that those waves didn't eventuate, but when you look to the horizon, there seems to be more coming.
That was impressive from Joao Chianca. Morgan would just be kicking himself, but then seeing those next 2 waves not hitting the reef, it's exactly what the Australian will be hoping for. 15 seconds. Will Morgan survive with that priority mistake? And we're running out of time. Joao Chianca's going to have to take this wave. Needs a 5, 6, 7. He's deep. It's a messy little tube. And that thing is just going to rush him. And ends up clamping on him as we hear the buzzer sound. Siblick survives and gets his first win over Joao Chianca this season in a very close battle to kick off the day.
Wow. How about some drama to round out the very first heat of the morning? Morgs he's going to want to tidy that up a little bit before he takes it to that next round. Round 3, the bar gets pushed again. So Morgs, it served an amazing heat, so did Joao. He fought back so well that there's definitely going to be a solid amount of debrief, I imagine, between him and Hogg to clean up those decisions, because the surfing is incredible.
Well done to Morgan Siblick. He'll get another shot here at uncrowded Cloudbreak. That is a dream come true for Morgan and his run to try to get closer to a world title this year. Coming up next, it'll be world number 2 headlining the matchup. Leonardo Fioravanti takes on Hawaii's Eli Hanneman. Coming up next. The Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Fiji Pro, by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients, and by Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay, an official accommodation partner of the Fiji Pro. Got a fantastic lifestyle here in Fiji, and especially if you get a chance to stay at the Fiji Marriott Momi Bay. It's such an amazing place to relax. Surf to spa experiences, go surf Cloudbreak, and then go get rejuvenated at the Kwan Spa right here at the Momi Bay Marriott. You've also got great restaurants. We got to hang out at the Fish Bar restaurant last night. It was like a 5-course meal, sun going down over an infinity pool. Just pinch yourself type moments, and that's why these guys call it the Dream Tour. You don't have to look any further than Fiji. Round 2, heat number 6 is on. Leonardo Fioravanti is now taking on Eli Hanneman for a chance to be into the round of 16. 2 guys that'll be on their back end out here, and Eli already with 1 win leading into this matchup.
Yeah, Eli was deadly to me yesterday. He was super impressive. Just the way he was reading this wave, placing his board in the most critical parts too. And he had Teo Dengay, who is very stylish, by the way. I very much enjoyed watching his heat. But the way that he was competing was a real breath of fresh air for Eli.
Leo ended up getting this wave right when the horn sounded, rode this wave during the break.
Yeah, Leo, he's one of those surfers this year who has just been so consistent at starting strong, and this is right on cue. Massive at second turn. This wave starts to hollow out through here, and I just picking and choosing where to push as hard as he is would be quite difficult out here, because if it was me, I'd just want to go bang, bang, bang. But Leo taking a little bit more time, adding some more exaggeration to the bottom turn so that that top turn is just as critical as it can be. And with 3 turns, Leo gets rewarded.
Love watching those performances where they don't look rushed on a wave where you think you need to scramble to get everything done, and they just put their boards in the right position every time. Leo, 6.33 start. He's going to roll again under priority of Eli Hanneman. Slams on the brakes. Not barreled yet, but now he is. Completely gone. Multiple sections. Emerges out into the sunrise, and we'll throw down a little hammer. Late to that final section. And we'll see Eli kick out.
Leo is looking confident already in this heat. We're 5 minutes in, and you can see there is a certain amount of self-belief that is starting to really ooze off Leo Fioravanti, just because he's found this rhythm this year that he's been chasing for 10 years. For the first time ever in his career, he won a championship tour event just a couple of months ago, and then went on to final as well at the very next event. This wave, it was really impressive for Leo to just slow himself down, get a nice deep barrel. He was completely covered for a moment there, and then to shift his feet backwards, adjust really quickly, and then go for those 2 turns. It is a smaller wave, but thinking that he can do this on such a quick reactive wave, what can he do on one of those ones that is big and perfect and groomed? You'd be feeling scared if you're a competitor. So Eli Hanneman definitely has to bring his A game if he wants to try and take on an informed Leonardo Fioravanti.
What's interesting when you break down these heats, Leo enjoying the ride off the Red Bull ski there, you know, he saw the first heat how it could be a little sleepy, and it certainly was with Morgan and Joao to start. And just knowing the position of the reef, he was like, okay, I'll get a quick backup since Eli wasn't in position to hold him back, and maybe he could just get 2 quick scores on him and even put him in a subtle combo real early. He's really thinking like a world champ this year.
And I think we all believed that he had this in him. He was super competitively smart. He always had the talent, the full repertoire as well, whether you want barrels, whether you want turns or airs. Leo is that guy who can deliver it all. Let's think back to some of his performances at Pipeline. You know, he's incredible at that wave. So he really is that surfer that has the full bag of tricks. And now that he's found the self-confidence to take his mental side of competitive surfing over to that next level, you can see that a world title is definitely within reach for Leonardo.
Yeah, I sat down with Leo a few years ago, and we had a nice one-on-one chat, and you go through all the list of injuries he's had to deal with, and well, watch this though. We've got Eli Hanneman setting up a nice overhead section, puts it right into the pocket, flows down with some speed, deep bottom turn, and a big backside hack. He wanted to put everything he had into that. He squared up with some beautiful backside turns in the opening round, just ended up bearing a rail in transition.
Call me old-fashioned, but I love a good bottom turn. And that was one of the most beautiful bottom turns we've seen in the last 2 days of competition. That second one in particular touches his rail with his outside hand at the very bottom of the wave and completely draws to square up. If he had made that, that would have been textbook surfing here for Eli. Just unfortunately a little too far on the heels, so he had a weird exit, but that bottom turn there, that hand completely immersed in the water. He squares up towards the lip line, but unfortunately with just how quickly this wave can change, it was bottoming out underneath him, so that board just going straight down instead of being down in front of the foam. So Eli, however, good signs. If he can keep that up and add the completion, he's going to be able to keep up with Leo in this heat.
Yeah, you don't ask for much, Jesse.
No.
Nice clean bottom turn, hot cup of coffee.
Simple.
Life's good.
I'm a simple gal.
Eli missing a big opportunity with that hammer, though. Will keep that score down to a 2.33. So still chasing Leo. The subtle combo is broken, so now Eli needs an 8.33 to answer back. Yeah, both these guys going through some adversity with injuries over the last couple of years for Eli specifically. So he's kind of probably could relate to the road that Leo once went through in the past, where you come out of those situations stronger than you were before. Like Leo was telling me years ago, he's like, yeah, I broke my back at Pipe. It's like you never obviously would want that to happen, but the way he had to learn about his body and recover and really treat himself like an athlete to perform, that's still a part of his daily routine these days. And now, he just looks like a titan, just a total soldier. He's really hooked on his training just as much as he loves to surf. So he's created a great program for himself that he learned because of the injury prevention, recovering from what could have been a career-ending moment for him in Pipeline years ago.
Yeah, and those moments too, obviously you don't want them to happen to anyone. Even what Eli's been through in the last couple of years, he's faced adversity as well. And in the moment you're thinking, why is this happening to me? But it's those moments of hardships that you push through and overcome. That's what makes world champions, and that's what makes incredible competitive surfers.
It's time for a Fiji Airways board check-in. Let's send it to Strider.
Yeah, we're dropping in with the Fiji Airways surfboard check-in, and well, we got the dog over here with some sharp eyes. You got a couple of 77 models under Leo's feet.
Yeah, exactly. 6'1", 77s. We find the 77 goes better backside for some crazy reason. Marcio would be able to tell you all of that. But yeah, 77 model works like a treat out here. 6'1", just a little step up for Leo, only half an inch, but it just gives him a little bit more stability and a bit more board to drive through tubes.
And this one's a squash, and the one he's riding out there, is that a round tail?
Yeah, we've been riding a lot more squashes, but for today the round tails seem to go a little better.
I like it. Well, thanks for keeping the water warm for us over here, dog.
Always a pleasure. Enjoy the day.
Wait, why is the water warmer? Oh, I got it. Thank you so much, Strider. Thank you, dog. 24 minutes on the clock here. Little waves on the way. Priorities with Leo Fioravanti starting to move into position. Eli underneath him now. And we'll see if they make a move. Eli still looks like he's going to look and let it run through. Meantime, in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Von Blakey's talking to Morgan Siblick, maybe about doing part 2 of Postcards to Morgs. Let's get more on that, Von. What's happening out there?
Yeah, maybe there is a Postcards from Morgs part 2 coming. Actually, we just made one. Sketchy. Check it out. Morgs. Mate, there were some nervous moments during that heat, obviously, towards the end especially. You and Joao were like a couple of just top-shelf used car salesmen just selling each other lemons the entire heat. But you got the job done, mate, and that must feel good after, you know, your third matchup.
Yeah, I know. Jail's got me the past 2 events, and I feel like here in Tahiti, his pet events, he's like definitely one of the best in the world in these kind of waves. So I was pretty bummed when I got him at both events, and I knew I was going to have a challenge, and I don't know, I was just fortunate this morning. It just went kind of really slow at the start, and we were just toing and froing on terrible waves for like the first 20 minutes, and I know I was stoked just to come out on top and get a 7 at start and then back it up with a 6, and I was right in front of him on his 8, and that was some noisy moments, like, damn, why'd I let him go that?
Yeah, the noise, mate, it's always there. It's just how you can control it, isn't it? But a really nice moment after that heat, which I don't know if many people saw, but you know, you and Zhao actually shared a hug, and that sportsmanship came to the fore.
Yeah, Zhao's such a legend, and I've known him for like a fair while now. We were doing the QE back in the day together down in Pantin, and they were good times, and now we're both on tour, and yeah, I don't know, he's just such a good lad, and he got me the last 2 as well, and we shared that kind of good sportsmanship moment as well, so stoked to return it.
That's awesome, mate. Let's talk about your year. You know, you've had highs, you've had lows. It's been frustrating at the start, but finding some good rhythm, and you know, this is a wave that really plays to your strengths. We know that you've done a strikey here just a month ago and got some really good surf.
Yeah, I know, like Surfing Australia, like the federation brought us out here just to kind of get us ready for this event, and just the barrel events in general. We came here before Tahiti, and it just really helped us a lot, and we got pumping waves, some of the best waves I've ever seen. So I don't know, I feel like this is an area I really need to improve on if I want to be out there in that title race. So yeah, just want to get better here, and yeah, hopefully be winning these things, this event, but consistently.
Why not, mate? Great start to the event. Well done. That was a tough opponent. You got it done. Oh, sorry. How's your finger, by the way? I know you are injured. I just literally grabbed it.
Got a couple of stitches last night in the free surf. Hit my fin on my board on my fins and on my finger, but it couldn't have been in a better place. So stoked, just on the ring finger there.
Yeah, and a shout out to Rosie. Like, the WSL actually brought a hand surgeon just randomly out here, and she stitched you up deluxe.
I know, she kept it pretty tidy, and it looks like nothing's even there right now. So Thanks, Rosie, and yeah, thanks for WSL for bringing a hand surgeon to Fiji.
Good on you, Morgs. I won't high five you again, mate.
Cheers.
Hey, whatever you need. This is the Dream Tour, of course. Whatever it takes to get you in the water, doing what you do best. That's classic. Two guys that have spent a long time together making movies, Vaughn and Morgan Siblick. And Morgan and Joao with a lot of respect for each other. Going back to QS days in Pantene. That's old school.
That is old school.
What a throwback moment.
And you know what? There has to be so much respect there. They both understand that this job is hard and a lot goes into it, but they've been through it for a really long time together.
Grabbing the rail, getting shacked. Leonardo Fioravanti hustling his way through the pit. Now off the bottom, big jam, airdrop. Come out of that one. The entire wave just explodes on Fioravanti's back. Almost pulled it off, doing that little ollie off of the lip line into the flats, but there was no escape.
No, there would have been a moment where Leo thought to himself, yes, I made it. All of a sudden, this 4-foot double up behind him is just breaking on the back of his board. So this is just all the different shades and characteristics that Cloudbreak has to offer. And Leo, even just putting his board in situations like that, you can see he really does have that body on the line mentality. He's going to do anything to win. He looks fine. His board looks okay as well. But bring on more of that, because Leo's going to put it on the line. Let's take a look at this wave. Something I'm noticing about Leo is the starts of his wave slightly slower, but this one really picked up the pace. He got in the tube straight away. Then bottom turns into this under the lip hook and then just gets absolutely annihilated by that oncoming end section. I felt like I was back at Margie's looking at these big walls coming towards you. I just think the way that he's placing in turns in the most critical part of the wave, his board completely disengaging with the wave face there. And he, yeah, like I mentioned, would have had a moment of, yes, this is going to be a good score. But look at that wall just coming back down on him. So Leo, he's going to keep putting it on the line, but hopefully that next one just isn't a freaking quadruple double up behind him.
Oh, look at the guillotine just right there, exploding his back and on the tail of that Sharp Eye 77 model. 6'1", little extra length, just a ½ inch. So just a subtle step up, but a man that never holds back, bringing it. Imagine if a snowboarder's doing a run in a half pipe and they fall, and then the half pipe lands on their back. Just be like, take that.
That's literally what it is.
Charging, 17:50 to go here. If you guys saw Leo's ranking, the start of this heat, it dropped to number 3. That's all because of the live rankings. Yago Dora has already put himself in a position to take world number 2 for the moment, but then if Leo makes this in the next round as well, he'll go right back ahead of Yago, so you can stay up to date with all the rankings on worldsurfleague.com. Fioravanti didn't seem like he really wore that loss terribly to Ramsey and Tahiti. For sure he'd like to be in yellow again, but I think he's just knowing how solid his season is and how close the world title race is, so he's backing himself to get the yellow jersey back. He's hoping to get it back at this event.
I also think there's a lot of love there between Leo and Ramsey. They're traveling together. They're both in the dog squad, and Ramsey's had a rough year. It was the first time we saw him break out of that second round this year, which is wild because he's such a talented surfer. And when you think of waves like Snapper Rocks and how lethal his backhand is, you're going, oh yeah, he'll get a result there, but it just hasn't happened for Ramsey. So even though Leo lost to him in Tahiti, I think he also would have been just as proud and happy for his friend to finally start getting some results, putting some scores on the board, and now Ramsey's into this round again. So this could be a backside of the year where Ramsey also catches fire alongside his fellow teammate Leo Fioravanti.
Beautiful pictures, seeing that sky view of this giant lineup. I think that's the big story when we're in the leg of the South Pacific, how tight and compact the lineup is at Te Hupo'o, and then you get to Cloudbreak and it just expands from what some people reference as up top, or the top of the point, even references underwater point break reef shelf, which handles so much swell. And you get the midsection and all the way down to shish kebabs. Easy to feel lost out there on your first surf at Cloudbreak, even your 20th surf, depending on swell direction. But definitely noticing how clean it is. Just beautiful trades, light offshore. Joao and Morgan both got absolutely drained in that first heat. Really intense. And now Leo and Eli are trying to hope for bigger numbers. Leo out in front, 6.33 and a 4.73. And Eli Hanneman holding priority. Looking to create an upset seedy-wise to get a shot into round 3. Liam O'Brien, Callum Robson getting prepared in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. They're coming up next, but at the moment, still watching Fioravanti out front of Eli with 15 minutes to go.
Already know what our first-time visitors are about to discover. Fiji has a way of staying with you long after you leave.
Wonderful scenes from the opening ceremony that went down before the waiting period started at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. And great speeches by Deputy Prime Minister Vialmi Navoka, welcoming all the competitors to this beautiful place, encouraging them all to keep a piece of Fiji with you as you travel beyond and the rest of the stops on tour as we check out Tavarua Island, Cloudbreak. The restaurant is packed, watching the world's best compete. And hey, guys, there's a headset right there on the bar. So you could join the broadcast. Hint, hint, Lakey Peterson. You've got a heat kind of at the end of round 2. Throw the headset on and join the show. Why not? Maybe next time. Watching this here, we've got Eli Hanneman rolling into some open water here. Whoa, that was quick. And tight in the pocket, under the lip really quick on the second turn. Now weaving, and oh no, gets crushed by the lip. It's hard to do that little dance where you're trying to like wipe off speed and the lip's coming down, and that caught up with him there. Just love a left for Eli to show how gnarly he is vertically. Technique is just unbelievable, throwing some power in the pocket.
And he has the skill set to go between turn to barrel too. He really does. And you could see he was so close to executing on that last wave. I was thinking to myself though, it had been a while since we saw Eli take a chance on a wave and find one that he was interested in. But taking a look at that next matchup, Liam O'Brien, Cal Robson, an all Aussie affair, and two surfers will put a lot of time in here.
Here we go, rolling in again is Eli. Finding a lip to hit, connects. Nice flow, just weightless off that drop. There's another little snap to slide. He will pull in, gets shacked, and then power hack on the way out. Off the top of that lip line again. Hanneman connects. Now slowing things down. Leo Fioravanti getting a smoker there. Just bit off a little too much. Wanted to stay in the tube for as long as he could, but ends up losing what would have been a huge score.
It's like watching your favorite footy team run towards the try line and they just don't get there. They get tackled at the last second. That's exactly what happened to Leo on that last wave. Deep in the tube, traveling through. His technique, the way his knee was in the wall, he was stalling. And as from that water shot, he was completely in shade. So we know that the front-on shot means he's disappeared. It's just that exit clamped him right at the last second. Shoe on the other foot. Eli Hanneman, what a wave. That was exceptional. Had that little shimmy, that dance we were talking about, to go from big old Rio into the barrel and then whipping out to turn as well. So Eli really nailing that on that attempt, and that's going to give him confidence still with 9 minutes to go.
Let's watch it again from the start with Eli's wave.
So Eli, his backhand surfing, wave-based surfing, is way better than what I remember it being. You can see he's put a lot of time in. There's that dance we were talking about. Gets into the barrel, comes out, drives into two turns. That second one in particular, quite hard to do. That section is coming back down at you quickly. We saw Leo unfortunately feel the power of it on a couple of waves prior. Now this barrel, Leo is stalling so hard. You can see here, this water angle from this moment, he is deep, he is completely covered by that wave, but he lets go. You could see that barrel was gonna start reeling off down the line as it gets into that shish kebab section. So had to find an exit, but where he's pulled out, that wave unfortunately already coming down. So Leo is back to the drawing board. And when you do look at his scoreline, depending on what Eli gets on this next wave, he's actually definitely going to need to get rid of that 4.73.
Let's check in with Strider.
Last of Eli Hanneman was a hammer. That was really fun to watch. That was, you know, nice little sweep in there, big hack, barrel, like just quick, really reactive surfing, which we really love to see. Then on the inside over here, he was on the back of the ski and the wave kind of bucked him off the back, and then he had a little conversation with Gally out here in his corner, Chris Gallagher. He said, ski or paddle? And he said, utilize the ski, utilize the tools that they're giving you to conserve energy, to get back out there and get back out on the peak. So fun little sequence of events. And what wasn't fun was watching Leo try to peel through the lip and just take the guillotine on the back of the head. That was just gnarly. But you know what? If you made it, you're coming away with a huge score. But he needs another score. Leo's going to need something to stack up because this thing's still wide open and there's time on the clock.
Good man, Strider. Yeah, Leo's had a couple of those on the back in this heat. So a hard-working round two matchup for Fioravanti. But that channel angle shot of Leo, I mean, that shot's in the brochure. That's like, hey, come to Cloudbreak, get barreled like Leo. It was just such a classic Cloudbreak vision. And you know Fioravanti was enjoying every bit of that view. Just couldn't quite get the exit. So that turns into a throwaway score, even though he got the vish. Eli's last is his best score so far. It's a 5.67. Doesn't have priority, but he just needs another one of those and he could upset one of the top seeds in the event.
Something that's become really relevant to me, especially this year, getting to watch so much of the championship tour, is the last 5 minutes of a heat is arguably the most important minutes of the heat, because some surfers know how to close out, and that is what's really setting apart the bottom end of the rankings to the top, because they can make those decisions. Even Iago Dora spoke about it yesterday with his heat against Mateus. He had to restrain himself pretty much for not taking good waves to make sure that he was getting the win, because every single one of these surfers are so talented. And you can see with the decision making here from Leo, he has positioned himself wider than where Eli Hanneman is sitting. So this means that if Eli takes off on a wave, because Leo has priority, he can shut that down, and it's going to force Eli on the inside section. And we've seen there's been 3 or 4 waves in a set, so Eli's going to have to be really smart in the way, either in both ways of what wave he chooses, and also trying to find it away and under Leonardo Fioravanti. The distance is smart, but where Leo's positioned himself is even smarter. So that is yet another edge that he keeps developing this year.
Eli Hanneman managing himself here into the 5-minute warning, knowing that every heat will be a big heat on tour. That's what he signed up for. Having to come through the Challenger Series again last year showed how dangerous he is at the waves of consequence, and had a great run through the pipe events on the North Shore of Oahu, which is just down the street from where he lives. Very popular human being, especially with his peers, and kind of like your home, Jesse. His house is an open door policy for a lot of people that come into town, and I don't know if he ever says no, you can't stay there. Sometimes there's about 5 cars parked down the street, you know, people coming in and out. He's always welcoming all of his, you know, competitors and best friends to hang out with him and prepare for big events in the North Shore season. So when you see him do something big, he's got a lot of people cheering him on, and he didn't go any bigger than he could have in Tahiti in that heat with Kelly Slater, jumping out of the sky on just terrifying waves, and was willing to do it over and over again, which I think was our takeaway there. Okay, you get one toe set on the head where you're free falling like over 20 feet from the sky and getting mowed, and then he does it again on the next opportunity. The guy just never gives up.
You know you're a really liked person when you have your own tent set up at a surf comp, and he had that at the Pipe Challenger this year.
Here he goes now. Eli, quick connection off the lip. Driving hard. There's that quick change in his line. He could get anywhere he wants on his back end. Big blast there, but he gets hung up. He's had a couple of huge turns on his back end go incomplete against Leo here. Right when you look like he's getting the score to turn the heat. Tough fall there for Hanneman.
Yeah, really similar situation to what we saw from Dao Tianka in that last one. Found the wave, but didn't execute on that final maneuver. But he was looking so composed on this wave. So first of all, job done finding a good looking wave under Leo's priority. He got this in a place where Leo couldn't paddle on. 2 really nice turns with a complete here. You're thinking 5-4 every day of the week, but he pivoted his board so quickly that it actually sent the weight of his body over the toe edge of his rail, which unfortunately sent him down with the lip. But just seeing how cool, calm and collected he was on that wave, I do believe we're looking at a different Eli Hanneman to what we saw at the start of the year, who potentially was struggling with some of these decisions or finding his calm in high pressure situations. But if he can try and do this, find yet another wave, I believe he'll execute and potentially get the job done.
He's so fast, and we can see how quickly he could change gears. Grown up in Lahaina on Maui. Little wave there, a little running left in the harbor, and he could do, I think, more turns and airs on one wave than maybe anyone's ever done in history of that spot. But gosh, he just learned how to be quick, how to be explosive, how to change lines on a dime, and he could apply that to much bigger waves too on that backhand. That technique just solid from a young age. Checking out CT by the numbers, average wave score under priority this year. We see Eli Hanneman's name there in the top 3 on the list this season, which is impressive when you don't have a priority and you've got to convert. It's
really interesting. It does depend from surfer to surfer, but some people are better under priority than they are when they do have that responsibility of choosing that best wave. I know for myself personally, when I was competing, no way, I didn't want priority, take it away. And so Eli, he seems to be that competitor who can actually feel more free when he doesn't have the P next to his name.
Let's see if he can do it again. His average would give him the score if he can produce right here, just needing a 5-4, and he slips off. Flowing over the roof of that section, he was just gathering a lot of momentum, and another fall. Leo is able to see Eli having to duck dive. He's like, you know what, I'm going to kick out and make sure I have priority. And this might just be a tough ending for Hanneman. Couple of big falls in this heat that could have really changed the outcome. Fioravanti can't help himself. He's like, I might as well just get a wave in with 40 seconds to go, and he's going to call it a heat.
It's heartbreak for someone like Eli, because he got the waves, he surfed them really well. It was just completing that last wave would have changed the trajectory of this event, and it's so frustrating as a competitor to know if I had just made that turn, I would have made that heat. So especially against someone who was recently world #1. If anything, I think there's more positives than negatives for Eli to take out of this heat. He is well and truly in the game, and a couple of little technique things on just finishing in those really hard sections, it could change the outlook of the rest of his year.
There's definitely a few falls in that heat for Eli. This heat's totally different. And it would have been a big upset. He's in the next round, so I think Leo Fioravanti is well aware that he just survived a really close one. There's Coach Cal. He's going to shake that one off with Eli and make a game plan for lower trestles, the next stop on tour. And Richard Dog Marsh will give him the debrief. They definitely don't want to keep it that close in the next round. Leo will move back up to #2 on the live rankings, and Liam O'Brien will be in the water with Callum Robson when we come back from break. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call.
Beyond Cloudbreak, Fiji is very just day to day, like very simple. Right now we're on the south coast of Fiji, Maui Bay. Some fun waves to the right of us and to the left of us. I would say it's pretty different vibe to Nandi region, where all the world-class waves like restaurants and Cloudbreak are. Life is just day to day, like catching your fish to eating it for dinner the same night, and a lot of people still don't have social media and phones and laptops. Untouched nature, really nice beaches, really nice people just living and just having fun. Forget your worries at home and just chill out in Fiji.
The beautiful Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. Another tremendously beautiful day out. Glassy waters, beautiful lagoon. The bungalow's right over the water. Where else would you want to be? And that's the headquarters for the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. Day 2 of competition, Kaipo girl, along with the fabulous Felicity Flick Palmentier. Another beautiful day here in paradise.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Kaipo. You were kind of leading it there, and it really is. I mean, the set is incredible. The resort here is amazing, and the waves look like they're absolutely pumping this morning. It looks so fun, so rippable. There's still tubes on offer, and I'm excited to get into today.
Yeah. We got a full day of competition on tap for you. Men's round 2, and then we'll get into also our women's round 2 at the end of the day. Right now, it is a friendly fire for Australia, Flick.
I know, wow. So
Liam
early on.
O'Brien coming up against Callum Robson. What do we think about this one?
Oh, I think, look, unfortunate for the Aussies and everyone watching as spectators, but on paper, this heat is epic. I absolutely love it because two really informed surfers at the moment. I think to Callum's performances that we only saw just 10 days ago, the matchup he had with Jack Robbo, crazy excellent numbers being dropped, and then Liam O'Brien, he's been coming here on some, doing some reconnaissance missions, and he has been putting in the reps and surfing so well. So on paper, really, it should be a really exciting matchup.
Yeah, so Liam O'Brien really enjoying a great year on the championship tour, coming into this event, number 10 on the rankings, but that semifinal finish really stands out on the Gold Coast for O'Brien, but a really consistent year as well. I mean, he's made it into the 3rd round on every single event other than Bells. So he's had a really, really consistent year. And especially for someone like Liam, he was last to qualify for this year's championship tour, but he's making the best of it on this next go-around. Paddle here. We'll see. Priority with Liam O'Brien, Flick, and scratches into this one. Surfer from Burley Heads looking down the line. Lining up. Draws off the bottom, slashes off the top. And a couple of slashes there just to get a number on the board. Won't be a huge number, but a nice start.
Yeah, smaller wave, nice to get the ball rolling, nice to get the feet in the wax, and nice to get a completion. You just think back to the first couple of heats we've already had today, the size of the waves we've seen. I think, you know, obviously just going to get on that Red Bull jet ski and get back out there and kind of reset the heat.
So just a couple of really small scores you can see in the score bug right now for O'Brien. Just a up and down and then a 1.13. So we'll check this out. This is going to be much better for his cause.
Yeah, getting things started here. Smaller looking wave in terms of today's conditions, but really beautiful. I mean, how rippable and fun does it look? The conditions are amazing. It looks so beautiful and groomed right now. And I mean, I've saw some incredible moments already this morning, but I just think, yeah, it's already delivering. And conditions are, I think, a bit better than yesterday morning, what we saw. So it's nice to see a really clean, groomed ocean.
I think you alluded to it, like the wave that Liam got out here in the warm-ups or in the build-up to this event, absolutely incredible. Probably one of the best Cloudbreak waves I've seen all year.
Well, he posted it on socials, and if you haven't seen it, you can head to Liam's socials and check it out on Instagram. He posted it, and you look at this wave, and he pulls in, and you think, okay, he's in the tube, still in the tube. He's still in the tube, and he's been in this thing for a really long time. You're thinking, well, he wouldn't have posted if he didn't make it, and then he just keeps going, and seriously, it's about a 10-second tube ride. Go check it out. It's amazing.
It was a magic act. Callum trying to answer back right here. Robson, nice slash off the top. Powerful surfer and showing his power for the finish right there. Iron legs it out and gets the completion.
Well, that was cool. Bigger wave in size when you compare it to Liam O'Brien's, and therefore bigger turns with more energy and more speed, a bit more power, and really muscled his way through that last turn and just really hung on. Not surprised with Cal though. I think he's just had a couple of, I think back to him this year and the performances that he's had, and just a couple of funny moments potentially not really going his way, and maybe potentially a couple of unlucky moments. I think back to the Gold Coast, right, earlier on, and he had that leash break in his heat, incredibly close finish. And then I think back to just Tahiti last week as well. As we look to this opening wave of Cal, just two big backhand belts, just really strong there from him. But he's kind of had a couple of funny moments not go his way this year, and I think it's not a good, a true reflection of where he's at with his surfing and just how good a surfer he is. I think especially what we saw at the end of the road at Chopes, I just reflect back on that, and the performance he put in that heat against Jack Robbo was incredible.
Yeah, I admire the tenacity of Callum Robson. 4 years on the championship tour, fell off tour in 2024, had to battle back on with a finish number 6 on the Challenger Series to come through. On his way, winning at Pipeline, which was huge for Cal, and he's just one of those guys that never, ever gives up. And so I admire that. So as we wait for the score for Callum Robson, let's catch up with the last heat winner, Leo Fioravantes with Vaughn Blakey.
Morning, Copes. Morning, Flick. And morning, Leo. Congratulations, man. That was a really dangerous heat. The surf looks so fun and perfect from here, but it is tricky. Saw you take a couple of lickings, and your opponent was, throwing everything at you as well.
Oh, Eli is such an amazing surfer, and I knew that. I mean, in the end, my 11 points ended up being enough, but until the end, I knew that it wasn't in my head. And the waves are pumping, but it's tricky. It's like, it's running really fast, and on your backhand, it's hard to read it, and when to pump, when to slow down. I felt like I caught some decent waves, and just, one, I did a big turn at the end and got exploded to the tower. Another one, I doggy door and just got guillotined. I think we were both trying our best, and sometimes just have to take a couple of those, some of those grinding heats and move on.
That's it, man. There's definitely a different atmosphere around your surfing, a different attitude this year. Like, it reminds me a little bit of Yago last year. Like, as you start to build into the year and you tick a bunch of your goals off, the confidence starts to grow, and there's just, I don't know, there's a new feeling in your surf, and are you feeling that way as well?
The confidence definitely starts to grow, but at the same time, I'm happy with the way that I've been approaching these last two events after some of the best success I've had in my career. I feel like I've come into Tahiti and here with the same mindset. Tahiti, I almost a lot of times forgot that I even had the yellow jersey. I was just very, tried to stay humble and committed to preparing the best way possible, aware that every competitor is so good out there, and never got ahead of myself. And Tahiti didn't go to plan, but I still had a good heat. Ramsey had an amazing event, and then this one, I love Fiji. The first time I competed here was 2017, and it was my first year on tour, and up until this event, I hadn't made a heat. So it was one of those years that I was struggling, and got here and just had a great vibe with the place, great energy, Tavarua, Cloudbreak. Ended up beating John and a couple of the really good surfers and made it to the quarters. So I'm really happy to be back here. It's a special place, and can't wait to see I think I compete tomorrow, so can't wait to see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah, mate, well, we're looking forward to seeing you surf tomorrow as well, but also you're staying on Tabby with your wife and really enjoying all the blessings of that place.
Yeah, obviously Tavi is a dream come true to stay there, and I've always wanted to bring my wife, and this year felt like the right time to do it. So I'm so grateful that she's able to experience paradise on earth, literally one of the coolest places in the world. And there's activities for everyone, tennis, gym, surfing, but I'm also, having a great time, but realizing that I'm here to compete and to work.
That's awesome, man. Well, job done in your first heat, and we look forward to seeing the next one.
Thank you. Grazie a tutti. Si va avanti. Dai.
Bravo. Viravanti. Competition points, Flick, for Leo, but also lifestyle points.
Oh, totally. I mean, you're winning when you're in Fiji. You're winning, just full stop.
And you're bringing the wife along. You're checking some boxes there. That is pretty good. We're going to see what Leo come up against Morgan Siblick in the next round. That should be a great matchup.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good matchup. I think Morgan's been looking really on, obviously, and then I think Leo is just, he spoke to it himself. He's really happy with his performances. I know he's going to want to try and, reclaim that yellow jersey and continue on through the draw. So good matchup coming up.
Callum got a 5.5 on the last wave, just bails out on that wave under priority of Liam O'Brien, but Callum Robson in the lead over Liam O'Brien at the 22-minute mark.
Yeah, I like the couple of scores that have come through too. I think it's good judging. I think, the two big backhand belts for Callum, the 5.5, I think that's pretty on the money. It's cool. This wave just brings out so many different things, right? There's so many different ways to break down a score and get a score, and healthy number there for Cal.
Let's get some news from the channel with Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, we're out here with, Surfing Australia, basically. Everybody from Oz is in the water. We got two Aussies in the water. We got all the boys hanging here in the channel, and Hog is pretty much heading out the whole thing. Come on, Hog, I know you're trying to get away from me. We want a couple of words from you. You want to give everybody else the light, but you've been doing all the work behind the scenes.
It's a real privileged position, come and share knowledge and, share this experience with the boys. It's really special, and the women too, It's a spiritual place. It's one of the best waves in the world, so to be able to be here and have the platform is pretty epic.
And what about the thread that you guys have put together here with all the boys? I mean, and the girls. You're on the ski in the morning at 5:45, and out here in the lineup with everybody. It's a pretty tight-knit family.
Sure, bring around the camaraderie and back each other and uplift everybody and level up, getting around and someone's going to win, someone's got to lose, but it's about, you know, experiencing it all together and everyone will have their turn and having that good culture and community and camaraderie. I think it'll see you through the whole season, you know. It gets us through till the end, so that's what counts, eh? Yeah, boys. Yeah, boys. Let's go.
Great uplifting spirits out here with the crew, and I can feel it. It gives you the energy just sitting next to it. So right on, boys, and we got some sets coming.
Nathan Hedge, an absolute legend, as is our water videographer, Sam Smith, with that above and below sea level vision right there. We got the best crew. We got the best cameraman. Sam swimming out there all day long. Absolute legend.
Oh, and these are the two best events, right, for the water camera. The water clarity here is insane, and just being able to see how clear it is, and also the reef here, it's absolutely incredible and so beautiful. So, yeah, bring us some beautiful shots, Sammy.
Here we go. Callum, and that one way deep on the reef, so Robson just kicks out, still trying to find and strike under the priority of Liam O'Brien. I don't mind that. I don't mind that type of mindset where you're under priority, you might as well take a chance, and you never know what's going to eventuate.
That, and there's still so much time on the clock, so there's no harm in doing it at this point in the heat for sure. You know, you may as well roll the dice and have a think. And I always, you know, when I think back to surfs I've had here, and when I've watched the best out here, I always reflect on the waves that end up sometimes being the best are the ones that almost look like they've got that. Yeah, they close out and they've got that really long wall. So you may as well roll the dice and have a look.
Look at the Fiji flight cam. Talk about water clarity. You can see the visibility today, unlimited at Cloudbreak. Beautiful reef pass here. You can see the bathymetry that we talk about that creates this world-class wave as it bends around the corner of this reef that's sitting in the middle of the ocean. And it was probably, you know, before surfing out here, that was a little boat wrecker right there, you know, especially at nighttime. There's our reef, our live coral reef, the coral polyps.
Some of the best snorkeling out there on that reef, I reckon. Last year we had a lay day, or we had multiple lay days when finals was here. Obviously it's only the one-day event, so we were just waiting around to see, you know, what day the finals was going to happen. We had a few lay days, and it was really small, went for a surf, and then I just thought, you know what, I've had a couple of waves, I'll pop on the mask, and just floated around out the back, took myself all the way up the top of the point. So many turtles, such an incredible experience, and the reef is really healthy here. I saw a lot, and it's just beautiful. You just pop off the side of the boat and have a little snorkel, but yeah, it's an incredible place out here, and I think it also is just so different to where we were at Chopes. Chopes, actually, the fringing reef isn't nowhere near as far out, and probably not even half as far out as what Cloudbreak is, so it's pretty unique, obviously, in the fact that it can be wind affected because it sits that much further out to sea, but also that also makes it such a wave magnet and swell magnet too. But beautiful shot there. You could really see Tavarua, Namotu, Malolo Island in the background, and it really is super unique, this event site, even if you think about it from a broadcasting perspective. You know, we're here at Momi Bay on the mainland of Fiji, and you've got Tavarua cameras over there. We've got the channel and, you know, the Red Bull athlete boat and cameras there, and it's just such a cool event site, really, if you think about logistically how it all works.
I think we should be on the list for Emmy, just given the logistics that we employ over here. Honestly, beaming all of these different channels and being able to cover Tavarua, be able to cover out in the middle of the ocean, and be able to headquarter out of the Marriott Momi Resort. It's pretty incredible what the team does here. Liam O'Brien. Nice snap to begin. O'Brien looking down the line, another snap on the backhand, falls into it. That wave just runs off. Not a ton of opportunity, although Liam just needed a 2.81 to turn the heat.
Well, you got to be thinking he's definitely getting the 2.81. A couple of backhand belts. I just go back to Callum Robbo's backhand belts. You know, his way, I think it's going to come in slightly under where Cal's sat. I mean, it was Liam's wave a little bit smaller, and therefore those turns just that little bit smaller. But let's have a look here. So let's break it down. This one more of a bit of a setup turn here. You can see this wave starting to go pretty square on that inside. Must have run off pretty fast. So let's have a look at this angle, because we'll really be able to get a good idea of just how fast this wave runs down the reef. So he makes the decision to go for a turn, and that one just hitting the eject button there, as you'll see that one run down the reef.
4-point ride checks in for Liam O'Brien. So Liam goes to the lead. It's just going to be a slight lead. Callum just needing a 1.67 to take the lead back.
Last wave for red. Liam O'Brien comes in at a 4.0. Red, Liam O'Brien.
Red Bull jet ski, a speedy return to the peak, and I love that we're using jet ski assist today, allowing for more surfing, and it's just a smart tool that we use now on the championship tour.
Oh, totally. I mean, we can thank Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for that and implementing that all those years ago here in Fiji. Joe and I were talking about it yesterday, but it really has changed the game of professional surfing because everyone wants to see more waves ridden, right? Everyone wants to see more surfing, and they've got a hard job here. I mean, they had a hard job, the Tahitian Water Patrol had a hard job over at Chopes, and then 10 days later, these guys have got a really hard job here too. I mean, especially, just, yeah, boys.
That's our guys right there. Some of the best in PWC drivers in the world. Looks like we've got Michael Chan back there, and maybe Ringa. I'm just trying to see who's under the big brim hat, but all of them incredible watermen. We're going to take a break right now. It's a Bonzoy brew break. We're going to froth it up. We'll be back with more action. We'll see if Liam O'Brien can hang on to the lead here in Heat 7, round 2 of the men.
There's something special about coming back to Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. The moment I arrive and see the ocean, I instantly feel at ease. My days begin with the energy of the ocean before easing into the evening, with incredible food, a beautiful sunset, and a sky full of stars. That balance of adventure and tranquility is what keeps bringing me back.
Hey, Flick likes the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay. You should too.
It's not hard to love this place, Kaipo. It is absolutely insane. I heard we're doing some easing into the afternoon. It's not hard to do around here with that fish bar. It's the perfect place to watch the sun go down. We got to do it yesterday afternoon after we finished work. Beautiful sunset, beautiful dinner there as well. And really lapping up all that the Marriott has to offer.
It's luxury.
Oh, it is.
It's decadence. It's luxury. It's oozing with hospitality. It's incredible. And you know what? Even in the lagoon right here, in the back lagoon, the fisherman in me gets me. There's like really happy fish here. Yesterday, there were these big uluas, and I'm thinking of like English for ulua is big trevallies.
Oh wow! Okay.
Like big, really big ones, you know, and they're just happily swimming around, and
they got no natural predators in this lagoon. They're just cruising.
I was looking for a pole and a hook. I don't think that we can do that. We'll be friendly to the fish here. We're down to 12 minutes in this heat, and we got Liam O'Brien. It's actually a pretty low-scoring affair, so that means that it's very easy for us to see, you know, a clutch heat, I believe, in the last 5 minutes, because when you have a low-scoring heat like this, it's anyone's game.
I also think because it's been quite quiet in terms of the wave frequency, the end's going to be kind of exciting. Well, we hope so, right? Because the ocean always works in rhythms where it might be pulsing for 20 minutes and then quiet for 20 minutes. And I feel like we're seeing a little bit of that happen at the start of this heat. I feel like when I was on my break, I was watching the first couple of heats of the morning, and they felt kind of a bit more consistent. So hopefully we're going to see a little bit more consistency here at the end.
You know, it's a friendly fire for the Australians here, but also friendly fire for DHD design. Both Liam O'Brien and Callum Robson riding those DHD surfboards. And, you know, there's only one place that you really want to, if you want to check out surfboards, the world's best surfboards at Surfboard, where you can, it's very, very easy to shop there. They have all the big brands. They have an incredible selection. If you can't find your dims there, you can't find them anywhere.
Oh, no, it really is the best core surf shop getting around.
Here we go. Speaking of DHD, under the feet of Liam O'Brien, surfing under the priority. Wants to get rid of a 3-point ride that he has in his score line. And a smaller wave, but nice performance by Liam. Chalking it up all the way to the inside before kicking out again on nearly dry reef.
That was good. I think, yeah, at this point in the heat, he obviously wants to get rid of the 317. He's going to do that. I think smaller wave again, and I think just when you rewind back to this morning and you've seen kind of the quality of waves come through, I feel like it's going to obviously it's going to handcuff this score a bit. You know, it's going to keep it more in that sort of lower range, but beautiful surfing and beautiful technique.
I love how Liam's actually developed. I mean, I always thought of Liam when he first came on the tour, you know, 5 years ago as a right-hand point surfer, right? But he's just now, you can see with his performance on the back end, it doesn't matter which way the wave's going.
Oh, it definitely doesn't matter. I think even just his performance over the years, you know, he not falling off the CT, making it back on the Challenger Series, watching him perform there, and we touched on it earlier in the heat, right? I mean, you touched on the fact that it came down to the last Challenger Series event in Newcastle, and we'll get back to that. Let's watch Cal.
Cal Robson eases off the bottom, pumps down the line, aiming for a spot under the lip, tries to stall, still stalling. Now he's in the tube, but that tube running away from Cal Robson, made some distance, but was not able to find an exit, unfortunately. Liam lining up here, straight back out. O'Brien on a bigger wave, second wave of the set. Also screaming down the line, setting up for the inside tube section. And O'Brien finds the barrel, and can he find the exit? Yes, he does. So nice exchange, and that's going to go in the favor of Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, I love that. I love the intent from Cal, but that one just fully stretched out across the reef. Liam, though, it's all about the setup into that tube. He obviously looked down the line. He could see that one was stretching out really long, and he did a little important maneuver before he entered that tube. He grabbed the rail. He did that little hip swivel while grabbing the rail to get that projection down the line. So really great move there for Liam on the paddle back out to see that wave and identify this. So this is the one I'm talking about. You can see here, this is the setup, right? Comes around this section and grabs the rail here, and that little hip swivel, that generates so much speed into this tube, because you rewind back to the tube we saw before from Callum, his setup, he didn't quite have that amount of time, and that one just ran off without him. Whereas Liam here, on the other hand, in contrast, that moment, that was allowing him to get so much speed through this inside track and really project out in front of this tube. So really important maneuver. If I single out, you know, the one moment on this wave, that was the most important. I would say it was this. And then in contrast here, let's have a look at Cal. He hucks it up under the lip, but then let's see what happens. He's got his hand on the rail here. He's dragging, but just this one, he does get a little moment in there, but this wave just unfortunately gets caught on the foam ball, lip to the head, and that one stretches out in front of him. So obviously similar sort of techniques from that channel angle. We could really see that that's what Callum was trying to do too, but that one just working in the favor of Liam O'Brien.
Yep, 4.67 checks in for O'Brien. He does have the lead over Cal Robson, but you can see in the needs column, just a small need for Cal to turn the heat, and Cal with priority just needing a 3.17. So that first wave for Callum Robson is, at this point in the heat, very, very valuable, that 5.5 starter for Caltech.
I think it's also a good reference, you know, like just for what the judges are looking at and what can get scores.
Let's go. Coming up next, George Pitar up against Jake Marshall. That's going to be the next matchup. That should be a great one.
Want to ride my a 6'3", but I got a new one that I rode yesterday morning, and then I got one I rode this morning. They both felt good.
Well,
I don't really care too much which one I rode.
did you have a better session yesterday or today?
Kind of yesterday. Yeah.
Ride that one?
Just gonna ride that one.
Yep. Felt clean out of the lip?
Yeah.
If it feels funny, you know where I am.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the plan. 6'3" for Jake Marshall. If it feels funny, Chris Gallagher will be in the channel with the backup. Cal Robson right now trying to come back, and it looks like he's on his way to turning this heat. Oh, and as I said that, sorry for the jinx.
Oh, Kaipo.
What did I do? Liam O'Brien behind. Second wave of the set. Typically is the cleaner, bigger wave. Liam wants to hang on to his lead, needs to improve upon a 4-point ride. A tidy tube would help, and he tumbles on the inside section. So I don't think either wave is going to really affect the, well, I mean, I'm going to take that back. Remember, Cal just needs a 3-point ride to turn the heat.
Yeah, that was hard to watch for both guys. I think they were both on their way to improving their situation, and I feel like that was one of the first biggest sets that we've seen come through as well. So, that's a hard pill to swallow. Hopefully we get another roll of the dice. But look, Cal only needed to improve on a 1.5. He's chasing the 3.17. Let's have a look at Cal first. So, more substantial wave in size, kind of a bit of a carve down here. All the setup for this turn, blows the fins out. That was really nice. I really loved the timing of that turn, and then just catches the rail going up. It kind of just didn't look like it was really holding through that bottom turn there. And then behind him, Liam banks off the first couple of turns, and then you can see he's eyeing off this section on the inside here, and the nose just pokes. It feels like that little scoopy section on the inside can just kind of catch you off guard. I think just all of a sudden got so clean and so kind of just cylindrical on the inside.
Yeah, it's just like looks like Doug was swimming under the water. Doug Rail for both of those surfers. You know, those were like both of them were just unexpected catches.
Well, it's kind of like they got both taken out by an invisible ninja. I was like, what happened there?
Yeah, just a little. Well, what's going on with the water? I want to know. Geez, there might be a little bit of chatter on the face.
Definitely some chatter out here. It was just that when there's no sets and they had that flat water, all that wind coming in from the inside there, it just blows across, and it really does create a lot of ripple on the face. And so when Callum was coming off the bottom and rolling up, he just got caught on the edge, and there's all these little ribs, and if you're not just powering through it and ready for it, they'll catch you off guard, and that's what happened. The fin slipped out, the rail popped out, and it just unfortunately went down on that, and would have actually stacked up the score that he needed for sure. Well, and then on the next wave, did he get the score?
Yeah, he got the score. He needed a 3.17 Strider. He got a 3.6. So the couple of turns that Callum was able to accomplish got the job done in this last 3.5 minutes. So now Liam O'Brien needs a 4.4.
Liam O'Brien, yeah. Oof, let's go for Liam. Let's see what happens here. But Liam does not have priority, so this is going to be an interesting end of the heat here. This is where it's all going to play into offense and defense for the two surfers and see what happens.
Heat control with Callum Robson for sure. Turns the heat, and as we suspected in a low-scoring heat, the clutch moments come through, and the clutch moment did come through for Callum Robson. So he was able to barely accomplish what he needed to do. He needed 3.17, he got a 3.6, he's got the lead, but more as important actually, he's got priority so he can guard this lineup in this final 3 minutes.
I just feel Cal's such a smart surfer too, so's Liam. Everyone at this level is, but it gets down to these crunch moments, and if there's no waves, he's obviously going to close this out. If there's a set, he's got some thinking to do.
Yeah.
And because it's such a low-scoring heat, Cal's going to have a decision-making process to be like, hey, what set do I want? And knowing that, what wave of the set do I want? And knowing that Liam is potentially going to be on the one behind it, or that first one if I don't choose to go. So I think regardless of what happens, if this set comes through, both guys know that they're surfing for a score to potentially win this heat. It makes it super exciting, but it's so hard for Cal because, yeah, you got priority, but if a set comes, it's kind of like, well, you may as well serve, and you've got to surf as if you want to win the heat and you're surfing for a big score, because Liam could be on that next one behind it.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting play, and you can see as you spoke to that, Flick, we got decision time for Cal Robson. He can't hold that much defense because there's ample time on the clock and there's multiple waves coming through. This one's going to come down to the wire.
As a spectator, I mean, this makes it exciting, right? As a competitor, the opposite for Cal. Cal is like, you got to be kidding me, right? I've got some decision making to do here, but as a spectator, it's one of the things that makes the sport exciting, crunch time.
Well, could this be the first clutch win for Liam O'Brien? So there we go. That's going to be the play for Callum Robson. Now he's going to have to make something happen on this one. Needs to improve upon a 3.6. Throws it away. 4.44 will still be the requirement for Liam O'Brien to turn the heat. And it looks like there may be one more wave for O'Brien. Minute on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, Callum, he has to go, right? I mean, there's a minute, just over a minute left, and this is one of those things where we're going to be able to talk about this in about 2 minutes' time and be like, hindsight's a perfect science. This wasn't the right decision to make, right? These couple of waves kind of look a little bit on the small side, so we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, O'Brien holding on to his position in the lineup with just under 40 seconds on the clock. I think he's going to have 2 more chances at least, and it looks like second wave in the set could be a go. This is when the heavy heartbeat comes through. Calm yourself, because this is the moment for Liam O'Brien. 0 clutch wins, so 0 wins. He hasn't turned the heat in the last 5 minutes all season. Could this be the first time? This is going to be his chance right here. Positioning, checking it out. He's going to get to his feet for sure if he takes this wave. So this one's going to count, and this is all in for Liam O'Brien. 4.44 is the mark. Beginning snap, nicely done. Second, vertical. Looking down the line, needs a little bit more to get the score, and gets the finish. Wow, that one's going to feel like it's right on the line.
Wow. I just go back, well, let's rewind, right?
Yeah.
Let's rewind to Liam's 4, and that was that smaller wave with 3 turns. Kind of probably didn't keep the same size as what that one did the whole way. I think it's going to, I agree with you, Kaipa. I think it's going to be kind of pretty close here. And judges are going to be going back and deliberating through all the different waves here. It's so hard to say, oh, Cal, you shouldn't have gone that one a couple of minutes ago. Because
he had
to. He has to go, but this is the thing with surfing, right? He has to go that wave to utilize priority and keep Liam off that one. I mean, how's he supposed to know that there's 5 seconds that another set's going to come? So let's break down this one. This is the last wave, the roll of the dice for Liam. The last 5 seconds he takes off on this one. Turn 1, this one, very critical, very tight in the pocket, and he does get the finish. I feel like you can really see he knows he has to hang on while surfing this wave.
So this is the 4-point ride to compare to.
Okay, all right. So let's break it down. Actually, you know what? 4-point ride here.
Much bigger wave.
Much bigger wave. Much bigger wave.
Okay, only 2 turns on a much bigger wave versus 3 turns on a smaller wave. I think that's the comparison that the judges are making, and they are taking their time with the replays and the comparisons before assigning a number for Liam O'Brien.
It's tough. I think it's right. Oh man, this is where you just, the days you don't want to be a judge right now. This is where, because it is really, it's tricky. Obviously, sometimes you're not scoring the wave height itself, and it's the surfing that's done on the wave. Obviously, wave height helps in power and, you know, making those turns look bigger. But I think that if you rewind back through this heat, there's been a couple of different mistakes made at different points, and whether you win or you lose in this point, there's going to be another sliding doors moment that happened earlier on in this heat where you can be like, okay, that's where it kind of went wrong. I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's going to. In that comparison, and there the score has dropped actually. A 4.27 needed a 4.44, so not enough for Liam O'Brien. So Callum Robson, when he looks back at this heat, he's just going to go, there's a lot of learning moments over there, but a W is a W. There's our IC score line, not enough for Liam O'Brien, eliminated from competition, and Callum Robson's going to move on into the next round.
Tough, a tough heat, especially when you've been watching all morning. You see really good waves coming through, but yeah, you take the win where you can, and he'll look back and reflect on this heat and realize where those mistakes are.
Well, we're going to move on to a commercial break, but when we return, George Pitar will be coming up against Jake Marshall here at the Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
The Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by Fiji Airways, the official airline partner of the Fiji Pro, and by Tabarua Island Resort, official legacy partner of the Fiji Pro.
Welcome back to the Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Stop number 8 on the championship tour. We're in Heat 8. George Pitar coming up against Jake Marshall. Kuiper Guerrero, Felicity Palmentier on the call here as we look at some beautiful waves at Cloudbreak. And this is going to be a great match. George Pitar having a wonderful year on the championship tour. And Jake Marshall looking to turn his year around in the back half of the season.
Yeah, this is a cool matchup. I'm liking this. I'm really excited for both of these guys. I'm really excited to see George off the back of his Cho's performance. Just a week ago, he really surprised me. It was the first time he put on the jersey there, and I was loving what I was seeing from him. It really impressed me and just added to the year that he's had.
Yeah, I mean, winner over at the Margaret River Pro, defeating Gabe Medina in that final for his first championship tour win. And then, like you said, that's a keeper out of Tahiti. And you wouldn't have put like George as one of your favorites when we look at Tahiti, but he just stepped up in a big way. And he's back. Fell off after his rookie year, but came back and earned his spot back on the tour. And this go around, his sophomore year on the championship tour has been a really outstanding one for the surfer from Manly.
Yeah, he's impressed me. I think we go back to Margaret River and we talk about that result, right? The win that came there. It's incredible to do it in your second year on the championship tour to get a win at Margie's. But even if I go back to the first time we ever saw him out there, he was actually a wild card. And he made it all the way through to the semi-finals, took down some massive names along the way. Goes back the following year, his first full time on the championship tour, and it was absolute heartbreak. He fell off at the cut. And to go back again this year and then to get the win, talk about an emotional roller coaster for him at that event. But so many highs, so many lows, and it's been really cool to see him compose himself for the rest of the year on the tour.
It is, and it's good to see how the two-tiered system works at the World Surf League. George coming back and finishing off that Challenger Series number 4 to get back on the tour. And speaking of the Challenger Series, Jake Marshall in this heat also doing some insurance work. I mean, he's number 27, I believe, on the rankings, 26 or 27 coming into this event, Jake Marshall. So he's below the cut line, but he's looking good to requalify just via that Challenger Series. And this is the first we're seeing Jake Marshall. We heard that soundbite, riding a 6'3" sharp eye, looking down the line, looking for the barrel section, stalling, and gets a little bit of a cover, second section, and muscles his way out for completion.
That was cool. That was really cool. I think there was a lot of setup work that went into that tube, a lot of foresight down the line, and you had to get really tight and compacted to sort of find that exit that wasn't really there. Kind of came out some sort of doggy door that didn't really exist. So nice little opener there for Jake. But yeah, I love the fact that he's backed himself up already so nicely on the Challenger Series. Maybe potentially surfing a little bit more free as we come into the back half of the championship tour now. But yeah, this one, smaller wave in size, but he eyes it off down the line. And this wave, beautiful little shape. I mean, if you're free surfing right now and you take off on something like this and you get it, you're like, okay, I'm cruising. The rest of my surf is absolutely made. So let's have a look from this channel angle here. Beautiful stall. You can really see him utilizing his hand just on the face of the wave there, just managing that speed, slowing down, speeding up, and then had no business coming out there, but really muscled his way through that wall of water.
And a Red Bull jet ski ride back out the back as we wait for the score for Jake Marshall. He'll have the first meaningful score in this matchup. Like you said, on the Challenger Series, quarterfinals in Bolito, then took his first really major WSL victory over the US Open, and that puts him mathematically, now it's not clinched yet, but I'm pretty good with math though, Flick, and I'm telling you,
pretty safe.
Pretty safe.
Pretty safe.
We're gonna see Jake Marshall on the championship tour in 2027. I'm gonna say
it's similar. Like I think about Cole Houshman. Similar situation, right? A win in a quarters, and what I've seen from Cole is just since then, I feel like he's sort of reimagined since then. Just like, it's like that insurance policy, what you were saying, and that comfortability that it kind of gives you, knowing that, I can take a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
My day job is still intact. I still get to come back, obviously it's not solidified yet, but when you just look at those numbers and you look at past years.
High probability.
High probability. And I think you can just take that big sigh of relief knowing that you can relax a bit coming into the back half of this year.
So for more on George Pitar, let's go to the channel with Strider Wozlewski. What do you got for us, Strider?
Just a little, George Pitar was down here about a month ago. He did a strike mission and absolutely scored some insane waves. So it was either go to Tahiti or go to the Cloudbreak, and he picked the Cloudbreak route and actually did really, really well. He got some insane waves, just got lots of reps. He had one of the cleanest swells of the year down here. So he's definitely versed here at the moment, but he's been nagging an injury. He's got this thing that's going on with his back right now, and he's been trying to get better every day and trying to, he was out last night surfing, but you could tell there was a little stiffness in there. So I don't think he's at 100% in the lineup right now, but we'll see how he looks once he gets up on the waves today.
All right, so this is going to be a test for George Pitar as we see him with priority, and we'll see if he gets going on this one. It's going to be under priority. Jake Marshall finds a streaker through the inside, takes a low line around this section, hooks it off the top. Beautiful backhand hook. Make it 2 for Jake Marshall, and 3. So really nice tempo and pace through that wave for Marshall. Executing, he got a 3.83 on his first ride, and he's going to back that up in a solid form. Impressive.
That was awesome. 2 different ways to get scores. The first one, small little cylindrical tube, the 383. This I really loved. Yesterday I was talking about it a lot, but when you don't look like you're in a rush out here and you have more time than most people, I feel like it's just so pleasing to watch, and that's my biggest takeaway from this wave. It's a fast wave, Cloudbreak, and it can be really stretched out down the line, but the guys to do it best out here look like they're not in a rush, and that's what I saw from this wave. Of course, we saw a lot of perfect technique, really good surfing, and really good flow in between the maneuvers, but just not in a rush, and I love to see that. Behind him, saw this wave from George. Beautiful thread of the tube, almost comes out, but a little bit crumbly there, so not finding the exit.
Yeah, not able to find the exit, so George Pitar is going to reset, and it's time for us to hear from the winner of the last heat, Callum Robson, with Vaughn Blakey.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yep, Cal just getting some rehydration cranking there with the Bonsai isotonics. Good on you, mate. That was a tricky heat. I'll tell you what, it looks perfect from here, and the conditions could not be more idyllic. But you've got a peg on your nose about your performance in that one.
Yeah, no, I just feel like it was obviously amazing conditions, and the waves up pumping when they came. Liam and I just had a pretty slow heat, and then I felt like just the waves I got were very hard to, do any real good turns out the back section. Then it felt like it was like flat, and then it was just throwing real gnarly. So, yeah, obviously showed in both lob and eye performance. We didn't really make the most of what was out there, but someone's looking after me, so I'm stoked to make it through that heat.
Yeah, you'll take the W's, man. Sometimes they are grindy, even in perfect pumping waves. An important heat for you in the context of this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that crunch time of the year, and especially with not two more events before that that little cut they do, and yeah, every heat matters right now, and I'm keen to kind of tidy up some of those mistakes. It's just kind of schoolboy errors, falling on waves that I shouldn't have been, so tidy those up, and like you said, it's a massive heat this time of year. There's no denying you feel that bit of pressure.
You're one of the great educators, self-educators, man. You'll look back at the tapes and really work on what your weaknesses are, I'm sure, and approach this next heat with a lot more fire.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just first ever time competing at Cloudbreak, and it's as perfect as it looks and is at times. It's very tricky. It's such a big, long lineup. So each heat I'm learning a little bit more about the lineup and the conditions, and I've got Hoggy in my corner, so he's a ball of knowledge, which I'm excited to continue to work through and tap into throughout the course of this event, and hopefully surf 4 more heats.
It's a thirsty work out there, mate.
Yeah.
Let's have a sit.
Cheers. Let's go.
Cheers, y'all.
The Bonsai Isotonic, natural mineral salts, real fruit juice, and coconut water. That's the way to hydrate. Pitar grabs rail off the bottom. Just a little cover up there for George Pitar. Carving off the top, hoping for a little bit more as this wave warps down the reef at Cloudbreak. Pitar, nice snap and gets caught up on the inside and goes down. Jake Marshall behind him stalls the Seaside Local in a barrel. Second section has to just ride the bucking bronco through that section. Scoops up in the top and goes complete. Previous wave for Jake Marshall, definitely a keeper, 7-point ride, and he is starting to kind of pull away in this heat from George Pitar with the lead.
Yeah, I like that judging. He also hasn't, like, I don't know, jinx him, he hasn't fallen yet either. You know, that last wave too, really good read on it. The thing that I'm noticing, Cal spoke to it, right? So the first wave that we saw George on, you can really see it just was a perfect illustration of what Cal was talking about in that post-heat interview. Kind of a little bit more fat out the back, and then all of a sudden it was just like throwing and heaving on the inside, and pretty tricky to read. So I think both those waves are a pretty good demonstration of that. Let's check out George's first. So this one here, grabs the rail, kind of gets into this tight little top half of the wave tube, comes out, but then here, see here, kind of a couple little weird warbles. You can see him setting up for this weird inside track, carves down, and then the thing just goes absolutely turbo on the inside, and goes top to bottom really quick. I feel like there's just the perfect demonstration of what Cal was talking about. Same sort of thing here for Jake, but this was the second wave of the set, and I like this because I feel like the outside section stayed a bit more hollow. You can clearly see the face of the wave is a bit more groomed, but then once he makes this section, it goes turbo once again on the inside here. You can just see it just going so top to bottom and sort of gurgling on that inside reef. But yeah.
You can see also just the fact that he just had to hang on really in some, you know, we've seen those ribs play havoc earlier today. And so just big credit to, look at Italo checking it out.
Olha o tubo. Perdeu.
Yeah. Italo identifying the section. Yeah. Coming up next, up against Matthew McGillivray. Strider, what did you see from the water?
Well, I saw, you know, we heard Caltex talking about how challenging it is and how the sections are really hard to get into and how it's really hard to place your board. And we saw that on that last set with George Pitar on the first wave. But then the second wave was absolutely perfect. And I don't think Jake was ready for it to be as good of a wave as it was. The thing started throating right off the bat and had a big barrel. And then he finally got himself to slow down and try to ride the bull into the barrel. And he did really well to try to adjust to it. But the ever-changing conditions out here just so fast, so it was really hard, and then it looked like it just got really, really good. Hopefully we see some more of those sets because that second wave was amazing. The one that Jake had a really beautiful line right from the start.
Yeah, so Jake Marshall coming through with a 4.83 for that wave that he basically hung on through that whole section. Combine that with the 7-point ride, 11.83 two-wave total, and that puts a lot of pressure on George Pitar, who's on the Red Bull jet ski on the way back out. If he wants to do it in one wave, he's a 9.33. Good news for Pitar, he's got enough time to do it in two.
Oh, totally. 19.5 minutes is plenty of time, and I just go back to Jake. I love the performance I've seen so far from him. I love what I've seen. He hasn't fallen yet either. Maybe what do we have in here?
So something's it may be an equipment change, and it will be an equipment change for George Pitar. So toss that one CI, and he's going to try a different board. Didn't like what he was feeling at the beginning of this heat.
Yeah, interesting. So looking forward to seeing how this new CI fares out there. And you know what? Potentially after just feeling, I mean, we heard Strider talk to it. We were speaking about it before, but there's quite a few lumps and bumps and rivets, and maybe just thinking, okay, I need to navigate that a bit better. But I also like Strider's point too. It's that second wave of the set. It is just so much cleaner, and it's really noticeable. Clear demonstration on the last one compared to George to Jake.
Yeah, and with that bump, so that black board is likely an ECT from Channel Islands, and that eco-carbon tech right there that they've employed on that particular construction is dampening. So those boards generally have a PU core, but then they crush carbon fibers, mix it in the resin, and laminate the board with those crushed carbon fibers. What the result is from what I hear from our crew over there at Channel Islands, is a dampening of the board. So maybe he wants that dampening feeling given the lumps and bumps and ribs that he's feeling. So something that sits a little bit lower in the water and absorbs some of that.
Yeah, interesting. Sound like a scientist over there, Kuiper. But it's really interesting stuff. So I'm looking forward to seeing the contrast between the two boards and how it responds out here this morning. But I can't stop singing Jake Marshall's praises so far in this heat. He hasn't put a foot wrong yet, and no falls. The boards are looking really good. The 7, absolutely loved. 3 big belts, and rewarded really nicely.
Well, speaking of board changes, maybe that was a mandatory board change for George Pitar. It looked like he blew out a fin, Strider.
Wow, definite mandatory board change. You had a fin completely broken out and a big crease across the bottom. So I think that happened on the very inside after the wave was happening. And that thing was just looked like it went through warfare on the inside. So definitely getting on a new board, back out there. Brent Powers on the program to get him some new stuff. And, well, there's some belting going on out the back right now on a new board.
Hey, the new board looks good, Strider. The new board looks good for George Pitar straight away. I think he just got his best score. We're waiting for last score for George Pitar, but that was a well-surfed wave flick.
Was underneath priority. Oh, let's check out this board. So Brent's got it. It's a poor little fin box.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when fins meet reef. The reef generally wins.
Oh, totally, especially when it's coral. That last wave, that was done underneath priority, I'm pretty sure. So George paddles straight back out underneath the priority of Jake, takes off on this wave that originally looked a little bit more tapered, but this thing just kept on giving. It was the gift that kept on giving. Takes off, board is looking nice. A bit more of a setup turn here. This thing gets nice and bowly. That turn right there, that's my favorite moment. And that one just super critical. So that's going to feel good when you kind of get a win. You get a win on the wave itself, but you get a win underneath priority too. So maybe good for the mental space of George Pitar as well.
Yeah, that's how you kind of change momentum, right, in the heat and have things swing your way. The crew from the Australian crew in the channel loves what they're seeing, and I feel George is right back in the heat now. Jumping off the Red Bull jet ski, and we're just halfway through this heat, so a lot of opportunity for George to make a comeback.
I feel like that was a pretty critical time to make that move.
Waiting for score for George Pitar, and as we're waiting for the score, let's go to Vaughn Blakey in the Red Bull athlete boat.
Yeah, thanks so much, Kaipo. It's been a beautiful morning down here. Swell filling in on Cloudbreak Reef, some beautiful conditions, but the vibe on the boat has been pretty chill. Everyone's just giving each other space and a relaxed, sort of happy, easygoing vibe all morning. That is until this guy, the world #1, jumped on the boat, and there was a noticeable shift in energy as Italo started to prepare for his heat, and everyone gets really pumped up on what this guy's going to bring to this lineup. We saw it at the WSL finals last year. He was going ballistic. Every type of surfing you can imagine was getting thrown down on this reef. He means business. He's in blinding form. What is he going to bring to this Fiji Pro Corona, presented by Corona Cero?
That's right. That's why you want to stay tuned in. Italo Ferreira coming up next. George Pitar scored a 4.83, so he's reeling in Jake Marshall. We're taking a break right now. We'll be back with the conclusion. Heat 8, round 2, here at Cloudbreak. It's the Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
on the sand for the win. He's literally surrounded by the entirety of Huntington Beach, hoping that he's able to get the score.
Scores in for Igarashi, a 6.13, not enough, and it is a giant victory for Jake Marshall here, your 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion.
So much emotion. I mean, the guy never won a pro event, and this year has been really rough, and it's just like, man, I just, such a good person, you know what I mean?
What a run for Kanoa. Congratulations to him, runner-up.
For Jake Marshall to come here, working with Chris Gallagher, it's a total full circle moment.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, check out Inside Pro Surfing at worldsurfleague.com, where we can follow the journey of Jake Marshall and that man, Chris Gallagher, his coach, to a win, his first big win on the World Surf League at the US Open of Surfing. Strider's got Gally in the channel.
Chris Gallagher, you know, you were there for that big win for him, for Jake Marshall. What was the vibe, and how'd you keep it alive for the win?
I mean, this year was pretty funky so far. You know, a lot of those little percentages going against us, and Ocean doing weird things, and so pretty frustrating. And then obviously frustrating having to back yourself up on the Challenger. But yeah, we just decided to go and try to have that Grom mentality and kind of start to get some rhythm and win some heats, and then things just start flipping and going your way. And you know, I mean, even in the final, he needed a 9 and came back with 2 waves of like, the Ocean was going flat. It was just like, you know, but that hurricane just kind of spit out like last 2 little hiccups of these little lefts for him, and he got it done. So, I mean, it brings you back. The sport just keeps bringing you back, you know, because it can feel so defeating, and then you have these moments, you realize why you do it, and they're so few and far between. So there's a lot of tears for a lot of people. It was a big thing for him, his first big win, and you know, took a lot of pressure off, and you could tell kind of the way he's operating now. But this tour is hard. We're still trying to make heats out here, so we're in the lead, and hopefully we can shut this one down.
Thanks, Gally. Let's get back to the heat, baby. Here we go.
Yeah, tears and cheers, the dichotomy of the World Surf League and surf competition. Jake Marshall here using priority in the lead. Big snap off the top for the surfer out of Encinitas, California. Paced approach here through the inside. Vicious finishing section, and he meets it with a nice backhand hanger behind him. George Pitar pulls in, gets clipped on entry to that tube. And Jake Marshall looking to improve upon a 4.83. Felt like he did that.
Oh yeah, I reckon he definitely did. There were shades of that 7. It just, for me, his timing is impeccable out here. He's looking so connected to the wave, and I think that's such an important thing out at Cloudbreak, because there is so much to learn. This one just, once again, great wave selection, good positioning from the takeoff. Already we're seeing that those fins, you know, be free on that first turn. The second one there, I think, was a really good choice of maneuver, because it really set him up to be so critical on that last turn. The second one kind of was a carve, and then halfway through the carve, it kind of looks like he was like, no, I need to get to this next turn really quickly. Got there super quickly, and the pace is beautiful. He's not rushing it out there. It doesn't look like he's fighting to stay out ahead of it.
Here we go. George trying to get back into this heat. Up and out there. He'll maintain his priority, just paddle back out, because Jake's on his way back out on the back of the Red Bull jet ski, so just sniffing around in the lineup. George Pitar. Multiple chances for George. Here goes another wave for Pitar, and again, it seems like he's getting confused in the lineup right now. Couple of quick up and downs for George Pitar, but he's hanging on to priority. I guess that's the thing that's in his favor.
Yeah, he's got priority. I mean, he can have a little sniff around until Jake gets out the back for sure, but kind of just a little bit of a roll of the dice, see if the wave's going to eventuate into anything. But last score.
Yeah, last score for, as we suspected, for Jake Marshall, a 6.17. So Marshall, 13.17 two-wave total, and I don't know what he's upset about. He's
priority.
Yeah, he's saying he's a little frustrated. He thought that George and him paddling back into the lineup, he was far enough into the lineup and would have earned priority. He would have really been able to close the heat out given priority. But look at the numbers right there. Great score for Jake Marshall on the IC scoreline.
Yeah, epic score. I thought it was going to go sort of close to around that 7. Just came in just underneath. Just really beautiful, beautiful surfing.
So that's the positioning that Jake is, like, he's saying that George was on the inside and he was on the outside, and so he was pleading his case to the priority judge, but we're going to stand firm with George Pitar with priority in this last 7 minutes. However, George needs to go excellent on his next wave. George needs an 8.34 to take the lead off of a hard-charging Jake Marshall at the moment.
Yeah, critical moment in the heat. So hard for us to say because we don't have the full picture. We don't have the full back angle. So we couldn't really get a good idea of what was going on. Clearly it's frustration from Jake, but priorities with George. So.
And Jake just keeps his wits about him, I feel. Don't get emotional at this point in the heat. You know, you got 6.5 minutes, you have a big lead. Don't get emotional about things that you can't control, like your priority.
Yeah,
you know?
I think 6.5 is still a lot of time, and I feel like that last heat was a bit slow on the slow side. This one seems like we've had a little bit more consistency. I'd say we're definitely going to see another set before the end of this heat and another couple of opportunities. It just, with the way Jake's form is, I'd just be holding true in that and drawing a lot of confidence from that, being like, hey, I haven't fallen and my surfing's being rewarded. The kind of surfing I'm doing is being rewarded. Let's just focus on the positives here and not try and get caught up in that emotion.
I agree. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, George Pitar needs to be laser focused at this moment to identify a wave that has excellent potential. Now, he can do it in 2, you know, given the time on the clock, but that window is really closing when we think about the frequency of waves and the trip back out, even with a Red Bull jet ski.
Yeah, I feel like it's becoming less and less likely it's going to be done in one wave. What I will say is that board is looking good under his feet. The change, even though it wasn't planned, and I think that board looks great. He's dropped his highest number since he jumped on that board, the 483. It is a bit of a pressure cooker for him now, though, because I feel like we're getting into the territory of just one wave for sure. But look, George is going to want to advance here. He's come off the back of another pretty good result at Tahiti. We're just cracking under that 5-minute mark. So both of these guys, in their own different way, obviously want to continue on through this round. Jake, we heard Gally talking about it. He just wants to keep making some heats at this CT level. Wants to continue with the momentum here. Let's keep that good sort of winning feeling going. And then the other hand, George, who's had a blinder of a year, his first win on the championship tour, wants to continue on with his form too. So 2 different sides of the coin here.
Yep, under 5 minutes, Flick. So if you're able to turn the heat under 5 minutes, we've been tracking that this year, and we look at it as a clutch win. So we've been tracking surfers who have obtained clutch wins throughout the entire year, and the way that we define clutch wins are surfers that are able to turn the heat in the final 5 minutes. So if George would be able to do that here in this last 4 minutes, he would have a clutch heat win.
Yeah, I think that stat's pretty epic. I think when we introduced that just 10 days ago over at Chopes, it was cool to see whose names were at the top. And for me, someone that continually surprised me throughout the event was on the women's side, and that was Isabella Nichols. Just how many clutch performances she's had. And yeah, she says it's not intentional, but it just gives you a good look into the inner psyche of an athlete and who performs really well under pressure and who can deliver under pressure. Yep. Iago Dora's name was obviously up there as well. He's delivered some incredible moments.
Yeah, and George has had a couple of clutch wins this season. On the way to a win over at Margaret River, he did it the hard way in a couple of heats over there. 2 clutch wins in 2026, and both of them happening at Margaret River. So he's capable of it. He's already has a history of being able to turn heats. He just needs to do it again right now. Needs a little help from the Pacific Ocean. It's
kind of funny, right? There's 2 ways to go about a heat. You kind of go out the gates like Aaron Brooks yesterday. You get an 8, you back it up with a 10. You're like, woo, got it in the bag. And you're like, that heat felt good. But then you go about another way, and it's so stressful, the whole heat, right?
I'm stressed.
And then in the last 5 minutes, you have the opportunity to turn the heat. You do it, and it's kind of like, they both have those great feelings of winning. Obviously, getting a 10 and getting an 8 is insane. But then sometimes those wins where you really had to work for it and really be composed in those moments and really go back to all the training you've done, go back to the visualization, like just that whole mental side of the game can feel just as satisfying because it was a really difficult win.
Here it goes. Pitar needs to go excellent. Slashes off the top, takes a high line, seeking the barrel. Not going to find it in that first section. Screaming down the line, needs something. It needs to be an important and impressive inside section. Stalls, gets under the hood, traveling through this one, and that one shuts him down, and that takes away the opportunity to score that excellent score. He's not going to do it. It will be Jake Marshall moving on.
Yeah, it's tough. I think you could already see it. The moment he did the first turn and he came out of that, and there was that real downtime where he was kind of looking for that next opportunity, you kind of already know. You know the writing's on the wall, and that is definitely not going to be that excellent number. So pretty frustrating times right here for George. You can see him kind of splashing that water, and let's have a look at Jake. Just quick in and out.
Yeah, it would be smart for Jake to guard the lineup right now because George is on the Red Bull jet ski, but just gets bucked off. Sometimes
they're on dry reef right
heats just don't go your way.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. So shallow on the inside there. And pretty difficult for
it. Yeah, it's just kind of, it's at this point it's almost just surviving that inside section.
Oh, it's so sharp in there too. I mean, if you get dry docked on that, we've seen it over the years. The contest has ran surfers getting dry docked on that inside section, literally standing there on dry reef, because the lagoon here is so different to Chopes, right? And like to get in and around on a ski would take forever unless there's water properly rushing over the reef. So we've seen surfers literally standing on there just trying to fight their way back out. Let's rewind, let's have a look here. So set up turn for George. And you can see here already, he's just looking for the moment. He's like, please provide me with something excellent, but this wave just gets a bit too small. Didn't have excellent written all over it, and stays in the tube. Nice pocket ride here, but the thing just gets so small and tiny and couldn't find the exit.
Yeah, the portal just shut down. 40 seconds. And this should be a foregone conclusion because I'm sure Jake's going to guard the peak in this last 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
And George knows that. You can see by
he knows
the pace that he's paddling.
Yeah.
So this is a tough one for George. I mean, some of those heats just, 8 waves ridden. He gave himself a lot of chances. A broken board, had to change that out. Had some really, really hefty wipeouts in very shallow water, so a testing for George Patar, but he's going to have to focus now on a wave that I think he's going to be looking really good at when we look at stop number 9. I think George Patar for lowers, that's going to be a great combination, but unfortunately for Patar, that's his end of the run here at Fiji. And speaking of running into the next round, round number 3, Jake Marshall is going to be running into Callum Robson for his matchup in that round 3. We got more action on the way. By the way, what we have on the way coming up next, we have world number 1, Italo Ferreira, coming up against Matthew McGillivray. That promises to be an incredible heat here at Cloudbreak. It's all on the way here. Stick around. Why would you go anywhere? It's the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. Italo is back in the water when we return.
What a gorgeous day. This is the Momi Bay Lagoon right behind us here. We're on the Momi Marriott host set. Jesse Starling's lucky enough to get upgraded into one of these over-the-water bungalows. Super jealous. What a great spot to be hanging out with. Restaurants are thriving here. We've got a big buffet, which is actually right next to our booth. A little dangerous for someone like me who likes to grind. Yeah, we got to get fed around here. It's beautiful.
Let me let you in on a little secret. Just before I came into the booth, I was thinking, might just go steal 2 little pancakes.
Yeah, you're allowed.
Just on the way and circle back, and here we are.
Actually, this really happened yesterday. Jessie ordered room service.
Don't!
No, it's on her break. That's what's happening here. What a day it's been. Waves are pumping. Italo Ferreira is now in the lineup with Matthew McGillivray. And we really got to think about what Italo's been doing this year. He's wearing bright yellow for a good reason. A guy that usually imposes himself on waves, but Cloudbreak's got a vote here. Guy that can find speed when a wave doesn't give it to him, but Cloudbreak's the opposite story. He's just going to play with that speed and harness it into the pit out in front. Grab rail down carve, and he'll just kind of step off in the shallow end to show how comfortable he's looking today after dealing with an unfortunate wipeout. He got a board to the nose. There he goes, jumping off. That's how shallow it is there on the inside corner. No room for duck dives if you want to save your equipment or your knuckles on the reef. And he'll continue to push himself back into position against the replacement wildcard surfer for Jordy Smith. Matthew McGillivray, a familiar face on the championship tour, made the decision not to chase Challenger Series points this year. Lucky enough for us, we're getting to see him getting invited back to the big stage once again.
You never know what's around the corner, do you? I love the fact that Matty McGillivray has got the call up and we just get to enjoy his wildly versatile surfing, and especially with Italo as well. These two guys have actually matched up a couple of times over their career so far, 3 times in particular, and the last one was actually over in J-Bay, and Italo got the win on Matty there. So maybe just a little bit of, we spoke about it earlier, if you get beat once or twice, it's time to start swinging it the other way, but if you get beat in your home court, you're thinking, wow, I really need to start to beat this guy. Matty McGillivray, his first wave of this heat, just a smaller score, but I love just how smooth, calm, collected his surfing is, placing that board perfectly in the pocket. A lot of foam to deal with on that third turn there too. So again, just really clean, smooth transitionings from rail to rail for Matty McGillivray. And then Italo. There's been chirps about 2 names in particular who are showing up in the free surf as the dominant force. One of them, Erin Brooks, and she really stood out yesterday. The other one, this guy, does 2 massive carves, tucks into a perfect little barrel that bends back towards him over his body. Essentially, he just had to sit there. Look at it perfectly fold over him. That gives us a grab rail carve to think about afterwards too. So Italo just picking up exactly where we thought he would, and just continuing to give us incredible professional surfing this year.
Picked up a huge win this year at Raglan. Love going front side and love seeing him riding a polyurethane surfboard. Typically was on just epoxies basically every heat he was in on tour for a decade, including his win in Chopes in big conditions. And he's been playing a little bit with new materials, and that's been to the advice of his coach, Leandro Dora, just having him try a couple of different things, even changing a couple of things with his technique above the lip. I always find it really rare for guys that are already established. They're already a world champion, and then they can actually change their body mechanics this deep into their career. Italo's been responding to it really well.
I love when guys who you think are at the top of their game, the top of their craft, still find ways to improve and refine. And there's so many voices and critics in surfing. There is everyone, and everyone has an opinion. And Italo does seem like the type of competitor who takes a lot in and then wants to prove people wrong and get better. And that is what makes world champions. We've seen so many people step up to that level and keep pushing. Galgo Dora really comes to mind for me as well, as the guy who just keeps continuing to refine his craft. And Italo's definitely taken some time recently to push himself even further.
Interested to see how Matty's going to handle this wild card, and I suppose for him to be just pressure-free, He's not stressed. He's not thinking about points and cut top 22 like he has been his whole career. So he'll be able to embrace this feeling, like a wild card with nothing to lose, knowing that he could actually appreciate the experience of Cloudbreak. Think about Jesse where he's sitting right now. He's in the middle of the South Pacific. Yeah. There's not like a stadium crowd or energy from like a beach comp. He's got the channel there with some boats out there and anything he needs to succeed in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He's got the tower in the distance. To accept a wild card is probably an easy decision for Matty, knowing that he probably is feeling like he's on a surf trip right now.
He's in paradise. He's eating good food. He's surrounded by good people, but he doesn't have the pressure. So Matty McGillivray is actually on the dream tour. Seriously.
Real life.
Real life.
Real life story, and we have a real live cross happening right now with current world number 2 on the live rankings from Italy, Leonardo Fioravanti. Leo, first off, congrats on your heat win today, and thanks for joining us.
Woo! Thanks, guys. I just saw the little sign that said come have a chat, so I jumped on it. The girls in the back. We got Joao next to us.
What a good vibe.
We're in paradise, guys.
Can you order me something, Leo? Looks like you've got everything at your disposal there.
This place is incredible. Obviously, it's called the Athlete Zone, but it's the Tavarua Island, which really is paradise on earth for a surfer. And Italo's on the wave. Let's see if Matty goes down the line. But yeah, this place has been amazing. I mean, we got a perfect wave out front, and the food's amazing. And what a beautiful day today.
It's gorgeous. Thanks for joining us for the call. As we watch Italo and Matty here, world number 1, Italo Ferrer just up and out. How are you handling watching this heat from your competitive mindset, Leo, knowing that the guy you're chasing for your yellow jersey is in the water right now?
I actually jumped on, and then I realized it was Italo's heat, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of classic. I didn't even know that Italo was going to be competing, but you know, the year is still very long. There's still a long time to go. Italo is an incredible competitor, and especially out at Cloudbreak on a day like today, I feel like there's a little bit of an advantage for the goofy footers because it's running really fast, so you're able to adapt a little bit better. So I do think it'll be a really hard one for Matty, but we do know that Matty is either 2s or 8s, right? He's one of those surfers that goes out and will put on a show at times, so never count him out. But let's see if the waves start firing. But yeah, this morning I had a heat, and it was tricky. It was very tricky.
Yeah, before we get there, Leo, I mean, would you typically be watching this heat? You know, the positions you're in right now this far in the season, or would it be a heat that you'd actually try not to pay attention to?
Yeah, I'm not one of those guys that doesn't look at things, or you know, even looking at rankings doesn't really bother me. I think it's exciting seeing my name up, you know, close to the top, and I'm aware that it's a long year ahead, and I'm not getting ahead of myself. But yeah, I like to watch every type of surfing because if I can learn from one of those guys, and you know, take some of those little things that they do into my surfing, I think it's always an advantage. So watching is learning to me.
Leo, I ran into you in an alleyway in El Salvador. It was before you won.
Yeah, you did.
And I think you'd just done a workout. And I don't know, I mean, I'm sure everyone told you this, but I honestly walked away and I had a feeling. I was like, it's coming. It's about to happen. Was that something that you had already kind of knew in advance, that you were maybe a day away from having that dream come true?
To be honest, Joe, I've heard that so many times and had that feeling of it's going to happen in my career that I kind of just stopped thinking that way and just kind of, you know, when people said those things, I almost took it as a positive thing that like, okay, like, you know, it's cool that they believe that I can do it, but it's more about believing in myself as much as possible. And throughout the years, I just realized that anything can happen. You can feel at your best and win an event, or be injured and win an event. So El Salvador is one of those places that I've always surfed really well. I think up until then, my best result was a 9th place, but I always had some, you know, big scores and really competitive heats. So I think it really suited my surfing. And, you know, Joe, you called it. I guess you were right. I didn't get ahead of myself, that's for sure, but it happened. So I'm happy it did, finally.
What a great moment. I think what was more impressive as well was backing it up, you know, at the next event, showing up in the final in a completely different type of arena, as we will watch live action Leo still enjoying the tabby bar there. Over in the Red Bull athlete zone, loading up and seeing that beautiful car back in the pocket from world number 1. Pacing way down the line, nice snap, nice flow, and jamming into an inside pit, trying to force the exit is sometimes impossible. Leo could tell you that firsthand from his heat earlier
I had
today.
I had a few this morning like that.
How's your back feeling, my friend?
You know, I think I got lucky a few of those times. I think once I got shot up in the air and just landed on whitewash. Another time I got shot up in the air and landed on my surfboard, so I stayed away from the reef. But this end section, that's what I mean by on your forehand. You know, Italo wasn't able to sneak out of that, but on your forehand you can adapt a little bit better. And backhand, once you lock in, you're kind of locked in, and when you try to doggy door it, everything's coming on your back. So you got to get on your toes and hope for the best. And this morning I hoped for the best a few times and just got smashed, absolutely smashed. But luckily I made the heat, and that's the most important part. You know, I always say 2 4s or 2 8s, it doesn't really matter. When you're out there, you really want to just win your heat and beat your competitor, and that was the focus.
Leo, I've got a question coming in from your fans out in the water right now. Strider, go ahead.
Leo, how you doing in there? I'm sure it's very comfortable at the bar. Just had a quick question for you on, have you thought about the elevation of the sport if an Italian wins the world title? Because for me, you know, the richness and the style and the food and just everything from Italy and Europe, it's just all elevated to a point to where I feel like it would bring that to our sport and elevate our sport if you were a world title contender or a champion.
You know, Strider, that's a great question. And Italians are really passionate fans. They love sports in general, and whenever there's an Italian competing, even if it's badminton or whatever sport it is, they'll be ping pong. They'll be supporting him, no matter him or her, no matter what. And so after this win in El Salvador and then the second place and becoming world number 1, I really realized how big Italian media is and how much they really back their athletes. And when you get to that level, you know, after this last month was really, really crazy and really, really cool to see. Also, it's fair to say that Italy didn't make it to the World Cup, which was a heartbreak for me and most Italians. But it also opened up a space for other sports. And it's really cool. You know, we got Sinner, who's world number 1. We have Kimi Antonelli in the Formula 1, who's world number 1. And, you know, hopefully, you know, I can keep having the year that I'm having and keep elevating the surfing in Italy. And I think the greatest thing about this all is that I hope that I can inspire the new generation and just, I think it's already happening, but show them that it's possible, that if you believe and you put in the work, no matter where you're from, you can get there. And if it happens, it'll be a great moment for myself and for Italy, that's for sure. A huge moment.
Well said, Leo. Great question, Striders. We're watching live action with Maddie McGillivray off the bottom, throwing a little carve in the pocket. Chasing a 7.5 at the moment as we see a big blast there on the backhand from the South African as he's trying to catch up to Italo. Italo dropped a 6.5 on his last, and the yellow jersey's in motion. Drawing it off the lip line, compressing off the bottom again. Nice little redirect, setting up the pit now. Pereira, 2019 world champ, emerges out clean and will sneak out under the whitewater there. And now Leo still at the
really
bar
well read.
for us. Jesse Starling's going to jump in.
Yeah, Leo, I have a question for you because I've had the privilege of getting to know you better over this year, and you've obviously hit the best part of your career so far with the win and you're number 2 in the world. For someone with the shoe on the other foot who was in your heat with Eli Hanneman, who needs a big result, you've been there, you've been in his position. For those guys who need to make something happen at this part of the year, what would kind of be your advice to them?
You know, Eli is definitely in a tough position, and last year, George Pitar, I think, is a great example. He was in that same position. He didn't make the cut at Margaret River, and I saw him crying on the side after he lost. And, you know, me and George didn't necessarily have the tightest relationship as he just qualified, and I'd only known George for a few months. But I went up to him and just kind of like gave him a hug and said, you know, George, I've been there in this exact position, and you're surfing amazing. You will get back there, and you just got to keep believing in yourself. It is what it is. I don't think falling off tour means that you are a bad surfer. This World Tour is the best surfers in the world. So if you're not in the top 22 in the world and you're 25th, you still are one of the best surfers in the world. And every time, I fell off tour twice. So both times, it just gave me that extra motivation to improve, keep improving, keep getting better. Not only requalifying, but coming back stronger. And why I talked about George is because I gave him those words. I'm sure, you know, he had a good crew around him. He went out, smashed the Challenger Series, came back, and now he's, 6th or 7th in the world, and he's having an incredible year. So I think these moments are important to a career. You're never going to have, it's rare that you have a career where in 15 years, it's always at the top. You're always going to go down, you're going to come back up. And that's where you see a true athlete that always bounces back and gets better. And that's the beauty of our sport. And I'm sure if Eli doesn't do it over at Trestles, he will get back, you know, to his tools. He'll start working harder. He'll start improving, and we'll see him again even better and stronger as an athlete and as a person in general.
Ah, great words, wise words, and really cool that you passed that to a fellow competitor. Leo Fioravanti, enjoy your day, and thanks for the time.
Woo! Thank you.
Leonardo Fioravanti joining us from Tavarua. He's already into round 3, round of 16 to take on Morgan Siblick, and enjoying the best year to date of his amazing career. As we continue on with action, Italo gets tangled up on his 6th wave right into the matchup, and Matthew McGillivray will have priority. The South African's going to roll in. Late takeoff, grabs the rail, getting funneled. Will he come out? We see the spit without Matty. So back-to-back waves where they end up being complete. So they're kind of feeding off each other. Wave previous for both of them. They turned in some numbers. And now priority will be interesting. They're kind of drifting into the same space. Italo's looking like he'll probably be in a great position to keep the rotation going since he caught the first wave.
Yeah, a couple of things that I've really taken on board from this last 5 minutes. Number one is Italo is looking for a very particular type of wave. Both of his scoring rides so far have had 2 turns at the start and then a quick transition into a nice barrel that actually bends back towards him. He doesn't have to do too much fighting, where Matty McGillivray, on the other hand, he is sticking to more of those open, clean canvases, pushing super hard on that second turn in particular, where that's where the points and the drama comes from for the judges. Italo, this is this wave that he's chasing, does 2 turns, carves that one back, and now watch this wave bowl over him. He honestly just has to stand there. The wave is doing all the work for him, and then this one, it starts to run off down the line. So that says to me, his takeoff spot is slightly further down than what the, say, traditional spot would be. But we've seen that over the years, whether it be here or at Tavarua, people have succeeded sitting on different parts of the reef. Let's think back to 2 guys in particular. Kelly Slater always liked to sit a little bit further up the reef, where the Hobgood brothers actually sat a little bit further down. Both successful, both had wins there. So you can see Italo's found his part, and all this time out here is paying off because his waves are consistently looking good.
Yeah, you can see the different styles of the approach here. Goofy versus regular, you know, Kelly versus the Hobgoods being goofs, and they can go so fast on this wave. It's 2 of the most unbelievable athletes when it came to Cloudbreak were CJ and Damien. As we look at Matty McGillivray throwing a little tag before pulling in, and now in a nice fun looking barrel, McGillivray goes the distance and now gets a little attack on the end section to bookend it with turns, chasing a 7.54. He said he misses his friends that he travels with, you know, chasing world-class waves for all these years. So that's just been the bonus of coming back to the Championship Tour jersey, especially during this time of the year. As we see this wave one more time.
Matty McGillivray has to have one of the highest make rates out of anyone. I swear he never falls, but this is definitely better for Matty. Starts to get really deep in that tube, and it's almonds at the end. So this one was actually a really tricky barrel to read. He had to push himself slightly higher. It's actually a lot cleaner from that side angle than what I thought it was. But then just to belt that end section, we've seen so many people go incomplete in that exact moment. But Matty making it look really easy. And I love the fact that he's also positioning himself deeper on the reef, where he's trying to pull in from the takeoff or finding those ones that hit that better part of the reef for a deeper barrel for a natural footer.
Exciting matchup here on paper. Big for the world title race. Matty McGillivray doing a lap with the water patrol outside the buoys, and he'll be dropped off in a moment. Heat before was a solid one for a man named Jake Marshall. Just came off that US Open win, and now he's got a round 3 matchup to look forward to with Callum Robson. Jake Marshall is on the boat with Vaughn Blakey.
Jake Marshall, congratulations. Big heat winner over Georgie Patar there, and mate, some perfect waves during that heat.
Oh yeah, the waves were firing in that heat. It was nice to get a heat where I actually just got to surf a little bit. Haven't had a whole lot of those lately, so it felt good to just surf and yeah, get some fun waves with a good bud. It's sick.
Mate, your big win, a career-defining win over there at the US Open, very different conditions here. When you see those waves coming at you and they're just so lined up, so big, so full of power and just so perfect, like what's going through your mind?
I don't know. I mean, this event I always am just like trying to think about. I mean, I'm just having fun. Like, this is the one event where I feel like growing up, you just like dream of coming here and staying on Tavarua, and like you're hanging with all your buds and surfing like insane waves. It's kind of just like the best time. So I don't know. I'm just trying to enjoy myself over here and just have a good trip and have a fun time. And when the waves are like this, it's pretty hard not to. So yeah, I was stoked out there.
We know how good getting barreled out here feels, but man, how good does it feel when you're just fanging off the bottom of a set wave and it's just standing up for you and you can just unleash a full kaboom into the lip?
For sure. I probably could have maybe got barreled on that one big one I got, but we'll try that again in the next one, hopefully. But yeah, it's such a good turn wave, and that's what makes this wave so special. You can do turns, barrels, kind of like whatever you really want. You can kind of just surf this wave like to your liking, so it's real enjoyable, and it's such a fun experience to get to compete out here.
And just finally, mate, momentum is a wonderful thing. It breeds confidence. We've seen Seth bring that into this specific leg. How much did that win change sort of your mindset and your belief heading into the back half of the year?
For sure. I was really like bummed out and frustrated after Brazil was like the last one. I just like hadn't made a heat in so long, and it's tough on this tour. Like, everyone's so damn good, so it's like sometimes you can be doing everything right, like training, surfing, having good boards, like feeling like you're surfing great, and maybe 1 or 2 mistakes are just costing you heats. So just to be able to make some heats and win that event, like, it just kind of validated that I was doing the right stuff and like I'm on the right track. It's not always like a linear progression up, you know. Sometimes you're gonna hit a roadblock, go down, go backwards, like all over the place, you know. So that's why we love surfing, and then that's why it can frustrate you too, but it's still the best thing in the world. So I'm still like loving competing and surfing. I'm stoked to just be able to get a little momentum going and hopefully can have a good run in this event. I'd be stoked.
I love that attitude. How can you fail when you feel like that? Good on you, man. Look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Right on. Thank you. Shout out to everyone at home. You. Right on. Thank you.
Great perspective there from Jake Marshall, who has been competing for a very, very long time. He's known Chris Gallagher for majority of his just surfing life. Remember stopping by Jake's home in Encinitas when he was a Super Grom, and you open the garage and there were hundreds of Chris Gallagher shapes. Felt like hundreds, but it was just from like 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-3.5. They all became hand-me-downs for his younger brothers. But what a relationship. You could see why Gally got emotional during that US Open win. He's been by his side through all those hard losses, coming close to big victories. I was shocked to hear that that was his first pro win, even though we've been following his career since day one. It's like he finally got that breakthrough feeling at the US Open, and he can channel that momentum to the championship tour.
And Gally as well, he has an exceptional strike rate now when it comes to the US Open. 3 of the last 4 winners he's coached: Levi Slauson, Eli Hanneman, and Jake Marshall. So Gally has just found this winning formula with his athletes in that part of the world. And I know after spending a bit of time with Gally, whether it's down at events or in airports and just chatting to him, he really does believe in confidence for his athletes and however he can make that happen. And I love the fact that Jake is starting to regain that after a slow start.
Two-time world champ Felipe Toledo suiting up.
All the best.
Yeah, brother. Cheers.
Takes on Japan's Connor O'Leary.
Thanks, brother.
Sometimes that jump onto the sled can turn into a wipeout before your heat starts. Connor did that well.
I was just thinking that is a fun little dance that they're playing right before their heats, and I was going, I wonder how that would pan out for me.
When Connor first came on the scene, he was happy that this event was on the calendar, and he actually had a runner-up finish to Maddie Wilkinson. Great connection with this place from day one for Connor O'Leary, as we've had some repeat matchups with himself and Felipe Toledo this year.
Yes, a couple this year. Actually, they've met up a bunch of times over their careers. So they've met up 7 times prior to this, which is wild. But the last 3 wins belong to Connor O'Leary. So it's time for Felipe to start swinging that story back the other way. And of course, an unbelievable win for Connor, his first at J-Bay last year against Toledo, which went on to be his first ever CT win.
That was such a gigantic moment for Connor O'Leary. Got past Toledo with the 10, got past Yago Dora in the final. And you can tell he's just the people's champ for all the people that wanted to congratulate O'Leary last season. Then he lifted to a great finish at the Gold Coast. He felt that was almost maybe even more powerful than his win the previous season, even though he fell short to Ethan Ewing. We're down to 6-10 in this heat. Just the other day, Italo Ferreira had that bad wipeout where his board just drilled him in the nose, in his face, not the nose of his surfboard, but yeah, just got 5 stitches to his nose. And he said it was horrible, like the feeling. He said the pain, he wouldn't wish it on anybody. So had the medical staff attend to him there to get his nose fixed. And he just went on to say, well, you know, with his faith, he's unshaken, and he's got another scar and another reason to look forward. Beware the wounded animal. I mean, he's done that more than once in his career, especially this season.
This season too. Can we think back to El Salvador this year? He had the knee injury and stitches in his knee, but went on to an incredible run through that event. Semi-finals, I want to say. So don't be fooled if Italo Ferreira has stitches in his nose or his knee. He's still going to show up, put his best foot forward, and he surfed this heat brilliantly. I know he's only got a 6.5 and a 5.87, and there's probably surf fans out there that were thinking he was going to do what Aaron Brooks did, you know, because just with his connection with this wave, but he's still surfing so smart, so fast, and he doesn't look phased in the slightest.
If he's injured or if he's not, he's been dominating. Wearing the yellow jersey for a reason, CT by the numbers. He's got the best winning percentage this year. And when you think about his consistency of pulling himself together and being in the world title race, it's really unbelievable what he's done since his world title in 2019. He's never finished outside the top 5. Last year finishing 4th in the world is his worst result since his world title. I mean, I'm not counting a year where he hurt himself. He did the splits on a backside floater at J-Bay, so I'm not counting that year because that was unfortunate, a really terrible injury that he couldn't surf through, even though he wanted to. But to always show up and, you know, even have the world title slip between his fingers. He's had 2 runner-up finishes in the world since 2019.
You could also argue that this actually could be his most consistent year ever, because yes, the year he won his world title, he made 5 finals that year, but he also had a lot of 17ths as well. This year he hasn't dropped below a 9th place, and we're in stop number 8. So he's gone from a 9th to a 3rd to a 9th, 1st, 2nd, 9th, 3rd. And now we're over in Fiji, a place where he has this brilliant love and passion for this wave. So it could just keep continuing for Italo, and that consistency has him in the yellow jersey. Kaipo and I were talking about it yesterday. Those guys who have found just a reoccurring pattern, no matter where they've gone, and found success, has given them a real edge and advantage over to the rest of the field, and it proves in the points and the rankings.
It really does, Jesse. 3:10 on the clock. McGillivray is just going to take an extra look at this wave and realizes there's nothing there for him. Maddie still with one of the best, well, not the best entrance to a heat ever. Jumping out of a plane with his jersey on at Jeffreys Bay. Unfortunately, he didn't make it through that heat. Maybe his adrenaline spiked before the match started. Italo starting to close in on the wild card. but Ferreira's just catching fire. He really did some damage in the draw in Tahiti when a lot of his world title threats were knocked out really early. He took advantage of that, created some space between himself and the top 5 in a venue where he found instant success. I mean, this guy came from Baia Formosa. He didn't come from a surfing family, which is a common story for championship tour athletes. He doesn't have a CT venue in his backyard, which is a common story for athletes like Maddie lives in J Bay.
Yeah, wow.
For him, just starting off riding his the ice chest lid of his dad's cooler and became a phenom. He's had to work so hard for it. His first trip to Cloudbreak, he beat Kelly, made the quarters. Under 2 minutes to go. Priority is with world number 1. He'll take this wave and set up his first turn. Set up work. Trying to slow things down. It's always a hard concept for Italo, but now he's playing with it. Now deep in the pit, ultra deep, steps on the gas and gets an exit over almost dry reef. Unbelievable speed management there. Wiped off some speed to put himself as deep as he could have gone. And with his reputation of being the fastest surfer on the planet, he executed it there in that funnel.
Can we just talk about how consistent his wave selection has been? Every single one of those barrels so perfect, and the waves that he is choosing are drawing off the reef in this perfect angle where it's like he just needs to squat down and it's going to throw over him. This one he had to work a little bit harder than the previous ones. A slightly bigger wave too. You can see he waited for this to open up. Now he starts just threading it deep. Here he goes. He's pumping through it but can hold his line, and he really had to pick his moment at the end of the wave there where there was a slight window for him to exit and hold on, and he got it done. He's pulled through as that wave is closing out over him. So Italo, again, just showcasing how well he knows this incredible slab of reef. And if the swell keeps building like we think it is, and he's choosing barreling waves like that, I think we're going to see some of the most incredible barrels that we've seen this year.
Gosh, his execution has just been so phenomenal on a wave that kept him honest at the start, but he was just all doing the setup work that he needed to close this one out on Matthew McGillivray. 6.2 and a 6.5 now for Italo's top 2 scores, and left Matty chasing almost a 7-point ride. Matthew McGillivray will exit out. We'll wait to see if we'll see him again. Maybe as a replacement surfer at the next event. Jordy Smith went through a big surgery, so we'll see how that's going to happen. Still wishing Jordy a speedy recovery, and Italo speeding his way into the next round of competition. Top 5 would be very nervous. They want someone to stop this man, but right now he appears to be unstoppable. Up next, Connor O'Leary taking on Felipe Toledo. We'll be right back. The Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Fiji Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Dream come true being here in Fiji for the Championship Tour. If you heard the announcement last year, it's an awesome one that will be here guaranteed through 2029. Connor loves it, Felipe loves it as they meet head-to-head once again this year. Connor representing Japan and Felipe representing just a big part of the Brazilian Storm. A two-time world champion, the first from Brazil to go back-to-back with his world titles. Then he took a break from the tour, eased his way back into competition last year with a show-stopping performance at Burley Heads, including a 10-point ride for a barrel to alley-oop combination. Now, again, enjoying his time on tour, almost feeling pressure-free, kind of doing everything right, putting it in the right place, but trying to keep the stress and the pressure off. He's sitting outside the top 10, but big things are ahead of Felipe and Connor, two guys that have a ton of respect for each other. We saw that after their heat came to a close on the Gold Coast when Connor was the one man that could stop the fire of Felipe Toledo. Up until that point, Toledo didn't look beatable. He got past Medina, the waves were pumping. He's the king of high performance for a reason. But Connor's backhand showed up that day.
Connor, we spoke about it. There's been so many moments this year that have actually changed the game in competitive surfing, and you'd have to put Connor's backhand performance at Snapper right there in the middle of the conversation, because it was some of the best we've seen. It got Oki out of his seat, and Oki has been talked about as being the best goofy footer of all time, and Connor's gone out and taken down guys like Felipe Toledo, who we didn't think was beatable on a right-hand point break.
Aki falls out of his seat a lot.
Yeah.
One time we were calling a heat in Brazil, and we were on this little stage. It was like, and we had wheels on our seats in the booth. True story. Ak remembers this. He's probably listening out on the boat right now. But he likes to move a lot. You know, he's moving. He's really into the heat. It was like a round 2 heat on shore, 1 foot, you know, bringing the energy.
Yeah.
And yeah, the wheel rolled off the edge. Ak always lands on his feet though. Did a backflip out of the chair, landed, and pulled it. He pulls it. It's Ak.
Oh my goodness, Oki.
Aki from Cronulla, living on the Gold Coast for a long time. Connor O'Leary representing Cronulla as well, along with Japan on tour. Coming from a great surfing family, just like Felipe. So it's cool when you grow up in a family, your parents love to surf. Ricardinho, hope you're having a great day. Multiple-time Brazilian national champ. Of a growing family with Felipe's brother, Mateus, becoming a father recently. Parabéns. So we've got some dad strength in this one. Connor enjoying that ride as well.
Oh, absolutely. Him and his partner, Steph, brought their beautiful little girl into the world. And she actually came to a lot of the stops at the start of the season. So she got her first real insight into tour life. And it's funny, growing up, Connor's wife, Steph O'Leary, but she was Steph Single. She was a surfer that I looked up to. She was so good at surfing, but yeah, Connor's still flying the flag for that family.
Steph still shredding, watching her husband fade this cut back into the pocket. Nice patience from O'Leary, springing into just a meat hook carve. Out in front again, nice finesse. You could see him just push hard, then stay light on his feet in transition. Hooking it one more time. Beautiful bottom turn, layback, hack on the open face to switch gears. Big man with some power, crushes the lip line. Easy pace to follow in the flat, stays on his feet. Felipe looking to respond. Another guy that is famous for finding speed where other surfers can't find it, where that big snap goes with good timing. And just a little off balance for his backside float to finish. See, being willing to land in the flats over shallow water is what all these guys do all day for big scores. That one getting away from Toledo there, and potentially a surfboard as well.
Oh no, yeah, it looks like his leash came off his ankle there. So unfortunately he's got to swim and get that backup board, potentially try and get that one off the reef a little bit later. But my heart rate just got elevated. This was a heat I was so looking forward to. Both of these guys have been in really great form this year. We spoke about Connor at Snapper and as well as what Toledo did at Snapper this year, but put them back in a heat together, they're both going to put their best foot forward. They understand each other's strengths. There was moments on that wave from Connor I was thinking, he's a big guy and he has to surf to his size, and he did that. Those turns were so drawn out and massive. But then you look to Toledo, he's so fast, and a couple of those backside snaps, they're just, you go, oh, it just, you know it turns good when you involuntarily go, oh wow, like there's a noise comes out. So if that's the first signs of what we're going to see between these two, bring it on. I am already looking forward to what these guys can do for the next 27 minutes.
What a great start to this battle. Whether these guys are going for backside attacks or front side, it's goofy versus regular. I just love the entire pace of this wave from Connor O'Leary, Jesse.
Oh my gosh, I'm such a fan. Like I mentioned before, he's a big guy, so he has to be able to surf to his size, and he's figured that out to a T. That first carve, he drew it all the way down to the bottom of the foam, which put him in such a nice space to regain that speed, and then he's just found this rhythm consistently. Gives us variety, which the judges want to see too, drops the hand down, lays into it, and pulls that tail back around. Now this end section gets the tail free, not once, but twice. You know, you can see those fins just going up on that lip line there. So that was a critical end turn for Connor to make, and it's definitely going to add scores to the board. Now Toledo's turn. He didn't look interested at the start of this wave, but I'm so glad he did. Got a nice first connection. The second one used it as a floating maneuver down the line. Now watch him not try and oversurf this wave. He's meeting it exactly where it's at. Hammers that section, starts to draw out his turns a little bit more. This one slices. It is so perfect. That entire rooster tail just connecting so well, and for a second time in an even harder section. He goes for the end section floater. As he's come up into it, you can see his board completely disconnects from the wave, and where the fins do re-engage, the wave is actually brushing up, so that is going to force Felipe onto his heels, and unfortunately goes incomplete, but damage done out the back.
What a start. What'd you see, Strider?
Oh, wow, that was just, I don't know, I'm a goofy footer, and I was watching Connor just tear into that thing. It was just, I just got a little excited, I think. I was just, you know, the feeling of watching somebody connect with a wave that looks that good. The rhythm, the pace, the big meat hacks on the corner, just throwing down, just matching the power for power with that. It was really fun. And then that inside float, that thing was bowling out. I thought he was going to go for the barrel, and he went for the maneuver and just tossed it out there. So right behind him, Toledo going to town, going to work, but I felt like Connor got the better of the exchange, and Toledo broke the leash. Was on a 6-0, jumped on a 5-11. He's on a round pin tri-fin, but you know, Mateus Herdig going to get another board for him right now. I love it when a heat starts out like that with all that action, you know, blow for blow. Then you got broken leashes and boards are going to be getting. There's the water safety went on the reef to get the other board that went in from Toledo. So a lot's just happened in a very short amount of time. It was really fun to watch.
Strider, just quickly, you've seen the Red Bull Athlete Zone on the boat there. How many boards are all the surfers bringing down for their heats?
You know, at least 3 boards, I'd say. I saw Caltex this morning when I got on the boat with him to come out to the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He had a board bag full of boards. So he brought a whole board bag, and he was not messing around. So there's, you know, probably had like 4 or 5 boards in that thing. So these guys are definitely showing up well prepared and ready to go.
Thank you, Strider. Great report there on the inside, and we agree with them. What a start. You love when both surfers are going blow for blow. Unfortunately for Toledo, he missed the finish, but he had some giant turns beforehand. And even with Connor finishing his wave, Felipe Toledo did a great job to win the opening exchange, as this one will continue now with Felipe starting to hustle down the line, and he will just reposition there with that wave. But what a moment. Toledo just missing the float, broken leash, not going to matter. He still was able to get an 8.5. Connor O'Leary, 8.17. Toledo up and out again just on his repositioning effort there.
Yeah, Toledo's wave, it probably got that extra edge even with the incomplete just because his board went vertical and critical more than Connor's did. Now, this is not taking away from Connor's turns, but he chose to go to the rail surfing because that's where the wave met him. It was one of those slopier ones, hence why we saw him so consistently back in the foam to keep that power and that energy generating on what was a slightly slower wave, where Toledo's had a big critical section out the back and then teed it up 3 more times through the inside where his board was above the lip line. It was facing 12 o'clock. So the judges given the edge to where it was more critical, and that was Toledo's backside surfing.
Great to see those replays and watching Felipe's attack from out the back. His timing is just incredible, and watch him just step off again. And now rolling in is Connor O'Leary on the fight back. Aggressive down carve, great transition back to the top as he's carving through a couple of big points here. Rushing now this section to maybe pull in, but he's got to step off. Connor knows he's just right in the game, almost matching each other with excellent scores to start. Definitely one of the best opening exchanges we've had in this event when both guys are dropping excellent numbers on each other, with completely different programs when it comes to performance. The obvious ones, just their stance. Connor a bit more size than Felipe with stature, but Felipe, for how light he is, I didn't know you're allowed to be that strong. You know, he's just such a strong human being and just a born athlete.
Yeah, he is. And he's just got such good tempo on the waves. He definitely reads it differently to a lot of athletes. He's always hunting where that lip is just about to break to place his turns because he knows that's going to give him the points, and it did on that 8-5. Something that I find really interesting when it comes to Toledo and his relationship with Fiji, he hasn't necessarily had a big result here, and he's been competing here for quite a while. He came back here for the first time in 2013, and Nat Young got him. He came away with the 9th, which has actually been his best result here so far. He had a couple of 13ths. Adam Melling got him one time, Michelle Perez another, but for Toledo, who has such consistency at so many stops around the world, hasn't quite found that big finals day appearance here in Fiji.
Well, big shout out to Nat Young. What a great
goodness.
surfer he still is today. He's in real estate now if you're looking for a home in the Santa Cruz area. Won Rookie of the Year when he first came on tour. Enjoyed a final out here as well with Medina. Had a heat with one of his best friends, Kolohe Andino, and I believe that was a semi-final clash. That was a great moment for both those guys. But now just over 20 minutes on the clock. Connor O'Leary waiting to hear what his last score will be. No doubt it'll be a lead change with a couple of big frontside hooks that we got to watch from the channel. And Felipe will be watching Connor scrap for this one under priority. O'Leary just up and out.
Yeah, this heat is really proving that it is a big playing field out there. There's a lot of distance between Felipe and Connor at this moment, and you can tell Connor's starting to switch gear. He's knowing that the carves are really good. They're getting him excellence, but Toledo's turns are just giving him the edge even with an incomplete. So what can Connor do? Be a goofy footer and get barreled on a left-hander and go deep in it as well. We heard Leo talk about it. They do have a slight edge in the barrel here. They can read it or exit quicker. So Connor needs to play on that advantage of being a goofy footer out here at Cloudy.
Yeah, one of the greats too, finaling with Matty Wilkinson in his first tryout here was just a sensational memory for Connor when he was just getting used to the championship tour. We just knew that he'd be prepared for just all the world-class venues in front of him. And just really hitting the prime of his career. And he says he wants to do it his way. You know, it's like every athlete is different. You can't just follow someone else's model and apply it to yourself. He keeps that happy-go-lucky, go-free personality. And he said that's the way he's always going to live out his career, is just focusing on being himself.
And you'd have to say the two surfers in this heat would be two of the kindest people on tour. If you needed something, they would both show up for you, and that's a real testament to who they are as athletes as well.
Rolling in is Connor O'Leary, the man representing Japan, lights up the first section. Strong power stance, but just now navigating where to put this line Little bit of downtime trying to fish for a good section to pull in on, and he'll wipe off more speed. Heading to the shallow end, he just pokes the nose and steps off. So going a long way there for just a throwaway. You could see him just in a couple of minds trying to read that section. Wanted to pull in and get barreled, kind of like what you were anticipating, Jesse. The Cloudbreak can keep you guessing sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. And that's something I think as a surf fan and a spectator that we love about this wave. It does keep us guessing. There's so many different phases that we can go through in 1 week at this. I mean, we can have complete turn heats and then the next day not see a single turn and everyone's just getting barreled. And that's why Cloudy is such a good wave. And I'm so glad it's here till 2029. We talk about the Dream Tour. This has to be a stop to make it the Dream Tour.
Just even the way you arrive out there with the boats and the skis, a big thanks to our water patrol doing such a great job out there. Got the international team that comes over. Asa Graham, you probably recognize him from watching Bondi Rescue. Lyndon Ringrose is out there as well. Channy, Michael Chan, Ryan Clark. Everyone calls him Whippet. Home and away star when he was a kid. And also we've got Chase Hardacre out there as well. Great team. These guys have a good bond together. Work hard, play hard. Incredible watermen. Keeping an eye on the world's best. Always 2 of those Red Bull skis on every single heat. And then there's actually a 3rd ski with a driver and a grabber for safety situations. And with that broken leash or broken board, you know, they're allowed to pull the surfer out to the caddy buoy. They can exchange equipment, put a new leash on, change boards. They could paddle out independently or even be asked to be sent to the drop-off buoy like they were doing a lap.
I saw Whippet yesterday getting a surfer's quiver for them. They broke a board, he dropped him back out there, he swung back. Didn't have a caddy in the lineup, so Whippet thought, I'll get it. Changed the fins out for him, but he was going, where's a fin key? Chasing a fin key and took it back out. So these guys are so dedicated to their job and just making the surfer's life easier. And this is one of the stops around the world where we're really grateful to have them on board.
And then you see that gratitude full display here on the Fiji flight cam. It's a busy channel out there when the world's best are here to compete at the championship tour level. You can see how giant this playing field is at Cloudbreak. From all the way out the back up top through middles and shish kebabs. It's scoring on this long period southwest swell that just dropped a little bit in size, but we'll have reinforcements coming in tomorrow as well. Today, Thursday, tomorrow, Friday locally here in Fiji. Fiji, the home to the happiest people on earth.
Yeah, oh my goodness, aren't they? Well, and they're just so kind. They're so lovely and welcoming. Something to note in the scheme of this heat, we've had a really busy start, but it's started to get a little bit quiet. We're just an hour away from low tide, and that's when we actually start to see a lot more lulls. So Connor, he's trying to stay active.
Nice smooth bottom turn. What a slice through the open face. Pushing hard off the tail again. So much grip and control through those turns. Another major off the lip line. O'Leary blasts the fins out, throwing some variety on the giddy up to shut it down, and he gets there. You can tell he is just at the height of his competition. He's surfing at the top of his game. Couple little mistakes that he's aware of with just misreading maybe his last wave or 2. But knowing that he was off to just a blazing start with that 817 to Toledo's 85. Keeping his head in the game is Richard Dog Marsh.
Yeah, Dog's happy. If Dog's clapping, you know you've just surfed a good wave. And Connor he's kind of running his own race down the line here. He is surfing more towards that inside section, which is really smart. We saw Italo surfing towards down there in that last heat, and he was getting some really nice barrels, but he also was getting these steep sections that bent back towards him. And Connor, on that last one, definitely went more critical than what we saw on that slightly bigger wave of the 817. His turns through the inside section had pop. They had spice to them, and that's what these judges really want to see. So draws that bottom turn, starts it well behind the foam, and then lays 2 hard carves to kick this one off. Now watch this wave bowl out. Connects really nicely there for a 3rd, but that one in particular, there's that pop. There's that spice I'm talking about. That tail completely out the back, and then again, another completion with a finner. It looks like he may have just said hello to the reef ever so quickly as well at the end of that wave. But this is what happens with the outgoing tide. But with Connor going a lot more critical on that wave, you'd have to say the judges are going to really appreciate that surfing.
Gosh, so radical down the stretch of that wave. Connor O'Leary starting off with unbelievable frontside hooks. Got to get more vertical when the wave stood up on the shallow reef, and he earned every bit of that 8.23 on the IC score update. It's an excellent heat for O'Leary. Past runner-up at this event, 16.4 total over a two-time world champ at the moment. Toledo chasing a 7.9 now. Look who just showed up. Last year's world runner-up and champion here at Cloudbreak the year before. Griffin prepares for Rio White as Connor O'Leary is still putting on a show. Exciting day of action here in round two. Connor leading over Felipe Toledo as Italo Ferreira just got past Matthew McGillivray in the heat before. He's moved on to the round of 16 and he's enjoying his time in the Red Bull Athlete Zone right next to Von Blakey.
You're watching the action.
Yeah, Felipe was ripping around.
You made yeah, a great start. Like surf was cooking. You get out there, you put the board on rail, you start flaring out the back, and some beautiful little tube rides as well.
Oh yeah, it was so special out there. And then morning was crazy. Everyone's getting better. And then I pedal out. I had like a nice one. I was like, start to getting excited, you know, after the injury. And I was like, okay, I can surf, I can rip. So let's try. And then I had a hit against Matt. It's always fun. And then there was a moment of heat that was kind of slow, but in the beginning there was like a couple like clean one, a super like perfect, couple like hollow barrels, and it was like super fun, yeah.
It's a great start to your campaign. Yeah, talk us through the injury, because we saw a little bit online, but how's it feeling?
Yeah, that was terrible. That was on a shitty day. I had like a full roll and then I landed and then boats coming on my face, and that was like so painful. And then yesterday was starting to get a little bit better, and I was like, and I start to breathe, like okay, I can breathe a little bit just on the side. The other one's pretty hot, but I'm glad I have a mouth so I can like have an extra gas. And but it's okay, it's part of the game. We always trying to put all the risk, you know, even like on a competing or on a free session, and just try to fucking go crazy. And sometimes I need to hold down a little bit, like, wait, bro, just save the energy. But it's fine, it's all good. I'm still alive, so I'm gonna go.
That's it, man. And you were saying that there was a moment where you were coming through a chandelier or a curtain and it just busted straight up in your face.
Yeah, that was in a second wave. I tried to pull in, and then I tried to come out on a dog door, and then I hit the water so hot, and I was like, oh my God, on the beginning, and I look at like with the hand, I was like, no, it's okay, let's go again. And then, yeah, and make it happen. So I'm glad, yeah.
Yeah, we're glad too, man. The back half of that heat, interesting that you say, you know, you got to try and save a bit of energy, because with so many perfect little lefts, we're so used to seeing you just go into turbo mode and catch absolutely everything. Was that a plan to just sort of hit the brakes a little bit and just pick and choose your moments?
Yeah, because Tahiti, I was like too excited in the heat, and this moment I was like, okay, I have priority, time to think, just wait like something like better or like bigger so I can change the score. And then there was like a couple like minutes with that wave, and I was like started getting high because I had just like 5 points, and Matt he already got like 1 score, and I was like, okay, it's time to play with the priority. And I had the last wave, I'm glad that I had 6 points, and then put on a score. So yeah, I just played the game, and that was fun.
Good on you, man, and it looks like you got so much more in the tank ready to fire off. So congratulations, that's great. Heat to get out of the way, and we look forward to seeing you, Nate.
Thank you very much, Vaughn Blakey and Italo Ferreira, moving on into round 3, round of 16, and just getting more points on the field. First to reach over 40,000 points on those live rankings. There's still plenty more on the table for a guy like Ferreira with that energy. Injured or not, man, he is going to be scary to watch out here at Cloudbreak for his rivals. Fun heat with 7:15 on the clock in this one, as they both started off with a bang. Just back-to-back 8s from Connor to Felipe, front side to backside. And then it was Connor throwing another big number at us on his 5th wave, an 8.23. Both those 8s that Connor has just under Felipe's 8.5. Toledo's been more patient with priority, knowing that he just needs 1 more wave to turn it. Connor looks interested, and they'll let this one go.
Connor's trying to sell Felipe onto a wave, and he's got to do it. He's got a solid lead over Felipe Toledo, but Felipe only needs a 7-9, and that's not a major requirement for someone of his talent. But let's not forget, this is the 8th time that these guys are matching up. They have 7 head-to-heads, and this could even it out for Connor. He's so close to being there. He's already dropped in an 8-1-7, and this first wave had so much authority and power in it from Connor. Like I said, he served big because he needed to on this wave. Came through this inside track and just kept drawing really hard carves. And then it just started to bowl up. We got variety from him. He lays into his turns. He's constantly thinking and adapting on the wave of how can I add to this scoreline. These last 2 definitely were the bulk of the points. Really critical turns. Hard looking end section to make, but then Toledo on the 2nd wave behind him made magic happen. This is the highest wave score of the heat so far. It's an 8.5. I just love his pace. He never tried to force anything or rush it. He just met this wave exactly where it was at. These next 3 turns are pretty impressive. This is where he starts to wind up, and that rooster tail goes through the roof, hits it again for a massive, massive turn. If he had completed this, where would that number have gone? Easily into the 9s. It was Connor taking a couple of waves with maybe a couple mysteries, barrel hunting, then went back to just laying that rail down. Was able to chase some lift lines, got a hack there, fin drift, total control, shut it down to turn in 8.23 on his high score. But it's an excellent heat for Connor O'Leary, and it happens to be the biggest combined heat total we've had for the men in this event, just getting past Iago's numbers that Dora threw down yesterday afternoon. Yes, 16.4 is healthy. Iago 15.4, so he's definitely pushed that. Let's hear from the Waz.
Thanks, Joe. I just wanted to jump in on the Connor love. That was some of the most impressive, precise slicing of a piece of sashimi that I've ever seen. I mean, the way that he laid into some of those turns, and how, I mean, the board just looked so perfectly placed on the wave, and the way that he was slicing into it. I think Dog was, you know, in the channel losing his mind, saying that that was some of the best surfing he's ever seen, and he was so excited. It just was, the point of it was that you don't have to be on the biggest wave, just do the best surfing, and that's something that he did on that wave. I mean, it was really, really impressive to see somebody surf absolutely almost perfect on a medium-sized wave. So really fun to watch, and hats off to Connor. But don't let your guard down. Toledo just needs a high 7. He could do that in his sleep.
Great point, Strider. Yeah, 100%. It just feels different, doesn't it, when Toledo still has the high single score, 8.5. You hear 7.9, you're going, oh, wow, this is far from over. Felipe just so patient on that 8.5 to start, and when it really bowled up, those vertical turns are just undeniable, even with the fall, still carrying the 8.5. So now Connor's just holding his breath, seeing what Felipe might be able to come up with some lines approaching here at Cloudbreak. Toledo devastating on the Goldie. Made finals day at Raglan, riding that 2+1 small board in small conditions, but ever since he's dealt with round 2 losses. And El Salvador, place he's dominated. Rio, still the king there, lost with a 17th. And got the same number in Tahiti, that equals 17th against O'Leary at the last event. Further down the line is Felipe, chasing a 7-9. Quick bash there under the lip line. He's jamming now to cover some ground. Toledo's got the lip on his heels, but he emerges out in front. Throws down a quick arc. He wants to go vert here. Big power hack for Felipe. Setting up the end section. Searching for a big one. Vertical airdrop. He controls a massive end section turn.
Wow, yeah, he needed that completion there. You could see he wasn't tentative going into it, but there would have to be a look at, this is a big looking lip coming my way and a lot of shallow water right underneath me. So Felipe needed a 7-9. There were some good moments out the back prior, but it had to have a solid looking end section. So really well read from Toledo.
That was brilliant. There was time where you could tell he was fishing a bit, and then he definitely closed it out with a bang.
Yeah, I would say not as connected as his 8.5, but had such big moments too. Got that first slash. Look how much speed is on his board. He's completely chattering as he's racing around. Forced to the rail for these next 2 turns. A nice snap under the lip, and you can see he almost redirected his line. Goes for the barrel, but it didn't quite throw, but there's the money. That is the turn that is going to put the question mark into that. Is this a 7.9? Really solid end section hit. Goes complete. So Toledo is definitely back in the conversation. However, there is just over a minute to go. So if it's not the score, is there enough time for another wave?
Gosh, that backside snap is just enormous for how shallow it is. I don't think you could get more critical going upside down. But was the downtime too much for the judges? As we see the IC scored update, looks like it is. Too much downtime, 7.5. Didn't get the 7.9. He gets dropped off with 45 seconds to go.
Connor O'Leary is 45 seconds away from equal matching the head-to-head ratios with Felipe Toledo. He'll be 4 and 4. Not many people can say they have an equal ratio of beating Toledo to how many times he's beat you. Usually he's the guy that is dominating the field. So Connor is about to do what a lot of the tour cannot done and have not done. This is a really exciting moment in his career.
In such a short period of time. You know, it was in Felipe's favor at the start of this season. But Connor getting Felipe in a semifinal on the Gold Coast, getting him in this round in Tahiti, and now getting him again in back-to-back events here in the South Pacific. What a heat, what a show. Hats off to both these competitors, putting up 16+ points. 2 good friends with a lot of respect for each other, talking over those last couple of moments of that heat. They had to put everything together on every one of their rides. They'll enjoy that moment together in world-class conditions. Class act, both these guys. Connor's the one moving on with a shot to do it again in round 3. Coming up next, it will be Samuel Pupo taking on Alejo Muniz in round 2. Heat number 11. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call right after this.
This place is awesome. Sigatoka Sand Dunes. We are on Sigatoka Sand Dunes, 1 hour away from Cloudbreak. Standing on the mountains is a pretty eye-opening feeling. You're standing on massive mountains of sand that was formed over time just through erosions, and it hosted some of the first people to settle in Fiji. Growing up here, we're so lucky, I would say, because it's a very small world and everyone's living very slowly. There's some really nice waves to surf here in Fiji, and beautiful sunsets, beautiful beaches. So at peace, it felt like I was in heaven, but really I'm just cruising in Fiji.
Just cruising in Fiji at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. Another beautiful day, and it's on. We got day number 2 of the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. Thank you for joining us. We've been enjoying great surfing, just coming off an excellent heat in the last showing between Connor O'Leary and Felipe Toledo. Welcome to the Momi Marriott host set. Kuiper Grove, Flick Palmentier. Another great day, and the performances, Flick, I mean, the numbers don't lie. Both surfers in the last heat going excellent.
Yeah, that last heat was epic to watch, just the back and forth battle of the two of them. And Connor, you know, he really lit fire at the end there, really finding that second excellent wave. And Felipe fought back as well. He had the 7 at the end there. But yeah, I love it. It looks like the waves are really good right now as we see first opening ride here.
We're going to catch up with Alejo Muniz. Muniz up against Samuel Pupo in this matchup. This is heat 11 of round 2. And Alejo with a fairly paced approach to begin his matchup with Samuka. Slashes off the top with an SRS surfboard, and then right behind him, Samuel Pupo. Sammy, who's been having a great year on the championship tour, wants to continue that roll through Fiji. And just slicing the JS Golden Child on his way, looking very, very comfortable. Clean rails for Sammy Pupo, and a sting at the end. Make it 2 for Sammy Pupo right into nearly dry reef.
Well, that was a nice exchange already. I absolutely loved Sammy's wave. Just really beautiful approach and nice and paced there.
So there's the matchup right there. Number 9 on the rankings coming into this, up against number 24, of course, Alejo Muniz. We're celebrating his 8-year CT career throughout 2026 as he announced his retirement right at the beginning of the year, Flick.
Yeah, so this is just, you know, one of those beautiful laps that you get to do around the world where you get to connect with all the different people, you know, families maybe that you've stayed with at the last event at Chokes for so many years. And I really like that where you announce it at the beginning and it's kind of just one big victory lap, really, big celebration.
And a celebration of years. You know, I mean, Alejo Muniz, his rookie year was in 2011 on the championship tour. So the 36-year-old has been a fixture. Although he fell off tour, you know, for 9 years, took him to get back on via the Challenger Series. Never gave back up. Family man, great guy. Best CT results, a couple of semifinal finishes. But the other thing with Alejo Muniz, we look back into 2014 and really when that Brazilian storm started to kind of like catalyze, is Alejo had a huge moment in that Pipe Masters in which I think he took down Mick Fanning that year, and Gabe Medina went all the way, earned that first Brazilian world title, and there's been no looking back since then.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible moment for surfing, especially for the Brazilians, because they have been on an absolute tear right now. I mean, we've got friendly fire right now just with these 2 Brazilians, and 2 totally different generations. You know, Sammy a couple of generations younger than what Alejo is, and Sammy no doubt has looked up to Alejo, but I've loved watching Sammy this year. He's had his own journey too.
Sure has, yeah. 25 years old, Sammy Pupo having a great year, like you said, inside the top 10 as we come to this one. Best CT finish this year was a 3rd place over in Margaret River, but he's just been on fire. Came here with a batch of JS's, a couple of Golden Childs, a 5.11, a 6.0, and then the Forget-Me-Nots, a 6.0 all the way up to a 6.6 in Pupo's quiver. and just solid year. There's his results so far this year, Fleck.
Oh, so consistent, right? The first couple of events of this year, Sammy and his brother Miggy just absolutely dominating. Miguel with that first win of the year down at Bells Beach, his older brother, and Sammy finishing 5th there. But I've just loved the grit sort of Sammy's career so far, of what we've seen from him, qualifying for the Championship Tour, falling off, re-qualifying through the Challenger Series, and then now back on tour with his most consistent year yet to date. And it's exciting to see. I feel like we've really seen his surfing evolve in the last couple of years. He's always been great, but I just think there's real level of notice that he's putting the world on. I feel like we can really see it's evident that his surfing's improved a lot in the last year.
Here we go. Had a 6.33 for his opening score. Looking to ditch a 1-point ride. He's going to do that just by virtue of that first slash on the back end. Sammy surfing smart, under priority, and also backing up his 6.33 opener.
Yeah, I like that. It's just smart surfing. I mean, you think that he's probably not going to be holding onto this wave by the end of the heat, but a couple of quick 2-turn combos, just apply a little bit more pressure on Alejo, up that requirement from him a little bit. Such early stages in the heat. May as well roll the dice, see what's going to happen here. But I've loved what we've seen so far this morning. I loved the last heat. I think just a sign of such good things to come. Let's have a look here. So this is Sammy replacing that 1.5 here with this wave. I just love his pace. For me, I just keep talking about it, keep banging on about it. But anyone that doesn't look like they're in a massive rush on these waves, to me, really stands out. Jake Marshall, when we were commentating that heat in our last set, he just looked like he had this beautiful paced approach to the wave. And there's something so pleasing to the eye when someone isn't rushing things. And I feel like we're already seeing that from Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, Sammy just has that kind of, I mean, when you watch his surfing, it's that skating, loose truck kind of feel where his board can just go anywhere. It's very loose under his feet, and he's got that light touch to his surfing that is really kind of unique to Samuka. You visited on that before. I mean, he's had a roller coaster career in 5 years on the CT, 3 times getting, cut at that mid-season, but he's come back in brilliant form. I mean, gosh, 23 was second on the Challenger Series to re-qualify. 24, he won the Challenger Series to qualify, and just last year ended up 5th in the Challenger Series to qualify yet again. So the thing about Sammy Pupo, you can't keep him down. He's going to be on the Championship Tour. That's the message for me.
It also speaks to just the headspace that you've got to be in to be able to do that. You qualify, you get knocked back. You qualify, you get knocked back. You qualify, you get knocked back. It speaks to the resilience, it speaks to the character and the determination of Sammy, and it's awesome to see him back. He really belongs here. Well,
let's catch up with the last heat winner. It was really, really impressive. I'm impressed by Connor O'Leary. What do you think, Vaughn?
Oh, mate, O'Leary's he brah, the nuclear peach, bringing the glute power to the Cloudbreak lineup with an absolute throb fest out there. Bro, that was sick. That was such a heavy heat. You and Philippe going toe-to-toe, and you nailing a couple of 8s to get the highest heat total of this event so far. Brah, how you feeling?
Felt so good. Like, I don't know, I've been matching up with Philippe a couple of times this year, and when you're looking at conditions like this, his backhand's one of the best in the world. So I was just like, okay, well, I just wanted to show up and win or loss. Like, win or loss today, I would have been stoked with how I performed. So that's, I guess, as an athlete and for my own performance, I want to stay at that level as much as I can, and to be able to have those fucking great moments. And yeah, that was an awesome moment. And it was even better to have all the Namotu crew cheering me on like I was a Fijian local. That was really firing me up. So yeah, I think there's something around a lot of people getting around me and me feeding off that energy. Snap was the same, and yeah, here let's freaking keep this going.
That's it, man. You're staying on Namotu. They've got the boat out here cheering you on. You've also got the events boys and some Cronulla Sharks in the lineup. I don't know where they've gone, but that is outrageous support just floating around in the Pacific Ocean for you.
Yeah, I got my really good mate Henry here. He was back and he was around me at Snapper, and he was bringing a lot of flow and bringing a lot of good energy. And yeah, I'm so fortunate and thankful for the Namotu team for having me on the island for 2 weeks. In 2017, I stayed there and got second, and here, it feels like he's got that same energy, and they're so supportive. And yeah, they got us a boat out here, and they're like, whatever you need. So you know, that support is unreal, and that's what's feeding me to want to keep going deeper and fucking perform more at it.
Yeah, man, but your performances this year, I mean, it's just straight on the back of J-Bay. You haven't taken your foot off the gas, like what you did at Snapper, and now in pumping Cloudbreak lefts, like just being able to open the shoulders and link it together with such pure power and fluidity, man. Like, it was a joy to watch.
Yeah, I've had a bit of a mixed emotional year, to be honest. Like, Snapper was just one of the best events I've ever been a part of, and I got a second, and then these last 3 or 4 events I've kind of been struggling a bit, you know. I've been in my head a lot and trying to overthink it, and I know I feel like I'm setting myself too high expectations for what is actually in front of me, and I'm not being in the present enough. And this one was one of them moments where I'm like, yeah, I've got to start making it happen instead of hoping and being fearful of something happening. So yeah, control what I can control, and just all gas, no brakes, and let's go, baby. Keep going.
You've had a final out here, mate. You came second. There's only one place you can go that's better than that.
Yep. A win and a skull drag.
What's a skull drag, I wonder?
We'll find out after the event.
Well done, mate.
Thanks.
You gotta love it. Absolutely.
Let me know when, Paris.
You gotta love it. I mean, a skull drag, a unique feature of the island of Namotu, Flick.
Oh, there's been some pretty iconic imagery come out, and some stories of that island.
It's the younger brother. It's the smaller of the two islands, but it holds its own weight and it has its own unique culture there.
Oh yeah, I mean, you think back over time, generally, you know, back before Fiji was off the tour for a little bit, generally most of the Australians would stay over on Namotu, and a few fun things would go down, including some choice haircuts over the years, and the very, very infamous skull drag.
Oh man, and not joking around with those things either. That's no joke. Alejo needs to make a comeback right here. Needs a 6.5. Moniz slashes off the top, plumes of water out the back, skitters off the top on a vicious finish, and he hangs on. That was impressive. I would not be surprised if he got that 6.5 requirement, but right behind him, Samuka. Sammy Pupo. Slash of his own on the backhand, looks down the line in between this section. Gonna stick with turns as the barrel's not on offer. And that one gets a little flat-faced on the inside, but Sammy's sticking with it. He's not worried about reef, is he? Just floats onto dry reef. There you go, Sammy. Well, anything for a half a point.
Oh, well, look, I mean, you never know. It could come down to something like that. And I guess if you're already up and you know that you've got the Red Bull jet ski that's just going to get you straight back out the back anyway, holy.
Can't duck dive.
But yeah, you may as well just ride that wave to completion. And we saw that from Sammy. I think he's just trying to drop that 3.5. So if he can get another half a point on top of that with just finishing that one literally on dry reef, I feel like that was his sort of idea there. But behind him, first of all, Alejo, wow.
Yeah.
This two-turn combo, we've seen the two turns just be rewarded really well throughout this event already so far. Precision on the first one, but this last one, so late, so critical, really held on there. That he could have easily been bucked off just by the sheer force of that last turn and the wave converging around him, but he hung on. Second wave of the set for Sammy, a lot cleaner, but this wave, just such a different profile to what we saw Alejo take off on. Alejo had a couple of belts. Sammy's, on the other hand, a little bit more tapered here. You can kind of see it. This one sort of forcing him out a little bit onto the shoulder. I mean, he really sticks with this one to the death and makes sure he gets this little finish on the inside. And you never know how heats are going to play out. And I feel like, yeah, may as well squeeze that extra half a point out of it. But we'll look forward to seeing where these scores go.
Yeah, he's pro. He's got extra boards. He's got extra JSs. He's got extra fins. Why not? Float onto dry reef. So still waiting for the scores for both of our surfers to set the situation, and still looking for priority to be established. Likely that Alejo Moniz will get that first priority. So if he is able to garner that 6.5, he will be in a really good position. Still no indication for either score of our surfers.
I loved Alejo's. I think Alejo's going to drop a really good score. It's going to be interesting to see where it goes in comparison to Sammy Pupo's 6.33.
Yeah.
I think that was two really tight, critical turns, really powerful. Sammy, obviously, a couple more maneuvers, but it's going to be good to see where that goes.
And there's a contrast. You talked about different generations between Alejo Muniz and Samuel Pupo. Pupo, this is his first time competing in Fiji for Sammy. For Alejo, this is 6th time at Cloudbreak in a jersey.
Well, I always say that Cloudbreak is a wave of experience, right? And the more time you put out here, the more you know the reef. And I also think it's sometimes Cloudbreak is this lifelong quest that you never quite master. And I think that's the allure of the wave. It always keeps you coming back for more because, and I hear some of the best guys out here to ever do it, they talk about this wave like that. And it doesn't matter how much experience you have, it's just this quest, this lifelong quest. And yeah, as we see Alejo, you know, he has been out over here so many times. As we see his best result, the 13th there, going down to some incredible names. Wilco, he's won out here before. We've obviously got Gabby Medina, Mick Fanning, Julian Wilson, all absolute icons of the sport.
Well, the numbers have come through. A 7.23 for Alejo, so he had a brief time in the lead. There's the IC score line for that 7.23, a couple of 7.5s and a 7.2 in the mix. Average 7.23 after the high and the low. And then Samuel Pupo with a 6.43. So Pupo with the lead after that last exchange, but really a slight advantage to Alejo Muniz because he does have the single highest wave score.
Yeah, and you've got to take a lot of confidence from that too. And I think you take a lot of confidence from the fact that, hey, I didn't necessarily get the longest wave, and it never is really about that, but my turns are being really valued and really appreciated by the judges right now. Just the degree of difficulty, how late he was to those couple of maneuvers, and just the sheer power from that. So a lot of confidence can be taken from that, sort of like false sense of security for Sammy right now. He would know that as well. Hearing that 7.23 drop for Alejo, you're thinking, oh, okay, wow, okay, judges are valuing those couple of turns, and Alejo's not chasing that much now.
Yeah, we got so much action happening today and heats to anticipate. Griffin Colapinto is going to be coming up against Rio Waida next in a rematch of the 2024 final. Right now, Sammy Pupo in the lead over Alejo Muniz. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back after this.
The Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Fiji Pro, by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients, and by Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay, an official accommodation partner of the Fiji Pro.
Hey, we got a new feature at the WSL. It's the WSL 24/7. It's on your free television network. Professional surfing 24 hours a day. You can find it on the live tab on streaming like Roku, Amazon Prime, Amazon Fire, Sling, Free Stream, Plex, Free Live Sports, Local Now, and most free apps already on your TV. Look it on the live tab and you can get 24/7 and relive incredible moments in professional surfing. That's WSL 24/7. Check it out. We're not even going to charge you for that. It's complimentary. So when you get done here today, you can go to and stream some of the past events. Maybe G-Land, maybe J-Bay, or maybe some old Cloudbreak footage. See what's on there. Right now, we're down to 13 minutes with Sammy Pupo in the lead over Alejo Muniz. I'm Kai Puguro, along with Felicity Palmentier on the call. Alejo with priority and just needs under a 6-point ride to turn this heat into his favor. Alejo, again, we're talking about on his final year, his retirement year on the World Surf League.
Yeah, and I just love it. I think it's cool. I sort of touched on it before, but to announce it at the beginning of the year and be like, hey, this is my last roll of the dice here. This is my last run, and every event then you can really make an incredible celebration. And a lot of these places that we travel to around the world, these guys and women have been staying at those same locations, creating the same friendships and seeing those same families over time and time again. So just a really cool moment for him. And I think, was I correct in hearing potentially during Chopes he was saying he's nursing a little bit of a knee injury too, so he's just saying, you know, I don't feel like I'm putting in my best performances yet, especially at a wave like Chopes that demands so much, but it's just so nice for him to be able to have these moments on the road with people he's travelled with for so long.
Yeah, and there's also probably a lot less pressure on his shoulders because he's not trying to requalify. He's already said, hey, this is going to be the end for me. So I think when he puts on a jersey and he paddles out at any competition, it's more of a celebration. And having that lightness on your shoulders sometimes equals success, too.
Oh, totally. I think already, even if he was, I can't remember if it was his back or if his knee. I think it was his knee. But he was saying, you know, there was some sort of an injury. I mean, the 723, that did not look like that for me. He surfed so well on that. And I think it's just really cool when you look at these numbers that have been thrown out and you think about Cloudbreak, the wave itself. There's so many different ways to get scores out here, and I think that's sort of the allure of what keeps people coming back to this wave. Not just, you know, us for the contest, but for free surfers wanting to come here and travel here. You hear so much about Cloudbreak, the wave itself, and I think it makes it so special that you can get, you know, waves, you can get barrels, you can get tubes, there's airs. We saw Italo go to that at finals last year, as we see. Looks like Adriano and Miggy in the channel.
Big brother Miguel Pupo and the captain. Adriano de Souza, 2015 world champ, and now in a mentoring position for a lot of the Brazilians on tour. And when you talk about heat strategy, one of the kings of heat strategy is ADS right there. That guy has a brilliant mind when it comes to heat IQ.
Oh, so smart. And I think it's been awesome to see him sort of step into this coaching role as well over the last few years and apply that to the surfers. And the most beautiful representation of that so far for me was the win this year down at Bells with Miggy. That was awesome to see. A long time between drinks with Miggy and between event wins, and yeah, it was awesome to watch him get that win and go on that run down there at Bells Beach.
Yeah, and you know, and a lot of the strategy has to do with how you put together a heat, right? And how you every chapter. A lot of times we're in the back third of a heat right now. You treat the back third of the heat a lot different than you do the front third of the heat. And so a lot of times with our coaches, it's about, you know, taking those segments and playing the game. And a lot of times, the best surfer doesn't necessarily always win. It's who plays the game the best.
Yeah, I think we've seen that played out so many times. You know, I think about some of the best surfers we've ever seen, you know, potentially have wildcards on the championship tour, or free surfers we've ever seen, and you want them surfing in contests, like Dane Reynolds comes to mind, you know. But oh wow, okay, cool.
That's a priority donut right there. So that shows you the how much percentage of time that our surfers have held priority, and you can see Miguel Pupo Sammy Pupo under priority, so just giving a chance there. But Alejo Muniz has been holding on to priority for the majority of this heat.
Yeah, so Sammy right now just trying to roll the dice. Looks like there's a lot of space between them, and it looks like he might be going again.
Created some space and found the corner down the reef pass. Samuka. Huge spray. Nice pace again. Quick off the top, strong off the bottom, and with a fist shake to the judges' tower. Foamy face for Alejo Muniz, and Alejo just goes down brutally.
Wow, man, every time I watch that, those awkward dismounts, or not even a dismount, just kind of catches them by surprise. It just looks like you go down and you eat, just eat it really, really bad. But yeah, look, Sammy creating that space like that, really cool, really important moment in this heat, and creating opportunities for himself essentially. So let's break down the one from Alejo first. We didn't quite see what he got done out the back. So nice vertical approach. He's trying to drop a 3-3-3. So he's trying to improve on this situation. Nice little carve. And then if he makes this last turn here, I feel he's easily done that. I feel like he's easily improved on the 3. And then Sammy, he created space for this wave to come to fruition down the line. And beautiful turn here. Surf's so solid. I feel you could really see him. Like, this is where the comp brain comes on. And he's like, hey, I just need to complete this wave. I complete this wave and just trying to improve on his situation. I'm not sure. I mean, he's already locked in a couple of 6s.
Yeah.
I don't think he's potentially going to go higher on this one. I could be wrong. I could be eating my words here.
But it was a good strategy, though, to catch a wave, move down the reef, opening himself up under priority, and at least giving himself a chance, right?
Yeah, he's trying to create chances for himself because this heat's gone pretty quiet. If you think about the last heat, we saw Connor Felipe, there was a few bigger sets coming through. I don't believe we've seen one of those sort of similar sized sets in comparison yet. So you've got to make do with what you've got. And I think Sammy just trying to roll the dice down the line, still a bit of time on the clock, not a bad move.
So Sammy with the lead, and he's likely going to gain priority, so he will have heat control in this final 6.5 minutes once he gets to the peak. We're still waiting for the score to see if the need for Alejo Muniz has been elevated. Currently, he just needs about a 6-point ride. Pupo with priority and heat control right about the 6.5 minute mark. So well played by Sammy Pupo, playing the game well.
But I mean, you even just reflect back, that last little score's dropped in for Alejo. He's only trying to improve on a 3. Like I said, if he'd made that last turn, he would have put, you know, potentially maybe beating on his way to the score he was potentially looking for. It was a big meaty section. Judges gave him a 3-3. He was chasing a 5.5, so kind of came close.
He's going to chase a little bit more now as a 6.67, and Sammy Pupo under priority did improve his situation out there, and now Alejo Muniz is going to hear the news. He's got to aim at least for a 6-point ride to turn the heat.
Yeah, so super smart by Sammy, creating that space between himself and Alejo to give himself the opportunity. Like, it did come in around where we thought probably pretty similar number to that other 6, but ever so slightly, he's making that requirement just that bit more for Alejo. You can see it there, 5.87, so that's just clicked up a couple of notches.
And using the priority right here, Samuel. First strike on point. Second one, vertical, up in the lip, a stinger. Second, third, coming through, great pace. Air drops into that one as the bottom drops out. Fist pump, and he's feeling like he's growing his score line. What do you think?
I loved it. I loved that. I think just so smart tactically in this heat to create that space. We reflect back to the last number he dropped in. Very smart to create that space there. And then once again, great wave selection to utilize priority, keep Alejo off that one, realizing that, hey, this has a lot of scoring potential. I think precision comes to mind when I look at this wave. That's my first word. Really great timing as well on all these turns. And we've seen a lot of people come undone on this last section, but Sammy just too good for that. And I feel like he can already feel it himself too. I think that's better than the last number that dropped in. So I feel like he's going to improve.
He improves on his scoreline. He did the combo on that wave in which he played some defense, keeping Alejo off, and then some offense on improving his scoreline. We're still waiting for that, but the feeling over here on the Momi Marriott host set is that he's going to improve on his scoreline. That's what we feel here, but we don't know. It's up to the 5 wise men in the tower on the reef. Alejo Muniz skittering down the line, zooming off the top, wrenching off the bottom, and has to toss that one away, get the board away from you in that situation. A little late to the lip and just goes down. Meanwhile, scores come in, 6.83 for Samuel Pupo. So again, keeps on building on his score line every time he hits his feet. Here's the last of Alejo.
Yeah, so let's see what he got done. He's chasing, well, up until that point, he was chasing a little bit less, but now chasing a 6.27 on this wave. So really just eyeing up this inside section. Nice paced approach here, but oh my goodness, that is just scary when you see that. Those kind of dismounts, the board's close to you, there's very limited water on that reef. It's just where, we've seen a couple of casualties already this week, Morgan Siblick's hand, we've seen Italo's board to the face, to his nose. So it keeps you honest out here, like on the daily basis. So real sketchy dismount there from Alejo.
So sketchy. So many ways to hurt yourself, whether it's the reef, the board, the fins.
Just reminds
you get multiple options.
So many ways to hurt yourself.
Multiple choices on how to wreck yourself here at Cloudbreak. All right, well, the need, 6.27, and to make it more difficult, Samuel with priority over Alejo, so he's going to guard him in this final 2.5 minutes. Taking a look here, Flick, you talked about this lineup and how incredible this wave is, Cloudbreak. It really is, for any surfer in the world, somewhere you want to check off your list of surfing destinations.
It's a wonder of the surfing world. It really is. It's a natural wonder. It's incredible. I think I talked about it before. It's one of these waves that keeps coming you back, keeps making you want to come back, because just when you think you've mastered it, it will humble you so quickly. And I think you can go from hero to zero so quickly, but it's those moments in surfing and with the ocean and where it humbles you is when you're like, oh, I just want a little bit more and a little bit more. It's like one of those toxic love relationships, like where you're like, I'm so in love with this wave. It's the best thing in the world. And then, poof, you just get humbled on the inside and you're like, what? And then you're like, come on, just one more, please. Just one more wave. Please go back out with me. Please go back out with me. And she says, okay, I'll give you another set. And then you get another set and it's just glory, and you get tubed and you get spat out. And then the next one, she humbles you again. That is Mother Nature, but I especially feel like that is Cloudbreak, and I think that's the part of the allure of like why everyone says that this is, without a doubt, one of the best and most favorite waves in the world.
Yeah. And thank yous to Fiji Tourism and the Fijian government for their support of having professional surfing in their waters. The powers that be here have been so welcoming, so we really appreciate it. It's what makes this tour so dreamy, is spots like Cloudbreak. Waves coming through here, so talk about multiple choices. It's going to be a multiple choice selection for Sammy Pupo to see which one he's going to go on using priority, or is he just going to let Alejo Muniz go? Alejo sees some opportunity here. Muniz is going to activate. He's got a chance. 6.27 is what he needs. Nice start with a big vertical dagger off the bottom again. Another big vertical slash. One more time. Wave is a bit tapered. Those are two big hangers on the backhand, and he's going to go for it all the way to the dry reef. He thinks he did it on the priority. I think that's going to be pretty close.
Well, I think it's going to be close too. I reflect back on Sammy's last couple of waves. Obviously, Sammy's last wave, probably the best wave of the heat, the 6.83, but Alejo isn't chasing a 6.83, he's chasing a 6.27. And I feel like it was just under it.
Here goes Sammy taking off on this wave, and that wave gives him nothing. So it's a series of decisions, right? Whether you're successful in the heat. Samuel Pupo let Alejo Muniz go on that wave, holding priority, and it was under a minute on the clock.
Look, it's a totally different style of wave. Totally different style of wave from Alejo, but I reflect back to his 7.23. It was a bigger wave, but it was just the two big belts, and judges really appreciated how technical it was, how big and meaty the section was, and how critical those two turns were. Alejo's last wave, let's have a look here. Smaller one, but these two couple of turns, so critical and tight in the pocket. This one here goes straight up into it, blows the fins out. The only thing that could let him down here is just the size factor and how this wave finished with such a taper. I'm really interested to see where they go. I think the size factor at the end there could let him down.
Yeah, no, the score is in, actually, at a 5.5 for Alejo Muniz, so was not enough. And to your point, Flick, the surfing was great. Maybe it was just the size of the wave. He wasn't able to get the score that he needed.
It's scary times for Sammy. I mean, look, to hold the nerve to let him go.
Yeah. Hey, well, he made the right decision, Sammy Pupo. On to the third round here, and good friend Alejo Muniz eliminated from competition, but a great showing from both of these Brazilian surfers. Taking a break, and we're going to come back with a great heat. One of the matchups of the day, it's a rematch of the 2024 final here. It's going to be Griffin Colapinto up against Rio Waida when we get back to Cloudbreak. Let's turn the clock back to 2024 and a final out here at Cloudbreak. Griffin Colapinto up against Rio Waida. Battle of the backhands here with some brilliant backhand surfing.
Yeah, this was cool. We're both here for this, and yeah, it was epic to see. Kind of similar sized conditions, just okay, a little bit smaller here for sure, but what I saw, obviously Griff, he gets the win, but he was matched up against Rio Waida, and what I saw from Rio was incredible, impeccable surfing. It just reminded me of those smaller days at Uluwatu on that reef, and yeah, he was able to piece together some really nice backhand surfing, but at the end of the day, it was Griff who got the win. I believe that was his last actual championship tour win.
Yeah. And we're back. The battle of the backhand's back and already in round 2, so this is shaping up to be a great heat here, Flick.
This is going to be a really good heat. Both guys are obviously going to know the score of what happened last time. Rio is going to be incredibly hungry to get one back on Griff. However, Griff has come off an absolute heater of performance over in Tahiti. Not 1 year, but last year, the previous year as well, he has finished runner-up there twice. And what we saw from him at the end of the road 10 days ago was nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, it's perfect 10 on the way to a finals appearance over there in Tahiti. Griffin Colapinto has had a great run over here at Fiji. World runner-up last year here as well. So Griffin, I mean, his backhand surfing is second to none, and here he goes. Griff on the backhand, skips this first section, nothing going on right there, and that gives priority to Rio Waida. A little bit of wind kicking up here, though. I see the conditions changing a little bit, Flick.
Yeah, I see that too. A little bit of a puff of the wind. Good thing is that even if that wind does puff up out of that direction, the face of the waves are going to be still pretty clean. Sort of pretty reminiscent of what we saw in that flashback footage from 2024, a little bit more wind affected. As we see a paddle here from Rio.
Waida just drops in and gets nothing. So the wind and the crumble affected both opening rides for our surfers right here. We'll see how they adjust on the reef. If they go a little wider on these crumbly sections. Griffin, second wave now for Colapinto. Looks down the line, just pacing himself, eyeing up something. Finally drops to the bottom, winds up off the bottom, slashes off the top. Still streaking down the line. This wave's running. Looks for something, and that's all he's going to get. Ooh. That was a long way to go for one turn.
Yeah, it was a long way to go. I think he did that one turn, and he's kind of like, hey, is this thing going to give me another opportunity here? But kind of just was all she wrote. Just one of those really long, stretched out ones. Feels incredible to highline, though.
Yeah. the feeling was probably great.
Yeah.
The score is going to be mid-range, probably at best. Actually comes in at a 2.1. So still seeking something substantial. Priority with Rio Waida and Griffin Colapinto on the paddle back out. Rio, 2 CT finals to his credit, 4 years on the championship tour. Best result in Fiji, of course, at 2024 runner-up. Number 45 on his jersey, representing the year that 1945 when Indonesia gained their independence. Rio Waida, the first Indonesian to be a full-time participant on the championship tour.
And how cool, because what an inspiration to all the younger generation coming up over in Indonesia. And we know there is so many good surfers coming out of that region. I think Bronson made like an incredible surfer. On the women's side, we've got a lot of women coming up as well that just would be drawing so much inspiration from Rio. First full-time championship tour surfer and putting on, incredible performances last year here. I sort of touched on it when we watched back the 2024 final, but was just so reminiscent of, he lives at Ulus and surfs there all the time, and he's just got, left hand down the line surfing on tap on reefs, and he's just, time and time again putting in incredible performances over in Abu Dhabi in the wave pool as well. Not an easy wave to master by any means too, so delivering some really good performances over his career.
Yeah, and that, that finals appearance in Abu Dhabi was proof for me with Rio that his performance surfing is some of the best in the world, because that's an even playing field. Everyone's getting the same wave there at Surf Abu Dhabi, right? And so Rio, that just shows that he, when it comes to, brass tacks and actual performance, he's one of the best.
Yeah, he is. I think to really mechanical waves, obviously we're talking wave pool, it's mechanical, right? And I think to Indonesia, some of the best mechanical waves you have in the world.
Naturally mechanical, huh?
But it's weird because you'd think most people going to Indo, they have that down pat. It's a perfect wave, you can surf it. But perfect waves sometimes are really hard to surf them to that level of ability. And Rio, obviously, he has that down pat.
Waida patient with his priority. And again, you made a great point. If you're a regular foot growing up in Bali, your backhand surfing is going to be really good. You're going to be a product of your environment, and that environment includes long reeling lefts.
Oh yeah,
consistently.
That part of the coastline is a pretty special one. You got so many amazing waves to tap into there, and yeah, I think that was just so responsible for Rio's run all the way through to the final. I mean, took down some big names there. On the way to the final in 2024 out here, Griff as well, but it was a great battle between the two, and we're sort of seeing, just with that wind puffing up, sort of similar sort of conditions.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean,
maybe a little bit smaller.
It was a little smaller, but the swell is settling down, and we're going to have to see, heat by heat, having to watch our surfers adjust to the changing conditions, because this is just 2 heats ago we had that excellent heat with Felipe Toledo and Connor O'Leary, and then this is a whole different playing field. It's so dynamic in the changes. Here we go. Waida snaps off the top. Rio has to speed on down the line. He's able to generate a lot of speed on that sharp eye surfboard, but that wave is a little faster than he's able to generate.
Just not quite enough. He had the right idea. He was sticking high. He was creating that high line. I thought he might just be able to quickly bottom turn around that section, but kind of all she wrote there for Rio on that one.
Yeah, so both surfers, down to a 26-minute heat without anything really substantial in the score line. So the adjustments are going to have to continue to happen on the fly here. Interesting to see the positioning of each of the surfers on the reef. And be interesting to see if they adjust and move. Because I also believe that this wind, as this wave kind of refracts and goes further in, it gets more favorable as well. So we'll see.
Oh, totally. You can see it sort of here in this beautiful drone shot that the pointy end of the reef on the right end of the screen, that one sticks out so much further into the ocean, and then it has this tapered effect as it heads down towards the judges' tower. So naturally, that's going to be less wind affected, and you can see Rio's positioning.
I think, yeah, called it, right? So it looks like Rio's positioning himself further down on the reef pass to take advantage of maybe better winds on that section, and he's not paddling all the way out. So nice switch in strategy here by Rio Waida. Sammy Pupo on to the third round. Let's hear from Sammy with Vaughn.
Samuel, congratulations. A really tough heat against a good friend and a strong opponent at Leo. It was a real toe-to-toe match there at the start, but then you snuck a score under priority to start building your lead.
Yeah, I mean, such a tough heat. I was just really happy to have the opportunity to surf with Alejo on his last year, and we haven't had a man-on-man heat yet, so this is our first one, and I'm just so happy to be in the water with him. Waves are like so fun, as fun as it gets, so it was fun. Definitely not my very best surfing, but I'm happy to just make the heat.
That's it, man. You're in the top 10 at the moment, and you know this is the point of the year where people start to really knuckle down and laser focus on that world title. These early heats, just to get that first win on the board is so important.
Very important, you know. With this format, you have to be ready from the very start, and that's what I've been really focusing on this year, and make sure that I'm super ready for my very first heat. And Matthew Myers have been helping me a lot with that this year, and it's been kind of tough not having him with me these last two events. I just feel a little bit lost in the water, you know, almost like trying to look for him somewhere in the channel or something like that. But that just shows how much our work has been, you know, good together, and just can't wait to get back with him at lowers. But focusing on Fiji right now and try to better my surfing, because I feel like I could have done so much better on those waves, and I just couldn't really read the wave well. So I'll work on that, and let's go on the next one.
That's it, man. I mean, sometimes you get heats out there where everything just clicks and you get the canvas, and other ones are a little more grindy. But yeah, it's a great shout out to Matty as well. He's done great work with you this year, and obviously, you know, in a fantastic position to make a run at the world title. But congrats, man. We look forward to seeing you in the next heat. We hope you get to really bring your best.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm still hunting that my first win ever, so I'm really going for that this year, this last few events, and not thinking about the title run at all. Just happy with how my year's going, and I really want that first one.
Congrats, man. I'll get a little fluoro yellow hat so you can at least wave to me from the channel.
All right.
That's a signature for Matt Myers from Myers Surf Mentorship, who's the coach for Sammy Pupo. Exchange happened during that interview between Griffin Colapinto and Rio Waida, and Griffin Colapinto got the better of that exchange. Here's the replay. Let's start with Griff.
So Griff here, nice looking wave. Just a little bit of a setup turn here, a bit of a speed check down the line, and then really hook. I love that fin drift that he does. He's just that little bit too late for that turn, the last one, but wow, credit where credit is due. This is textbook. That is just so good. It kind of reminds me of Taj Burrow a bit. Those real big fin releases that he's able to do. Really TB-esque in my brain. Andy as well. I just love watching that. It's really cool to see. And then Rio, just big high line here. Streaks around this section. Still creating the high line. And waiting to tee off here. Nice turn. Beautiful timing. And finds almost another little turn. So just the 317 for the one turn of Rio, and then back into action with Griff.
Colapinto looking steady, looking firm, and looking sure-footed on the backhand. Wave a little bit of a taper, but keeping the rails clean on the Mayhem. Kicks out. Just wants to improve upon a two-point ride and incrementally grow his scoreline. Rio Waida, the Indonesian, streaking down the line. Board chatters under his foot, and he attacks the lip. That was a dynamic turn on the backhand. Make it two for Rio, but unfortunately gets caught up and not able to ride out of that second turn.
The timing on the first, he's just living right on the edge of almost too late, right? Which is kind of where you got to be if you're matched up against someone like Griff. We know Griff is incredible. He's in incredible form coming off the back of Chotes. He's runner-up in the world last year, and I feel like Rio obviously understands the assignment of living right on the edge here. You cannot be any later to this moment. So incredible, really perfect timing. And then he comes around this section and once again tries to go so late. Just maybe placement of that turn a little bit too late and a little bit too deep. It's so easy to say because, you know, hindsight is the perfect science, but I feel like he does have the right idea because he understands the person who is up against him, what he has to do to achieve this win, but living right on the edge.
No, that's a great point, Flick, in that, you know, Rio already knows the caliber that Griffin's going to surf at, so he can't hold back. He can't do any kind of conservative, just normal fundamental surfing. He has to, if he wants to make it through this heat, he has to show us edgy, high-risk surfing, because that's what Griffin Colapinto does.
Oh,
so you got to match whatever your competitor's doing if you want to match the score, or better the score than they got.
Totally. I think all you got to do, without, you say you're not competing, you try not to get focused on the competitor and who it is that you're competing against, but at this level you kind of do to some degree too. And I think no one's silly. Everyone watched what happened at Chopes. Everyone saw the 10. Everyone saw the theatrics on the foam ball, what Griff is able to achieve, just the comfortability in the barrel and waves of consequence. He's come over here, just a hop, skip and a jump to another island, which is also a wave of consequence, where he's also won before against yourself, Rio. So it's a really tough job, mentally, to sort of get over that hurdle of, okay, what do I have to do if I'm going to beat Griff out here in the current form that he's in,
Yeah, Griffin is getting so close, to a world title. I mean, he's been in the conversation. He's been, a runner-up. He's just right there. And this year, I mean, number 8 in the world coming into this place. Good results here. This is going to really set him up. Again, by the time we get to Pipeline, it's going to be that top 8 in the rankings that are going to get that seeding into the round of 16, which is going to be so valuable. And that is really where, the world title conversation is going to begin when we come to Pipe.
Pretty crazy that you could still come from being, world number 8 and clinch a world title right there at the end of the year. And I think it's so cool because it keeps so many more names involved in the conversation. And then, even guys that have been dark horses all year, they get to that last event of the year at Pipe. They're seeded into that round of 16, but they happen to be a tube specialist, and then all of a sudden all these doors open, all these possibilities. So it's a really cool initiative. I like it. It makes it fun. It makes it exciting.
And, when you talk about Pipe, it's a cliche thing to say, but it's so true, because it's either 2 or 10s out there. It's either glory days or the scariest moments of your life.
Oh, yeah. 0 to 0 real quick out there.
Yeah, and speaking of 10s, we saw Griffin Colapinto in Tahiti with a perfect 10. Gotta take a look at it again. The perfect 10. Griffin Colapinto. Ooh-wee.
This thing was absolutely psycho. Okay, from this angle, you can see the sheer size. Now, this is the angle you want to see. You want to see the rail grab. Right here, he is incredibly on the foam ball. Just for a split second, you saw the nose of his board here. This moment, drone angle, perfect demonstration. Switches straight around to the lineup, back out the back, and then once again regains control and spins back around 180 towards the shore. It's kind of becoming his signature move in the barrel. It's like this, I don't know, he's invented a new move in the foam ball. He's done it not once though. That's the second time. He did it over at Margs at the box too, and almost got another 10 there.
And he did it to Rio Waida as we look at the matchups right here. 3 for Griffin Colapinto. Last time he beat Rio in a head-to-head matchup, he got a 10-point ride. That was just in Tahiti. 19.6 max heat total. That's a giant heat total for Griffin Colapinto.
Oh, man.
So that's, what a hero. And here he is, Colapinto, in chase of a 3.58 right now. He's trailing Rio Waida in this moment, but he's on his way to the score with some smooth surfing, calculated surfing, puts it down. 3.58 is what Griffin needs to take the lead off of Rio Waida, and the score comes in really quickly for Colapinto at a 5.67, so he did just that.
Yeah, I think he's just looking for some sort of wave where he's getting a completion on. He's had a few rolls of the dice, they both have, but nothing's really given them that sort of longevity on the wave where they can bank off a few turns. So sort of first wave of real significance in this heat with 16 minutes on the clock left. And you can see here, I feel like the intention when he's taking off, just, okay, let's just, no silly business here. Let's just get to work, put this hat on and really just complete this wave, put a bit more separation between myself and Rio and apply a little bit more pressure, but just really beautiful surfing on the backhand.
Just sharp surfing. I mean, beautiful angles. And for Griffin Colapinto also, we talked about Rio Waida having to surf like on the edge. For Griffin, that was just pretty standard, putting it together, get a number on the board type of surfing. That's third gear for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, I think we saw shades of, you know, that elevated gear in the 4-point ride when he really drifted the fins, and I was like, that's reminiscent of like TB. And we did see that on that wave. I mean, if he takes off, gets a couple of turns like that, even 3 turns, I mean, he's on his way to excellence for sure. So critical, that kind of surfing, but I have no doubt that Rio is going to bring it.
Waida, in response, the Indonesian surfer sharp on his angles, nice hook off the top, easily around the corner there, another vertical bang for Rio Waida. Carves back into the foam pit, stings that last one and comes complete. Needs a 5.28. I think he just flipped the heat. Griffin's responding right behind him. Second wave of the set. Colapinto catches a rail, so that's not going to factor into it. All that counts right now is that last effort from Rio Waida, needing a 5.28. My gut feeling, he got it.
Yeah, let's have a look. So this point in the heat, we're seeing some completions. Really aggressive stab that first turn. And vertical once again. Yeah, I feel the same. My gut when I rewatch this is, I think the score's there. There was some really critical moments. He's really up the ante, I feel, in that last scoreable ride. So Rio is taking it to Griff at this point in the heat.
Yeah, I like that Rio is not letting this heat get away from him. He's, you know, choosing to stay right next to Griffin Colapinto, and Colapinto also trying to do the same thing. Griffin, unfortunately, not able to answer back behind Rio Waida, so still waiting for the judge's decision. 5.28 is the necessity to take the lead off of Colapinto for Waida, and judges, again, continue to review the tape before assigning a score to that. Griffin also in a good position because with that priority, if he is trailing Rio, he will be controlling the lineup. So, and he's got plenty of time with 13 minutes on the clock.
I think we've both seen these guys sort of change gears at this midway point through the heat. I think they've both realized, okay, we've had a couple of moments of brilliance, but nothing's really strung together, and both of them just looking for a completion with, you know, a couple of turns on each wave. So it's an interesting time. This next score is going to be pretty influential in this heat and really dictate what's going to happen.
Slowly the scores come through, and it comes through at a 5.33, so Rio does take the lead off of Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto with priority and needs to answer back. 12 minutes 55 seconds remaining in this heat. We're going to step away, take a break, and we're going to see if Griffin Colapinto can come back over Rio Waida. Right now, it's the Indonesian in the lead.
It's time to open the WSL Vault, presented by Tabarua Island Resort. After 4 days of competition at Cloudbreak, maxed out conditions pushed the 2005 Fiji Pro to run the final 2 days of competition at perfect restaurants. In round 4, the Irons brothers faced off in 4 to 6 foot offshore conditions. After older brother Andy got on the board with a 9.17, Bruce bounced back with the best 3 words in surfing, a 10-point ride. Bruce controlled the heat as the brothers traded multiple excellent scores. Finally, in one last act of desperation, Andy took off in front of Bruce and was charged with an interference. Bruce took the heat and scored another 10-point ride later in the event. The following day, in even better conditions, CJ Hobgood and Kelly Slater matched up in the event final. Trying to join his brother Damien as a Fiji champion, CJ struck first, but it was Kelly's day as he dominated the final heat. Kelly bit back with a 9-point ride to take the lead, then dropped a 9.63 to increase his advantage. Slater threw away multiple nines on his way to a 19.33 heat total and his first Fiji crown. The celebrations on Tavarua ensued, and Slater would go on to become a 4-time winner of the Fiji Pro.
What a great vault piece. Yeah, think about that. The ultimate surfing experience. You'd be on Tavarua right there, surf perfect restaurants in the morning, and then come to the restaurant and have a delicious breakfast.
It is such a beautiful island. If you ever get the chance to go there, it is just absolutely stunning. The fringing reef is beautiful. You can just go for a snorkel straight out the front of the restaurant, check out the giant clams there that they're restoring and rehabilitating. It really is beautiful. Walk around the island, takes you about 15 minutes, and some other little fun waves around too, so plenty to check out there.
A private beret is kind of a bonus.
Oh yeah.
Or you can just share, as a lot of surfers are right now. I mean, it's packed on the island this time of the year for this competition.
Oh, totally. I think, think back to the last couple of times that we've been here over the years. One was finals, so obviously less surfers.
Less surfers, yeah.
And then the year before we had the cut, so there's less surfers. And then this time we got
full house.
Full house. It is chockers. Got people bunking everywhere, but it's kind of the beauty of the island, right? And there's so many funny stories that come out of that, and who's bunking with who, and who's getting ticked off with who, and it is good. It's a good time.
Yeah. I learned that I snore very loud there.
Start up the chainsaw,
Don't. All right, 8 minutes, and Griffin Colapinto in an unusual situation. He is 3-0 over Rio Waida when we look at head-to-head matchups. Griffin over Waida, but right now it's Griffin searching for a score, 4.06. Miguel Pupo, Ramsey Bukiam coming up next. That's going to be a great matchup with the Goofy Foots.
2 goofs going head-to-head.
Thank you. Wonder what he's listening to. Any guess?
Something to pump him up, I reckon.
Yeah.
I feel like he likes to get pretty fired up.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to that heat. Battle of the Goofs, and 2 people that love to get incredibly tubed. And I think we've talked about it all day, we talk about it all the time, but I feel like these barrels here at Cloudbreak can sometimes be really difficult to read and potentially favour those Goofs, as we see a paddle.
Waida drops into this one. Sizable wave, goes vert there, but just gets caught up. Wave number 2 in the set. And Griffin Colapinto holding on to priority. Let's have eyes on Griff as he strokes into this one. Rolls in, stalls off the bottom, grabs the rail on the bottom turn, slashes off the top. More room to move for Colapinto. Looking for the barrel, gets under and in. Traveling through second section, third section, comes through. And Griffin Colapinto, as he does, will turn the heat into his favor. Guaranteed he's taking the lead after that wave. And look at him not giving up right there onto dry reef.
That is literally dry docked, but incredible surfing from Griff. Amazing. Second wave of the set, so beautiful, so groomed, and there was a real relaxed approach in how he went about that wave, which is kind of crazy. I mean, I know he's just, it's kind of crazy, but it's also not, because we know how much work he does on his whole, the mental state and the visualization and the manifestation. He has been pretty vocal about that, as we see Red Bull Jet Ski coming into the rescue there. But let's have a look at this wave. This was beautiful, really nice and groomed. Look, I mean, there's like a real relaxed energy to this. Absolutely slashes and sprays Rio there, and then Cool, calm, collected in the tube, just beautiful. This thing kept on giving. Look at the travel time there.
Pretty technical, too.
So technical. I mean, that tube really diminished in size. So just to be able to contort your body into those positions, really be able to make sure you're finding that exit. I feel like it would have been kind of an easy one to stuff up, but he just absolutely hung on and held the high line here. Let's have a look from this channel angle. Just beautiful down carve. And this wave just so nice and groomed and just great positioning.
And has to pull up.
Am I surprised that he's found the exit after what we saw at Chopes? No, I'm not. I'm not surprised at all. He's an absolute wizard when it comes to being in the tube. And it's probably going to be a really, really healthy score for Griff. Really healthy.
Yeah. Well, he likes big numbers, and he got one. Colapinto with a 9.5, and you can see the smile on his face come over. Our IC score line, pretty unanimous. Actually, one judge went 9.8. High and low, easy math with that 9.5. Sheesh. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needed the score. 9.5.
He did need a score. He didn't need a 9.5 though, because he went way above and beyond the calling. And now, Rio Waida needing a 9.84 and 4 minutes remaining.
That is the highest score for the men in this event so far, the 9.5. So absolutely beautiful work done by Griff there. But I just love the relaxed nature and the way he took off. There was just such a casualness to, hey, I've got this. You could really see the conviction. If you talk about a word to describe his surfing, there was conviction there in the way he took off and just confidence. And he was oozing it. And just beautiful demonstration of backside tube riding.
Yeah, I mean, we're not surprised. We saw that bucking Bronco slip on the foam ball in Tahiti. But again, that was such a technical tube because he had to alter his line and get super high as that tube was kind of collapsing around him, just to find the exit and do it cleanly, and then to combo it up with a huge hanger on the inside. Let's take another look, Flick.
I love the grab rail setup into this turn, and then just so beautiful and calm, composed. The gift that kept on giving, this tube was just really tight finish to that barrel, nice little down carve here to set up. I mean, this inside section, we were singing praises about the tube, but just to hold on through that converging bit of whitewash, so hard to do. But every single point of this wave had elements that I loved. I think even if I think back to the setup into the first carve, the grab rail touch, I just love that. It's just a throwback, you know, of the couple of last decades, and I love watching that myself. And then the tube, it just had so many elements that it was reeking of a 9.5.
It sure was, and he takes the top single wave score so far in the event, topping Yago Dora yesterday had an 8.67, and Griffin's almost a point higher with that 9.5. So strong pick for fantasy if you were looking at our fantasy power surfer picks. The majority of you went with Gabe Medina, which, I mean, the proof's in the track record there, but Griffin Colapinto is in that top 5 when you look at power surfers for fantasy, and for a good reason.
Oh, I am not surprised. I mean, we just saw it right there. Case and point. Also the form that he's in off the back of Chopes. 10s, 9.5s this week. 10 last week, 9.5 this week. But, you know, Gab Medina, he's number 1 on the fantasy power pick. I saw a free surf wave that he got this morning, and he was doing Gaby things.
Yeah.
He was sitting so far up the point, nowhere where anyone...
It's his own takeoff zone, isn't it?
Man, I watched this thing, and it was kind of so funny because he threaded tube all the way from the deepest point of the point, all the way through to where the actual pack was sitting, and then came flying out after, and it's almost like, what, you guys are kind of in the wrong spot. But it's like, actually no, because no one else would make those tubes from back there. He is
Only
insane.
Gabe can do that. And we're going to see Gabe in the final heat of this round. Heat 16, round 2 will feature Gabe Medina up against Joel Vaughn. So you're going to want to stick around for all-day action here at Cloudbreak. Can't wait to see what Gabe's going to bring to this lineup in the afternoon. But right now, the lineup is owned by Griffin Colapinto. Just, you know, I said it before, I always use the nickname as the water bender. He just bends water in his will. And just up and out. You did point out something as we watch Griff right here about, you know, that similarity with that backhand, like, fin throw that he does, like Taj Burrow.
Yeah. I love watching that.
And I just realized he's got the same number on his jersey as Taj Burrow.
He does.
99.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not a coincidence. Maybe it's all meant to be, Flick.
Well, if you're living in the world of Griff Colapinto, I'd say it is.
25 seconds remaining, and is looking like a foregone conclusion in this heat. Rio Waida going to be eliminated. Griffin Colapinto is going to make it 4-0 over the Indonesian surfer. Waida going to be preparing again for stop number 9. It's going to be over at Lower Trussell, so he's going to have to get his head on performance surfing. Griffin Colapinto continue to roll through the draw here. You can hear the horse sound, and now it is official. Colapinto, 15.17 two-wave total, and the San Clemente surfer continues his roll through the South Pacific. We'll see him in round 3. We've got an all goofy foot matchup coming up next. Miguel Pupo up against Ramsey Bukiam. We're going to bring Joe and Jess in for the call. Stick around.
Magical day continues here. What a great view of the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. It is just stunning today as the waves are pumping just a few miles out to sea. Great restaurants, great people, learning about the culture and friendliness, welcoming us into their home and their backyard each and every year, and meeting great people along the way. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Jesse Starling here, enjoying today's action in men's round 2 as Miguel Pupo and Ramsey Bukiam hit the lineup. It's going to be an all goofy foot clash, and that's what they dream of when they come to Cloudbreak, being on their front side attack and just a bright blue wall looking at them.
My goodness. And both of these guys have tasted success in this part of the world as well. Miguel obviously having a breakthrough win all those years ago in Tahiti, still in the South Pacific. We know he's good in big barreling left-handers, but Ramsey, my goodness, didn't he catch fire last week?
That was fantastic. I mean, he told us that Chopes is his favorite event, and he's proven it more than once, that he will go on frightening waves, almost maxed out the scale on just a tall monster that grew off the reef and folded on itself. That's the closest he's come to a perfect 10. You know what? Miguel Pupo hasn't had a 10 yet in his career, but he came awfully close at Pipeline years ago. Ended up being short, 9.93, and he reflects back on it and I'm like, yeah, that could have been a 10. He's still waiting for that to happen. And we're getting some big numbers throughout the day today. We've had some excellent heats. We just had Griff throw down a 9.5. The story for Miguel Pupo, though, has been just his best year to date. First time he's ever worn the yellow jersey this year following that win that he had at Bells Beach.
I'm not sure if anyone saw that coming, that win coming. Just when you think about guys who are usually so dominant there, of course, Filipe Toledo, Ethan Ewing comes to mind as well. And Miggy, he just came out of the gate swinging. I was so impressed, and the fact that he came out, he won, he rung the bell on his oldest daughter's birthday as well. It was just such a special moment for him, and I honestly believe him and Sammy have been really channeling each other's energy and pushing the limits, and if one of them makes a heat, the other one tries just as hard to make sure that they're keeping up with their brother, and it's this really I wouldn't say competitive, just wholesome relationship between the two, that they really want each other to succeed and they'll feed off the energy of the brothers.
Yeah, it's great to see that. The siblings pushing each other, a lot of love there between the two, about a 9-year age gap. Sammy did make it through to the next round, so now it's Miguel's turn. But Ramsey's coming in hot. First trip here to Cloudbreak. So Ramsey took advantage of an early swell before the waiting period started just to get familiar and acclimated to the lineup. He's stroking into this one, and now up, the Moroccan. Solid stance, starting to drive on that JS Industries surfboard, throwing some water on the carve. Out in front for a nice paced cutback. And now just finding a way to kick out on that inside corner. Get to Cloudbreak and you see that inside section, you're like, ooh, you could get barreled there, a good easy way to get to the channel too. But then you start realizing that out the back in the middle section is a little bit more forgiving, more rippable, and then shish kebabs, so the inside corner gets shallow, a little more treacherous, and can create a lot of injuries on that inside shelf.
Just gets a little bit scary quite quickly. We've seen that multiple times, even just today, guys who are bailing their boards on that inside section because it's too shallow to duck dive. So that's when you know, all right, it's time to get in some deeper water. If your knuckles are scraping the reef as you're duck diving, it's time to jump on the back of that Red Bull jet ski. But these guys are so well prepped and so versatile when it comes to this reef. And Miggy, just to touch back on him again, I love how consistently dominant he's been in big barreling left-handers. Obviously, Chopu, he's found some great success in some big heaps over at Pipeline as well. But for here, he hasn't quite made the same momentum happen. He's had a couple ninths, a couple of 13ths, but he's been competing here for the first time since 2013. So plenty more reps on the board for Miguel Pupo than Ramsey.
Yeah, good call. As Ramsey had the chat with me, he was telling me how he's just unfamiliar with this lineup and making that trip out here. He wasn't meaning that it was his first trip, because he had a couple of heats in 2024, but for him it still feels brand new. So he left Tahiti, a place he does feel comfortable, a place he kind of grew up traveling to, made some good friends with locals. But for here, he said he just still doesn't have a handle on this lineup. So he was just really trying to get more experience from that trip he had a couple years ago when we had that event post-cut that Griffin beat Rio Waida in that final. They just had their rematch a heat ago, and Griffin got that win again.
But you said no to the first one.
Oh yeah, you like that?
Beautiful. It was all heat. It was a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Second wave deal. So that was beautiful.
I down, like, it's so much bumpier now. Like, it's, the wind changed in my
It came more south.
Yeah.
And those first ones are like skippy and like.
Yeah, like even off the bottom, I'm like.
That first one actually had good direction.
Yeah.
Like it was actually rippable, but it had the wind thing from Rio just got lost in a big chop. So.
Yeah. I went. That set felt so big. I was like, there has to be two.
What about needing a fall? So then you do a huge turn, and all you want to do is just keep doing big turns, and it went barrel, and I could see you went, I've got to do it.
It's my only option. I know. I was like, if I fall there, I lose.
I know.
That's crazy.
I felt that too.
Yeah.
And even at the end, you got sort of deep. I'm like, oh.
I had the thought, like, in the barrel, I was like, I'm going to make this, and I'm in.
I could see you off the bottom almost, because you just wanted to do another turn, and then you go, it's got to be a barrel. I'm just going. Yeah. I felt that energy from it. I went, oh, shit, come on, come into that thing.
Luckily, the wave was big enough to be like, it was such a big wave that it's like going to do it.
And clean.
Drawing this one into the pit and flying out is Miguel Pupo. Driving into another nice, beautiful open face hook. He'll set up another fade. What a start for Miguel, blasting it off the lip line, and he will be shoved into the end section beautifully. Now it's going to be Ramsey's turn. Controlling the rails, slowing things down. The wave's already unloading behind him. He'll start pumping and driving, and the Moroccan goes down. What a set. Miguel Pupo capitalizing on the first. Pulling into a big shack. Couple of nice cutties to follow and a clean kick out. Ramsey's just unloaded behind him, and then he had to rush that section. And he got clipped. All goofy foot battle here. A little bit more size in Ramsey. He's going to try to flex a bit of power on Miguel, but Miguel is so precise and finesse with his rail work. He packs a punch as well.
Oh, and how quickly this lineup can change, whether it will be from set to set. We were just listening to Griffin saying, no, the second one was definitely better because of the wind chatter on this first one. It still has this, so there is still that relevance there, but look at this wave just completely bottom out, open up into such a fun, clean tube for Miguel Pupo, and then there's those gorgeous drawn out lines that we just fall in love with time and time again from Miggy. This starts to hit really shallow water, so putting a lot of emphasis on that turn and making sure he's getting out of there before it completely dries. This drone shot is going to give you that really great understanding of he's deep and he's traveling through. This one kind of did chandelier. It wasn't that big steep barrel that just hucked over like we saw from Aaron yesterday, but it was a fun barrel. He managed to get really deep and then combo it up with three nice turns, at the end. So Miggy identifying that the first wave had more on offer while the second actually ran really fast for Ramsey.
Wow, what a great back and forth exchange. Tough for Ramsey though, falling, but fun to see him get funneled for a moment there. Miguel Pupo producing a 7.33 on the IC score update. Strider got to witness both. What'd you see, Waz?
Oh, I saw the ocean come alive right there. Well, you know, that last heat with Griff, we didn't see much. All of a sudden, bang, you get the 9.5, you get the big barrel. Thing was draining off the corner. It looked a lot like, you know, the wave that Aaron Brooks got yesterday. And then, you know, in this heat, all of a sudden, you know, we got another one coming through. So it's great signs for us for the rest of the day, seeing waves like that. I mean, Miggy picking a really nice wave. It was one of the first waves, so there was a lot of chandelier and kind of section-y part of the wave, but not super clean. But so he was kind of playing a little bit safe, and I think that's why he, you know, you could kind of see him the whole time. That's why the score didn't go through the roof. But the next wave was even better and was hollow off the top. Thing barreled for like 3 seconds, and then Ramsey took off and pulled up and got spit on. So, you know, there's definitely some great waves out here right now. Afternoon's looking beautiful. We do have some wind coming, some little chop off the back there, kind of blowing it over. But you know what happens on the second wave. Sheets get pulled tight and you get barreled.
That's the system right there. Thank you, Waz. And just seeing Ramsey get clamped on the replay, but he was out the back, so the Moroccan does have priority in that first strike he had in 2024. He ended up losing in the round of 16 to Iago Dora, but he did get past Liam O'Brien in something we used to call the elimination round. That was taken off the cards this year in our format. And it's just straight into elimination heats from round one. Huge change for 2026. But we also have a reduced field going into a postseason. Ramsey is well aware of that, so he's trying to put himself in the top 22 before we get there.
And they're good events too. So these guys, especially with the introduction of Cloud9, it's for someone who's been there multiple times, it's such a fun wave. It's peak season when the CT is going to be on when it comes to waves and having consistency and swell. And a name that comes to mind for that conversation is Oscar Berry. He's won there as a QS 6000 before, so he's tasted glory at Cloud9. So he'd love to make some magic happen over the next couple of events, get him over to the Philippines competing, and of course Ramsey in that conversation too.
You've been there so many times.
So many times. I adore it. I love it so much over there.
Can't wait.
Oh, you're gonna have the best time. I've got all the best food spots.
Remember reading an old article in one of the mags, I think written by Evan Slater, Taylor Knox was on this trip. I think it was one of the early trips to that place, and I don't even know if the wave had a name yet. I think there's a candy bar named Cloud9.
There is.
And I think
Delicious.
that's how they named it. Man, there's some old images of that place, and look how far it's come. CT venue for the first time in surfing history as we continue to celebrate 50 years of the World Tour. Running into this one and throwing down a nice little down carve sweep is Ramsey. Beautiful rails on that JS. Coming to the lip. Nice rock and roll float on the lip line. And he puts it away. Two JS Industries team riders in the water right now with Miguel and Ramsey, and a good opportunity to say happy birthday to Jason Stevenson. JS is out here on the big boat with Ak. And Aki's a great singer, by the way. I for sure would have woken up with a birthday song. If not, it's going to happen at some point today. Happy birthday, JS. Hope you're enjoying the action.
Shares a birthday with Cruiser Moore. How good's that?
That's really cool.
Wow.
A lot of birthdays around this time.
Yes.
Isabella Nichols, August 20th. She celebrated a birthday with her twin right before this waiting period opened up. So Ramsey getting great boards from JS for a long time. Pupo more recently jumping on the program with his younger brother, Sammy Pupo. Sam Zubovic, who's a part of the JS family, he tells me Miguel likes to try everything. It's not like, okay, just give me the hot rods I'm going to be competing on. He wants to ride every model they have. And that's one of his favorite parts of his job for Miguel, is just trying surfboards. I mean, he grew up with a dad that still builds beautiful boards. Wagner, a competitor from Brazil. So I think that's just part of his love for surfing, is falling in love with your equipment and knowing what everything can do.
And it would be cool to be a JS team rider, have JS here, but also Oki here, who's won in the past and also has his own model. So you would be picking Oki's brain of, okay, what kind of boards as a goofy footer should I be surfing at this wave?
Yeah, Oki's like the spirit animal of the team, a guru when it comes to riding waves here at Cloudbreak as well. As we look at Miguel setting the rail for a wrapping cutback. Already has a 733. Clean rails, nice pace, great style, and a little sticky there just because of the wave reacting in a peculiar way, but he stayed on his feet. Now funneling through the barrel is Ramsey, again going down.
Yeah, Ramsey got himself back into this heat with that last three-turner, and that's something we saw multiple times throughout the day, actually. Even just with Connor O'Leary, it's okay to take off on some of those mid-sized ones, but surf it as hard as you can, because the judges do just want to see really tight, tidy, critical surfing, and that's what we got from Ramsey from those three turns. It came in at a 6.6. Then Miggy, again on this first wave, he's loving it. There is a little bit of wind, but he doesn't look affected by it at all. Two really nice swoops to start this one. Both of these goofy footers drawing out that carve, but that's where it starts to get a little bit sticky. You can see as his bottom turn, they hit a weird little teepee in that wave, and unfortunately not connecting that outside edge back down. And then Ramsey just traveling through that barrel. He really is on the hunt just to get a nice deep tube, but not opening up, because these guys are surfing what it looks like to be a little bit further down the reef. It is hitting that shallower water quicker, so it's going to start to bend those barrels down faster. But Ramsey's going to keep on chipping away at this requirement. I mean, it's not big, it's a 4.41. So this heat, it's had some moments, but I definitely wouldn't say it's run away at any point for either one of them.
Gosh, so fun when it's like this, just so hotly contested. Ramsey was teed up by Vaughn in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, saying, yeah, I think you've run into a heat with Miguel, and he just went, wow, he's the guy in charge. He called him like an uncle, even though they're not that far off in age. But I think just respect for the longevity that Miguel has had on the championship tour. Arguably one of the craziest rookie classes of all time, with Miguel, Gabe Medina, and John Florence stepping on the tour at the same time. That was at an old mid-season cut. We've had a couple mid-season cut moments, and that was one of them where you could actually start your tour at the halfway mark. So your first event was lowers, then you ran through the back end of the tour. Miguel went through that and been working hard ever since. There's a nice carve to start for Ramsey, finding the pocket, Hits it off the top of the lip line. Drives out in front and gets stuffed.
That end section is getting the better of some competitors just with how quickly it's bowling out. But Ramsey, he's really good at regrouping in heats. And I actually think Ramsey serves better with a bit of emotion. He is definitely the type of guy who has his heart on his sleeve. We know when he's happy, but we also know when he's sad and frustrated. But sometimes that's when we see the biggest turns come from Ramsey. Really interesting with these two. They haven't had too many head-to-head matchups in the past. Just the one so far, and Miguel beat him. It was over at Pipe. But when you go all the way back to the archives, their first head-to-head matchup was in 2017 at Bolido. So these guys have almost 10 years worth of competing together. Let's take a look at just where it went wrong at the end of this wave for Ramsey. Like I was mentioning, both of these guys are drawing this carve out really, really nicely. Floats on this section, everything was going right, but bottom turns, you can see his nose actually just caught as he was trying to lay into that turn. I'm not sure if it was the section to lay back into with that lip coming back towards him so hard. But Ramsey, he's had that end section floater on lock the last couple of waves, so maybe he was trying to give us some variety. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's right, Jess. Yeah, these two guys going blow for blow. A couple falls there for Ramsey in the barrel, and then a fall just on that last section going for a big frontside hack. Famous for a powerful backhand growing up in Morocco, but moved over to France at a very young age and got competitive through the European Junior Series and then the QS and beyond. Ramsey getting the call up as a wild card this year once John made the decision to continue his travels around the world, and he wants to embrace it and put himself in a position to be in the postseason. Miguel out in front. We'll take a Bonsoy group break.
So far, Sammy's on it. Miggy's more hard on himself, but the matchups are not only happening in the ocean, guys. It's like on the court.
Brother rivalry.
Isn't it? Who's winning?
5-5. 15 love. But 34-25.
Good times with Miguel and Sammy. Both really talented on the tennis court, but even more talented in the water. Live action as Miguel Pupo attacks the lip and then pulls into a nice little funneling section. Still running after a finishing move, potentially. It'll just be a place to kick out for Miggy as He's looking to build his low score. Ramsey behind him has been just having a tougher time compared to Miguel with finding the right waves to let him out of barrels and finish turns. He's gotten clamped a bit more than Miguel. He's definitely been the most active surfer. Now with 7 waves ridden for the Moroccan compared to, well, just 3 for Miguel Pupo. Pupo's last to 4.5 and sits out in front with priority, controlling this matchup. Miguel's a great tennis player. He actually plays on a little mini circuit when he has time at home. Himself, Jesse Mendez, they're all super good, and they compete in this little like local series. And I think their seeding's actually going up as we look at this last exchange here.
Just quickly, I want to know who won. But I was hooked in during that tennis. Miggy, again, just finding such a fun little funnel. He didn't really get super deep in that one, so it won't be majorly critical, but he's just looking to keep edging himself away from Ramsey, making this requirement a little bit harder, knowing that Ramsey has a 6-6, so his high score is less than a point from Miggy's high score. He knows that he's going to need to start to break away, so just starting to turn waves and creating some momentum for Miguel.
Miguel Pupo doing a great job to keep his season just solid in the top 5 picture. Ramsey on the opposite end trying to move above the top 22. Last heat just was sensational for Colapinto's rhythm. Griffin throwing down a 9-5 in the final rematch that he had with Rio Waida from 2024. Last year's runner-up in the world is hanging out on the boat with Von Blakey.
Griffin, congratulations, man. A little sleepy start to that heat, but then you're locked into the highest individual wave score of this entire event, a 9-5 with a big old slash, followed by a deep, draining runner on the inside. Good stuff, brother.
Yeah, that was a interesting, kind of scary, abundant situation, just needing a 4-point ride with like, I think 7 minutes left when that set came, and it was like, you know, you never know if there's not going to be any more waves for the rest of the heat. And it was also, the tide was bottoming out in our heat, so I was like, it could be slow. And yeah, when I was on that wave, I did the one big carve and then came around and the carve felt good. So I was like, oh, I probably just need like button up 1 or 2 more to get the score. And I just saw this freight train like down the line. I had no option but to pull in. I was in there going, oh my gosh, like I only need a 4 and I'm like forced to pull into this thing. And then, but it went, yeah, I went in full abundance mode and let me out.
That's it, man. And yeah, that thing had a lot of chandeliers. You know, what did it look like on the inside? Were you surprised that it stayed as hollow as it did?
Well, luckily I knew like it was a big set wave and it was the second wave of the set, so it had that like cleanup part. And then yeah, you kind of like never really know if those chandeliers are going to clamp down at the end. Sometimes they do, but yeah, the first part was like, it seemed like there was 2 sections to it. And when I got in the first part, I was like, oh, okay, like I'm pretty deep right now. And then as I was gaining speed, I could feel the momentum and like seeing the exit the whole time. And yeah, so there was never really a point where I was like, oh no, I'm not going to make it. I felt like pretty confident throughout that. Yeah.
Mate, Rio was really going hard at the lip. It looked like he was just going to go and try and make stabbing it through and blast and tail the point of difference. You were kind of leaning on these big swoop and snowboarding almost carves. But then when the section did stand up, you were able to do a bit of tail release and show that variation as well.
Yeah, that was it was a really weird start. I felt like we were kind of both blowing it. Like there was a set that came in and he was like too deep and I missed one, and then some of the waves I caught like went fat, and then I saw he had a wave in front of me that he did one huge turn, and I was like, oh shoot, here we go, like he's gonna put something big, and then I looked back and he fell on the second one. So that was like an opening he gave me there. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's just like, I knew Rio's like, his backhand's so gnarly. And I was definitely like nervous going up against him, like knowing that he was, and I knew that he really wanted to beat me too. So there's like that extra tension there. And so I think that, yeah, I just played for, kind of made both of us just kind of blow it at the start. And then, but yeah, just throughout, just found the rhythm, kind of went in my favor and ended up on that wave at the end. So I'm psyched, and Crosby's coming up next. Big heat for him, so hopefully he gets through this thing.
It's awesome, man. Yeah, your rhythm is right on right now, and it's been great to see you catch fire through the Pacific leg, as you always do, and congrats on getting through that one. Looking forward to the next one.
Thanks, Vaughn. Cheers, brother.
Nice connection there on the high five from Vaughn to Griff as we get back into this one with Miguel Pupo. Throwing it up in the lip, just a nice little fin ditch float, stomps it. Pupo sneaks on out of there and just continues to hold on to control, and just great execution on the waves. He's choosing to come up with some good turns on the open face and off the lip line. Got barreled on his 7.33. So now Ramsey's got 5:40 on the clock to wait for something solid to come back in this one. You know, just thinking of Griff, Griff does have Sammy Pupo in the next round. If Miguel keeps this lead with Crosby coming up next against Cowley, there could be some brotherly love coming up in the next round. We'll see how it unfolds.
Yeah, this is going to be fun for either one of the brother duos that we have on the tour. This was great surfing here from Miggy, getting that tail really nice and free on that second one. That finishing turn, he floats it into the most shallow part of the reef that there is, and he hung on there for a little while, and I kept thinking, oh my gosh, he's fins. He needs to get out of there. But Miggy, I just think he's surfing a really smart heat, and we spoke about it with Leonardo earlier. He has just been refining his craft and making really good decisions and closing out the last 5 minutes, which is probably the most important most important minutes of a heat, and Miggy has done that so well this year. And I know he probably will tell us that he's not thinking about it, but hey, this can be a world title year for Miggy. Magic can happen, and he could lift a trophy above his head. So he knows all of that and knows how crucial these round 2 heats are, and staying away from a 17th and making this is super important for him in his world title run.
Oh gosh, it's so cool just to hear that next to his name. You know, as a world title contender, he's had to deal with the Challenger Series even more recently in his career, but he's more focused than ever. Just with maturity and longevity of the tour, he always reminds us of those early years where, you know, he was just so good based on talent. He wasn't really putting in the time in the gym. And it wasn't really until Sammy, his younger brother, was getting in the mix where he kind of had to show him by leadership of how to really apply yourself and work hard. But then Miguel's results increased and his confidence increased by being a good example to Samuel. But for him to win bells, I mean, that's only his second win of his whole career. And he's been honest about feeling like outshadowed by his peers that he qualified with. I mean, John and Gabe, 2 of the all-time greats. I think, you know, everyone's in their shadow. So he's, you know, he moved on from that and just tried to do it his way. But for all the time he's put into this, it's great to see everything falling into place for Miggy. Without priority, he's gonna sneak around Ramsey on this one and just kick out.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to ruffle Ramsey's feathers. These 2 guys were paddling circles around each other, getting really close, and this is that 10 years of competitive man-on-man history that I was talking about before. 2017 was the first time that these 2 ever came up against each other. It was in a QS, so they've been through every different phase of competition that there is and that they can do together. They know, Miggy knows that when Ramsey starts to feel a little bit emotional and frustrated, it can either snowball or inspire him, and I think he's trying to pull on that. I think he's trying to go, all right, maybe if I can just make him a little bit more frustrated, this could all work out for me. But he does have to be careful because it could backfire on him, and Ramsey could turn this frustration into really big, powerful surfing. So I'm excited to see this next 2 minutes. When you think about it though, a 5.67 for someone like Ramsey, if I was Miggy, I'd be freaking out too, and I'd be trying to pull out every stop in the book to make sure that Ramsey doesn't get the score.
Ramsey hasn't turned a heat past the 5-minute mark when he's been in second all season. He's trying to do it for the first time here at stop 8. You think about Miguel being effective in a lot of the waves he's catching. One thing he hasn't really done is put this away. But Ramsey's still just chasing a mid-range score.
Just out of curiosity, from what you saw, who do you think won the tennis match?
Gosh, I just love to not let Leor's like commentating as well. But it was a close battle. I knew Miguel was really good. I didn't realize that Sammy was maybe just as talented on the court. But it's a part of the Fiji events. You know, so many guys like Brett Simpo and the Hobgood brothers would have just crazy tennis battles, especially over there on Tabby. big tennis court here at the Momi Marriott as well. Gabby Bryan's been playing a lot. She's really good. Her mom, really talented at tennis as well. As we're down to the final minute of this one, Ramsey coming off his best result of the year in Tahiti. Came here early just to get more familiar with Cloudbreak. Not his first trip, but he wanted to come here early just to get more familiar with this giant lineup. Got his 6.6. Fell in the barrel a couple of times. Fell on an inside section turn. And now he's down to 35 seconds. You can see it's getting crowded out there. That's Crosby and Cowley Vost. Grabbing this wave under prio is Miguel Pupo. Setting up that first turn with the fin throw. World number 4 on the load up. Connects with that section. Leans back but buries the rail. That'll give some room to Ramsey for a potential buzzer beater moment. Tracking down the line, building speed. The Moroccan is absolutely flying right now. First turn, snaps it off the lip right when the buzzer goes off. Packs the inside section, makes it. Lays down a full roundhouse cutback with a rebound. And steps off.
Wow. There's a lot to think about there. Firstly, Miguel Pupo, really smart decision to go that way. With 30 seconds to go, we've got about a 14 to 15 second interval swell today. So we knew that we were going to get 2 more rides with a couple of waves starting to roll through. So Miggy takes the first one and just starts belting it. If he can drop that 4.93, it's going to make that 5.67 go up. And that requirement need to be on what is at least a mid-sized decent wave. So that first, really smart from Miguel and just that decision making in the split second. And then Ramsey had to race, spent a lot of time charging down the line. That one, it came way more straight on and almost closed out through that first part of the reef. So he's forced to just deal with that very last part of the wave, which didn't feel like it had what it needed to get himself into that 5.67.
Wow, so intense though. And one thing that was clutch about Ramsey is he was able to complete that whole ride, even under pressure of having that horn just blare through his eardrums through that big first turn. Had to surf what he had in front of him. Didn't really have a big section or wave height. Then judges will make their decision momentarily. Ramsey's goal was to come here and keep his momentum going in the South Pacific leg. And there's the frustration with the result, falling short of the requirement. Ramsey knocked out by Miguel Pupo. And Samuka there. He's not talking about surfing, he's talking, hey, let's get that forehand smash going on the tennis court. Game on. Sammy's into the next round, Miguel's into the next round. They'll have back-to-back heats, potentially tomorrow in round 3, as they hang out with the captain of the Brazilian Storm, De Souza, breaking it all down. Coming up next, Cowley Vost takes on Crosby Colapinto. We'll be right back. The Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by Fiji Airways, the official airline partner of the Fiji Pro, and by Tavarua Island Resort, official legacy partner of the Fiji Pro. It's always fantastic to be here in Fiji, tropical South Pacific island nation made up of roughly 330 volcanic islands, a lot with waves on them. There's about 100 that are inhabited, 500 atolls covering about 120,000 square miles. Home to Cloudbreak and restaurants. The Mamanuca Islands, you've got Namotu and Tavarua out there, a part of that chain. As we get into Cali Vos first, Crosby Colapinto, the Goofy Foot representing France, and Tahiti also on the JS team. Crosby on the Lost Surfboard team. Moving down the line and finding even more speed is Cowley, pushing that rail, hugging the pocket so well. Love that transition back to the top of the wave, and Cowley steps off of his opener. Incredible run this year as a rookie on tour, and maybe the favorite from even the start of the season for Rookie of the Year due to his past history of winning the Olympic gold at a CT venue. He's expected to go a long way at that last stop, and that fell short. But he's got no weaknesses. He's just built for the tour. Great backhand, good power, front side. And facing a man who did achieve Rookie of the Year in his first try. And that 9th place he got, 2024, helped him just get ahead of his good buddy Cole Houshman that year.
Yeah, it feels bizarre that Cowley is a rookie because he's just so good and he's had so many wild cards and just has so many accolades already that you think, oh my gosh, this is his first year on tour. He's already had 3 quarterfinal appearances, and it's for surfing like this, really smooth from Cowley, slightly smaller wave. So you just see him start to put the accelerator on and surf bigger through this steeper inside part, which is really good signs for when he gets himself onto a slightly bigger wave. I totally agree, Joe. Love that transition between the last 2 turns. And there's nothing quite like finishing your first ride. Knowing that you've completed it, you don't have to think about, oh God, I've got to make that next wave. He's done that. Tick that box, and now he can start building from there.
Building is always the procedure on tour through heats, but also through the marathon that is a world title race. Managing your body through injuries, pushing through even mental setbacks when you start losing the belief at times. Crosby, as we know, does a lot of meditative retreats with his big brother that they consistently do together on tour. Cali Vos has a pretty happy-go-lucky type of vibe. He said he often doesn't even read surf reports. He just kind of wakes up and checks it and then reacts. I think that helps him be really present, not worrying about what's to come a week later. So we see this lineup showing a little bit of wind, but it's still really wide open as far as open face is concerned. So opportunity to really sink those fins in and let them rip. Paddling for this one, it will be the Cross. Draws some great lines as he belts the first section, weightless on the drop back into the wave, but he can't control it. That's just a similar approach to the way Andy Irons would attack the lip. He could almost delay it to make it as critical as possible. He'll pick this one up quickly just to recover from the wipeout. He'll throw the fins out and just slides out again, so just a couple of falls to get out of the way at the start of this heat for Crosby.
I love the fact that he turned that wave around so quickly though. Just to go from a fall and think, hey, let's just get a turn under my belt and complete it. I know he just came on the heels right at the end, but to even release the tail as much as he did and still have the control to airdrop out of it, essentially it was just his legs were too straight right at the end, but I think that's smart for Crosby. Really interesting. Crosby's last 2 events on the CT, he's been knocked out of this round by Cowley. So this is the 3rd straight consecutive time they're matching up in round 2. So Crosby, we spoke about this earlier, twice, all right, 3 times you need to start getting one back.
Here we go, carving with some control is Cowley Vos. Impressive in the guts of the wave there. Draws it right back into the power source. Starting to lunge forward now. Wow, he is moving. And the man from Chobes draws a beautiful hack on the open face. A lot of exciting moments down that wave here at Cloudbreak for Callie Voss. Already has a 5.17, 2 falls for Crosby, 2 complete rides for the man representing France.
Callie is dominating at the moment. I know we're still really early into this heat, but he is building confidence, and it has been throughout the year. This is kind of his dream wave when you think about it. Tropical blue waters. He grew up in an environment really similar to this, and now he gets to showcase 2 of his strong points: power calves, like we're seeing on the screen right now, and really good barrel rides. Callie, this is what I was talking about. When we see him on a slightly bigger wave, he's going to be able to properly unleash steps so hard on the back foot to make sure he completes that finishing turn. But a good sign to know how hard a surfer is pushing is by the amount of water is dispersing off that back foot. And Callie is just absolutely spreading so much water out the back. And we saw for a split second there, Crosby had to digest that all in real time and watch that. So Callie is definitely feeling good. And I'm really impressed with just how well he's built throughout the year.
What a great rookie on tour. The battle is just beginning against Crosby Colapinto, but all in favor of the Goofy at the moment. And speaking of Goofy footers, there's a great list of past champions at this event. And the one that won most recently was 2017. An Australian named Matty Wilkinson. You know what? We've got him on the line. Wilco, thanks for joining us.
Happy to be here with you guys.
Yeah, man. Gosh, watching this comp must bring you a lot of wonderful memories, especially sharing the final with Connor O'Leary back in 2017. What do you remember about that event specifically, and how much that win still means to you today?
Amazing moment in my career, definitely a highlight. And getting to share it with Connor, who's, oh, here we go, he's Cooley.
Callie Voss just up and out.
Getting to share it with Connor, and then still getting to kind of watch his heats now, and I get to relive my little moment when I see those ones. But yeah, it's a great memory for me.
Yeah, thinking about your turnaround in your career, you know, Wilco, that was prime time when everything changed. I think you had like 6 years on tour where you were always focusing on requalifying, and then a switch went off and you became a world title contender and got to wear the yellow jersey. How was that moment for you? What was really the difference in you figuring out how to win major events?
Kind of a mindset switch. I kind of changed my work ethic and really put a lot of effort in, and just kind of I slowed it down. And instead of trying to win the event on every wave, I kind of figured out the way to be present and know exactly what I needed in heats and exactly what I needed to do to get those scores and to get put myself in those little positions. And it was nice. It was a good way to do the career. If I won everything at the start and then it was slow at the end, it might have been a bit frustrating, but it was nice to kind of get to appreciate those big moments after 6 years on there, just going, come on, and then finally happened, and so I got to really appreciate it.
Obviously, you're famous for a backhand, like a lot of goofies are, you know, because of all the rights on tour. But having Cloudbreak show up, you just fell right into pace with the place, you know, and reliving some of those highlights for you coming to Cloudbreak, being prepared for restaurants if it came on. I know for you, speaking about that event that you won, it was really a dream come true. But as we know, it's a big lineup. So break down how you succeed at a wave like Cloudbreak, especially at the size you won it.
Got a lot of different faces. There's kind of a lot of different takeoff spots. There's a lot of different waves from each takeoff spot that do different things, and you need to know whether it's going to run down the line, be a big tube out on the ledge, or whether it's going to be a bit burgery on that ledge and then move in onto the chunky inside bit, or it's just going to sit at that perfect speed and it's time to tee off. So I guess I spent a lot of time out there, and I spent a lot of time kind of analysing what waves do, what you want to do on each wave, and then where to get them from. And yeah, I think Cloudbreak's one of the best spots to have a plan B, C, and D, because you're on the way out. You can get a 9 from that inside shish kebab section. Under priority, you can move up and get one of those slow ones and get a few turns, and then an inside pit. There's like 100 ways to skin a cat.
How often do you relive that beautiful highlight reel we just got to watch with you? Is it something that you can pull up from time to time and show the family?
And then I pull it up, and I get to do some retreats over in Fiji each November and February, and I always make sure that all the guests that I host get to watch it a couple of times while we're there, and so just so they remember that I was good once.
It was quite an era, Wilco, when you won, because you were teammates, sponsor-wise, with Owen Wright, Gabriel Medina, and kind of that stretch. It was, you guys were just passing the torch to each other here at Cloudbreak. Was there something to that? Was there energy connecting you guys to those straight wins at Cloudbreak?
It was probably more so the Namotu pride. We had a great vibe with all the Australians over there, and yeah, once Owen got the trophy over to Namotu, we really wanted to keep it over there, and it was pretty special. The final with Gabe, it was like 2 people staying on Namotu, and it was as big and pumping as Cloudy gets, and I got pounded in that final, but it was pretty special to be out there and just have all of the staff from the island over there cheering us on, and then yeah, the next year to have the same situation but actually get the win. It was a pretty cool run.
How different is it, Wilco, the stays you had in Namotu when you're on tour and the energy and the vibe and what you guys did in between heats compared to what happens now during your retreats that you host at this point of your life?
There's a lot of similarities, but there's a few more serious moments. Well, during the events we were always very serious, but yeah, Namotu, we got to let a little loose after the event, which was always fun. And now, yeah, running the retreats is great fun. I do kind of in-water coaching, so and then we go back and yeah, have a great time on the island, and it's one of my favorite places, and I'm very, very happy that I get to go back there each year.
I have a question for you, Wilco. Obviously, Owen won there in an incredible way, getting 2 10s in the final. I just want to know, we've already had a 10 at this event. It was day number 1. It was yesterday. It was Erin's. What was your take watching that live, knowing that we're still getting such incredible 10s, but almost a decade later?
Unbelievable. I commented on something on the WSL post where it said how long it took the score to get in. I was like, most of those seconds were figuring out that the machine doesn't take a 20. That wave was unbelievable. It's like the unicorn out there that just hits the ledge and runs across the whole ledge at the perfect speed, and she couldn't have ridden it any better. She waited a little at the start, got that beautiful pump, and then every time she needed to go high over a foam ball, she did it. Every time she needed to go low, it was just immaculate, and you could see the emotion when she came out, which was great. But yeah, here we go.
There we go. Nice little cutty in the pocket for Cowley Voss. Still enjoying our time with Matt Wilkinson, a guy who won this event in 2017, as we see another cut back over the whitewater, and Cowley Voss will drive through the inside section. Just chipping away, still wants more of it. Running out of water, but still trying to put it to bed over that shallow section. Looking to improve on a 5.17. Here comes Crosby. Laying down a backhand cutty and just over rotating. So the falls continue for the man from USA. going for just giant turn on his first opportunity. Almost pulled it and fell. Where all the rhythm and completions is still with Callie Voss. Well, Maddie Wilco, man, it's always good to hear your voice, to see you, to catch up about great memories for you on tour. And man, hopefully we can join you on one of those retreats that you host in the future.
Have you guys there? But yeah, it's been great to watch the event. And yeah, these two guys in this heat are two of my favorite new guys on tour. They bring that kind of old, powerful, like strong vibes, and that they're not all frantic like you see a lot of kids these days. So it's nice to see.
Awesome, Wilco. We'll be in touch. We'll see this again. Awesome. We'll be catching up with Wilco hopefully more and more. What an awesome human being. It's fun traveling with him on tour, and that breakthrough moment when he went from a guy that was hanging on to his spot to just a threat in the world title race, winning events back-to-back from Snapper to Bells, and then one of the big ones here in the South Pacific at Cloudbreak with Connor O'Leary in the final. Callie Voss, meanwhile, in this one is just in attack mode, ripping the open face on his frontside attack, where Crosby's going to have to take some deep breaths. He does have time to reset. It only takes 2 waves, but he's had a few falls in a row. Let's start with Callie's last.
Yeah, Callie's just, like I mentioned, building. Oh my goodness, lays into such a big, powerful carve to start this one off. And you can see it starts to taper through this midsection here. He is forced to the rail. It's a really nice roundhouse, but the bulk of the points so far are held in that first turn. I was thinking to myself while I was watching this wave, Cal is probably one of the surfers who is not afraid of that reef at all. Hence why we're seeing him take it all the way through to that inside track. Now Crosby, I feel his pain. There is nothing more frustrating than just not being able to get going or get into that click feeling that you're chasing, especially with a jersey on your shoulder. So that's happened to Crosby on all 3 of his waves so far. Just the slightest fumble, but we know if anyone can use that mental space and take him back to where he needs to be, it's either Crosby or Griffin. They spend so much time on their mental game. And Crosby, yeah, is probably feeling a bit of pressure. He hasn't made it out of this round the last 2 events because of the guy he's against. So it's time for him just to channel some inner peace and give us the Crosby we know and love.
Let's see if it happens here. Crosby Colapinto set up off the top, trying to settle into the water here, pushing hard to cover some ground. This section's going to keep him honest again. He's got to step off. But like we know, all these guys prepare for excellence. You know, they're planning on dropping 8s and moving on. But they also prepare for resetting all the time, mentally, taking control of those deep breaths, knowing that they have a lot of time in the heat. It's easy for him to maybe at the 8-minute mark, he could get a keeper and then maybe another one with 2 minutes to go. It's amazing how much time these guys have and how they have to channel that energy of knowing, hey, I can slow things down a bit and play my game. Another throwaway score for Crosby right here.
Yeah, it's so much easier for me to stay here and be like, he just needs to do, you know, get 2 waves and get in that rhythm. But it is, once you're stuck in this and one little thing doesn't go your way, it can become even more frustrating, and it's never a good sign. When you see a surfer's shoulders drop, it's the universal language of they're annoyed and they just want to make it happen. And you can see Crosby's in the zone, potentially just needs to reset and think about being on a good wave, because once he's there, the surfing does the talking.
Let's see if Cross can settle in right now. Meanwhile, it's Callie Voss just setting the pace. 517, 817 back-to-back as Big Bad Jack Robinson preparing for a big heat coming up next with Baron Mamiya.
Put this underneath, and I'm going to go with my vest on top and pull it off because it's cold.
You're watching the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. It still is a beautiful afternoon, about 1:20 local time, and getting through round 2 heats to set up the round of 16. Vaughn Blakey was actually able to catch up with Miguel Pupo earlier.
Miguel, congratulations. A battle of the goofy foots there. Big, powerful units going at it. The bottom of the tide, too, makes it for some tricky wave selection out there.
Yeah, it was a pretty hard, the wind just came up too, and I knew it was going to be tough conditions. I was watching perfect conditions all morning, but it is what it is, got the job done, and I'm pretty happy.
Nothing seems to surprise you these days, man. You just get out there and it's always all class. What was your strategy going into that heat, just to be flexible?
Actually, it was to go for turns, but I ended up getting better first wave. But actually, made a few mistakes. Probably should have not gone in a few little ones, but I was just trying to get busy, feel my board and trying to do a few turns. And at the end, the ocean kind of died on Ramsey, and I'm just happy to be in the next round. It's such a tough round and so much important points towards the end of the season. So yeah, stoked.
Mate, this year's just been so incredible for you. You're really parked up there at the top end of the rankings, and it's so easy to sort of like get ahead of yourself and look at the end, but first heat of the comp, the job needs to get done.
Yeah, I feel like I just need to make some heats, towards the end of the year. I'm healthy, which I'm really happy with it. Last year, my body didn't feel that great at the end of the year, so this year it's already something better, and yeah, just trying to keep ahead of those guys, and I feel like I'm the dark horse on this race, so let's keep it that way, and I'll fight into the end for sure.
Mate, you look powerful, you look poised. Congratulations, looking forward to seeing you next round.
Thank you, see ya.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Miguel Pupo, looking comfortable and taking heat wins in stride these days. He hasn't competed in Fiji for just about a decade, as he missed out on the 2024 edition in the regular season. And also last year was a world title event that saw Iago Dora add his name to the new force in the Brazilian Storm. But as a collective, they've just been swarming the top 10 in event wins this year, hovering just underneath those top storylines is Gabriel Medina, waiting for just a crazy run throughout this event, sitting number 5 in the world, which is crazy to say. Most people could say, hey, I finished in the top 5. That's great for Medina, one of the all-time greats already, 3-time world champ. He knows it's his time to strike, just coming from a little bit outside of that top 2, top 3 in the world narrative. It's a pretty scary place for him to be, because he's about to pounce on the ratings.
Definitely, but I think that's exciting for someone like Miguel. He would probably draw a lot of confidence out of that, knowing that this guy who we've talked about kind of overshadowed him majority of his career, and especially at the start, he's now beating later on. So yeah, confidence for Miggy.
Rolling into a fun performance left. Cowley Voss enjoying these conditions, having to adapt and go into high performance turns. He's going to slow things down. This guy, one of the most barreled surfers on tour, will get out front, and just a beautiful crushing snap there. Hits it lightly off the top and light on his feet to make sure he doesn't drill the bottom of that JS. That section takes out a lot of surfboards, and these guys surf it much differently than traveling surfers that come here. They're not trying to slam that section. They're kicking out really early to save themselves and their surfboards, but for the world's best, they know there's points on the line. They're going to go for it.
Cowley is just running his own race at this point in the heat. He is just going from strength to strength, and he's looking like he knows he can push harder because of the distance between him and Crosby. Gets into this barrel. Now from this angle, he doesn't get super deep, but the point I want to make is he stayed in the barrel, hugging the wall after the spit, which is such a hard thing to do, and Cowley just has so much experience when it comes to barrel riding that he made it look so easy. Look at him, 2 hands in the wall to get in position, hugging, gripping, trying to stay as steep as he can, and then comes in and just absolutely lays into that. His tail and how hard that back foot was pushing as he was driving through that turn, But in saying all of that, that's kind of second gear. He still has so much more to give. So Cowley's definitely leaving some in the tank for those later rounds, but he's probably going to keep adding to the combination for Crosby with 7 minutes to go.
Oh, it's such a crazy thing of not trying to peak too early, kind of pacing yourself through heat winds. I mean, these are the best surfers in the world. The idea of like actually saving something in the tank is kind of wild, you know, having to bring it at every stage, especially how tough round 2 has been this year. It's been a really tough round for Crosby this season. He's had 3 straight losses in this round, and then he had 2 losses in the round in the Aussie leg, which keeps him down just right by that cut in the top 22. He's dropped to 21 in the live rankings. Cowley gets dropped off, and here's the sound of an 8.0 on the IC score update. So this guy has just turned in another excellent heat. 16.17 points with 6 minutes to go.
It's so bittersweet. My heart is so happy for Crosby, for Cowley, but sad for Crosby, because he is the kind of guy that can put up 16-point heat totals at Cloudy. Think about how good Griffin is out here. Crosby has that exact same bag of tricks and potentially a little bit more power than Griffin too. So he has so much potential to be that guy who consistently puts up excellent heat totals, but you can see a lot flooding in his mind, and just a slight off-put at the start of the heat really just did set the tone for Crosby. But with 5.5 minutes to go, crazier things have happened. Let's stay optimistic. Crazier things can happen. I just hope that the next wave, he can show us exactly what he's made of. He's got big power turns at the tip of his fingers, so if he can just try and generate a little bit of confidence in this moment, even if he gets knocked, that'll help going into Trestles, which is his home event.
Tough situation for Cros. 5 minutes to go. Cowley Voss, though, just turned in the second highest heat total of the event on the men's side. 16.17. Got his 8.17 on his second wave, and then got another 8-point ride on wave number 5.
Yeah, this is just a highlight reel for Cowley. How incredible were those bottom turns? So low, so drawn out, and just making sure that he is capitalizing on every single inch of this wave face here. We got calves, we had really big finners too, some nice threaded barrels as well. But Cowley, like I mentioned at the start of the heat, this year he's just been building. You can see he's finding his style of competitive surfing, finding his confidence, and we just get to reap the rewards of it. Loving what Cowley is bringing, 16.17, and this is only round 2.
Impressive stuff from the man representing Tahiti and France on tour, the Olympic gold medalist, charging in the Rookie of the Year race and taking total control of this heat. As you notice, the green highlighted numbers are the keepers. You can see Cowley's throwaways there, higher than Crosby's keepers. Just the big story of this heat, Crosby falling on his big first turn, and ever since he's just been waiting for just some sort of momentum shift that hasn't happened yet. Cowley Voss, last score, the 8 international panel on the tower. Enjoyed that ride. Cowley Voss, his best score was his second wave, averaged out at an 8.17. Second highest combined heat total, just under Connor O'Leary. Goofy Foot's owning those top records today and throughout this event. Aaron Brooks for the Goofs as well, with that 10-point ride that changed everything in the game. Here we've got Crosby, 3 minutes on the clock. Can he pull something off for us here? Another wild ride to start, but he might just crush that section with an aggressive backhand snap. Goes off the top again, extra ditch, delaying the fall, but he stayed over his board. That was difficult to do.
Here we go. That is exactly what we've been waiting for from Crosby. There was moments where you're going, is he, isn't he, well there, but just to be able to put a ride together and potentially break combination with 3 really big turns, that is a step in the right direction for Crosby. That almost has to be a weight off his shoulders, take a deep breath moment in this heat where he's like, all right, I can do this. Really late to that first section, might I add. That was coming straight back down on him. So looking nice and sharp, and then almost gets knocked off his feet, but connects really nicely on this second and third section in particular. Free falls from the lip line with the completion too. So this is a really great wave by my means. I mean, this turn in particular, he hangs at the top. Look at those fins fall through the lip of the barrel there, and he gets the completion. So like I mentioned, that's just a moment where Crosby can go, okay, finally, there's something. And guess what? There's still time on the clock. So 617 to break combination is all he needs, and then it's doable in one wave.
That was so gnarly. Putting that much into a big finishing move and getting thrown out into the flats, knowing that you've got to pull it if you want any chance of breaking this combo. Maybe a little frustration in him too, just trying to swing for the fences on those two sections. Well, he has broken the combination with that wave. 7.10 on the IC score update. Now needs a 907.
1 minute remaining. It's a red priority.
Just hearing sounds from the tower there. It sounded like our friend Renato Hickel maybe stepping in for some tower announcing. That was great. Gave him the update, gave priority. Time on the clock.
40 seconds.
Colapinto needing a 907. Probably was more incentivized than ever to make the next round because we've got those brothers waiting for him. Sammy Pupo takes on Crosby's older brother. Miguel is waiting to see who he's battling with. Crosby wanted to be a part of it.
And it's one of those ones where Crosby, with that 7-1, it actually would have been doable to have enough time to get another wave, but unfortunately the ocean just not providing, and that's the one variable we cannot control in our sport. But if I was Crosby, to look at the positives, was it the best heat? No, but he got himself out of a place where it's really hard to get yourself out of. So Crosby needs to keep that energy and whatever he just did, channel that and bring it to Trestles where he's really comfortable with the wave and the location. So hopefully he can regroup for the next stop.
You see this happen a lot where some guy drops a clip and you just can't believe how amazing the lines were. Crosby did that in the lead up on that opening swell. It just instantly had him in our minds as a favorite to go all the way. But it was just a savage approach from Cowley Voss that just looked so in tune. And hats off to the man representing France and Tahiti for turning in the second highest combined heat total of the event for the men. Up next, Jack Robinson takes on Baron Mamiya. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call.
Beyond Cloudbreak, Fiji is very just day to day, like very simple. Right now we're on the south coast of Fiji, Maui Bay. Some fun waves to the right of us and to the left of us. I would say it's pretty different vibe to Nandi region, where all the world-class waves like restaurants and Cloudbreak are. Life is just day to day, like catching your fish to eating it for dinner the same night, and a lot of people still don't have social media and phones and laptops. Untouched nature, really nice beaches, really nice people just living and just having fun. Forget your worries at home and just chill out in Fiji.
Ooh-wee. Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay, cruising over the lagoon. Another beautiful day, and day number 2 of the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. Hot action in the water. We just saw another excellent heat on display in this second round for the men. Kaipo Guerrero here, along with the fabulous Felicity Palmentier. And we got a couple of really good heats to call to end up this round, Flick.
Oh, and the waves still look like they're pumping. The swell is holding through today. And when we just had the highest heat total on the men's side, just posted by Cowley. So I'm excited. I mean, I'm rubbing my hands together for the next couple of heats, actually.
Check this heat out. Jack Robinson coming up against Baron Mamiya in this heat 15. This is a clash of tube riding titans, and hopefully Cloudbreak delivers for these two. Your thoughts on this heat, Flick?
Oh, I mean, it's giant in the scheme of things. It's giant for both guys. I mean, Jack, he's trying to get in that world title conversation. I mean, he's outside the top 10. Baron, on the other hand, he's just sitting around that number 21 mark on the rankings coming into this. And, I mean, number 22 go forward into this postseason. So both big implications for both of these guys. The heat on paper is absolutely stacked. When you think about the wizardry, these are the two best guys on their backhand to ever really do it, two of the best in the world. So I'm looking forward to what the ocean brings.
Yeah, backhand barrel riding proven by these two. Starting off here with Jack Robinson, 28 years old, number 12 on the championship tour, just coming off of his best results so far this year, a quarterfinal over in Tahiti. His best result here was in 2024, where he had a semifinal up against Griffin Colapinto. 6 years on the championship tour for Jack Robinson, 9 CT wins. That is very impressive. That means, and also 4 Final 5 appearances. So Jack, on paper, would be the favored guy here in competition, but don't discount the 2-time pipe master, Baron Mamiya. Mamiya started off with a quarterfinal this year, looking pretty good, but then since then, a lot of losses in this round. 1, 2, 3, 4 times eliminated in this second round of competition so far this year. So he wants to break through, and here goes Baron. Whoa, some bodyboarding action here.
I hate those takeoffs. They're hard work.
Yeah,
they're so hard. Like, I think it just looks kind of easy and fun, but
worst thing,
technicality of standing up when you don't really have that much speed is just, I don't know. You don't sing enough praises for that. It's really hard. I hate them. I avoid that like the plague.
Maybe it was just for him to get some separation there. Maybe that was a tactic by Baron Mamiya, because now that wave did not eventuate. But the wind has kicked up heat by heat, presenting more of a challenge. I think these guys just also, you know, they're known for their barrel riding, but my gut is that you're going to have to go to turns at the beginning of this heat.
Yeah, I think so. I think Mickey Pooper, he spoke to Vaughan about it. He's like, my game plan actually wasn't tubes. Like, I ended up finding one, but my game plan was actually going to turns. So I think with this wind kicking in, a bit more, you know, feathery moments on the lip here, you're going to see guys starting to connect a bit more. But what I will say is we did have that wind kick in yesterday afternoon, and we still saw Erin Brooks manage to find herself a 10-point ride. I think the wind is supposed to get a little bit stronger this afternoon, but I feel like the opportunity is still out there.
Let's see what Jack has for us. Very patient. Nice high line snap, pulls into a crumbly barrel and gets collapsed upon. Attention now to Baron Mamiya with priority. Mamiya up the reef here. And some smooth surfing on the backhand. Hangs through there, hoping for this to hollow up on the inside. Gonna stick to turns with a nice rhythm here on the CI surfboard. Wave steepens up on the inside and allows him to really flare out a couple turns, putting it all together here, Baron Mamiya. So that's a nice start and an enthusiastic kick out.
Yeah, I just love the body language. It just tells so much, right? Like, you can already see he's kind of jazzed off that.
Fired up.
I'm feeling this. I'm feeling it. And it's cool. It was a really good wave. Good wave to start. So early on in the heat too. Just nice to get a completion, feel the board, and here we go, Jack.
Robinson looking for a barrel on his own. Is going to go to turns. Wow, nice lip glide on the backhand. Sizable wave. Has to get around this side. Caught on his heels. He's going to have to fight for some open face. Gets back into the open face. Nice carve. Looking for inside barrel section. And just a shampoo on the back of the head there. Floats straight onto barely any water. Commitment.
We've seen a lot of that today. I mean, some guys going so crazy on that inside. Griff too, dry docked himself, but just super nuts on that inside.
Heat surfing's different than free surfing, isn't it?
Yeah, we've passed, yeah, yeah, you're gonna commit. And also they've got so many boards and fins and leashes and all the things. But yeah, if you're ever gonna send it, it's in a heat. So let's break down Barron's wave. This one started off a little bit more sleepy, but things just started to click here as he wound through the inside. This is just a bit of the gift that kept on giving. And this one going so nice and smooth on this inside section. You can really see as this wave reels down the reef, just how nice and clean the face is. And he's able to absolutely tag that inside. And behind him, Jack. So this one here, Jack goes so crazy on this first turn. Like, you could not have been any later. It's just kind of relaxed and then just unfortunately gets caught on his heels here. I think this moment, anytime you see something like that, obviously a loss of control or whatever, it kind of does sort of limit that scoring potential, but still nice for Jack to get a completion, just finish the thing off right on the inside here, get the feet in the wax, score on the board.
There you go. How about a Chihu Manuya for a 16.17 heat total? Kaoli Voss into the next round, Vaughn.
That's right, Kaipo Kali. What a heat, man. You really found some sweet rhythm out there. Plenty of drive, heaps of speed. Am I boring you, bro?
Yeah, it was amazing. Because I have so much frustration in the free surf, it's kind of hard with everybody, and there's not that much opportunity in like 1 hour and a half because before the sun comes out and until the heat start, the first heat. So no, and then finally have the opportunity to be alone in this type of waves. It's always been a dream for me to surf Fiji. I never had the chance, but it's close to Tahiti, so I don't know why, but now, yeah, finally it happened, and yeah, have a great heat, great flow. I'm stoked.
Great flow, that's the word, man. You were banging it around the corner on some of those calves, just throwing absolute buckets. One thing we noticed, it's been tricky to sort of like get some energy into this lineup. It's really hard at the low tide to pick the ones that are going to matter, but you just paddled out, and I think it was on the back of your warm-up routine. You brought so much energy into the lineup that the ocean responded.
Yeah, the warm-up is part of the good heat, I guess, because you focus your brain and your body, you get your body ready for the 35 minutes heat, and whatever the condition is, you need to adapt yourself, and yeah, I managed to be on a good one. I have a great board, and yeah, it was just like both of it. I was feeling good and the board works, so yeah, good.
It's good, man. Obviously, this Pacific power, it just suits your favourite kind of surfing, and you know, we know how good you are in the barrel, but like your big turns can match anything, and actually the only score that's beaten your heat total today is Connor O'Leary, who went at it with a similar sort of approach.
Yeah, I was watching with Ramsey because Ramsey was hit before me, and we were together at the Tavarua and watching on the TV Connor's heat, and it was amazing to see him having the place on the wave to do a proper carve with the power he has. And I always love to do huge carves, and I never had the waves too, and finally it happened. So I had raglan as a left, but it was too small, but here it's amazing that I can push really hard and put my surfing into the big cards, so I'm stoked.
It looks sick, man. Looks sick. There's nothing better than just letting rip into a full-faced, high-speed carve, and you've got it on lock. So thanks so much for that, man. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Yes, thank you so much.
Chew. There we see. I knew there was going to be a Chihu in there somewhere. I was just waiting for that. Yeah, Kaoli. I mean, hey, 6 forget-me-nots from 6.0 to 6.8 from the tractor, and 3 schooners in his quiver, and he said he likes his board. He's well versed and well supplied by JS Industries.
Well, he's looking really good, looking really deadly. I just love the way that the Goofs attack it out there. Meanwhile, though, during that interview, Barron getting another wave on the board here. Just nice, tidy work on the backhand. Couple of belts, smaller wave this one, but getting some nice work done and already backing up that first score that he's already locked in, so applying quite a lot of pressure to Jack Robbo.
Got some board intel coming from Brett Merrick from CI Surfboards. A 6'2", CI Pro plus minus is what Barron's on. So that's Barron's, rather than the Goldie, which is kind of his barrel board, this is Barron's go-to turn board, the CI Pro plus minus. Thanks, Brett. You guys always paying attention. Pays attention to details. I mean, when you live by micro measurements of making custom surfboards, you pay attention to details.
Oh, well, there's something to be said about creatives that are working like that. I think the eye for perfection is also there too, right? Attention to detail, eye for perfection.
And just to kind of give equal board time, Jack, he's on. He's got a 6.0 and a 6.2 Golden Child from JS Industries, and then he's got a full fleet of the step-up forget-me-nots, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.6, and 6.8, all aboard that three-masted schooner, the Southern Cloud, with that JS Industry flag flying in the harbor, under the mentorship of none other than all hail the Mark Occhilupo, Aki out there with the JS team.
Yeah, we had him in the booth yesterday afternoon, Joe and I, and it was pretty funny. He was talking some pretty crazy stories of how the Southern Cloud got to be in Fiji, and he was actually on that while they did the crossing, so pretty entertaining.
So cool. Surfboard Empire CT Shaper Rankings presented by Vea. Again, loss, just running away with it.
Well, WSL changed the rules, and Matt Viola said, yeah, no problems, go do that, and the outcome is still the same. So, I mean, to catch him now, he's got a serious lead out on all the other shapers at the moment, and, you know, I just think back to performances, even on the women's side of the draw we saw yesterday, Erin Brooks, how good she's looking once again. Wow.
Oh, tossing it up there. Oh, and going down. Baron Mamiya as we come back to that. We got in with, to back tag those Surfboard Empire Shaper rankings. You don't start earning points until quarterfinals. So no points earned in this round for any shapers. Jack Robinson looking sharp with an extended kind of carve on the backhand. Really hooking here. Oh. Catches up for air float and tries to hang on, but gets exploded on the bottom. Baron Mamiya tossing it up there, getting loose, Baron, but that's all he's got on that one. Baron currently in the lead with a 7.17 and a 3.83, so we'll be waiting for some more scores to update and give you the new situation.
Jack came pretty close to completing that wave. I feel like if he completed that, would have been pretty good in terms of making this heat super exciting. Let's break it down. Nice belt here, he's looking pretty aggressive and real casualness to this carve. I love how he was able to just activate that part of his brain so quickly, make that decision to go for a fully drawn out carve. And the fact that he even got around that to go straight into this float was pretty impressive. Once again, we have seen so many surfers going down on that end section so hard. The reef is so shallow, he just slapped so hard on his back.
Oh,
but,
pain.
Oh yeah. Take the wind out of your sails, that one.
And gotta hold on tight with a bumpy Red Bull jet ski too. Oh, wow, what a dynamic turn. Baron Mamiya starting to really put the pressure on it. If he's able, oh my, oh. That hurt me all the way over here in Momi Bay, all the way from Cloudbreak. That was crazy finish. Looks like the board's in one piece.
Straight through the trapdoor.
And looks like Baron's taking a breather. That was a horrible wipeout.
Oh man, that was just two crazy wipeouts back to back. Barron's, I feel like, had that just that bit more intensity. That was nuts to watch.
Yeah, look, and maybe he's waiting for the ski, but nah, yeah, it's tough as nails, this Hawaiian. Look at him.
I mean, how many more compromising positions has he been low like that in his life? Well, I'm going to put like a lot of money on it. He's been on a lot worse and a lot more, so he'll be all right. He looks all right.
Well, it's amazing watching these guys back at home and what they do at Backdoor and at Pipeline, just, you know, one of the world's most dangerous waves, and how these guys end up being unscathed and just treated almost casually is so amazing.
It's so weird because sometimes those kind of wipeouts, you actually, I mean, look, we'll see how he is, but those ones that look really bad, sometimes are actually, you pop up and you're fine, but it's the ones that are really unassuming, you know. I even go back to Katie Simmons at Chopes, like that one where she injured her back, like, yeah, okay, it was a wipeout, but it wasn't something where you're like, whoa, that was terrible. So sometimes it's those really unassuming ones. As we look to Barron, just absolutely, he looks so connected to his board. Really beautiful rail work and so smooth. I mean, if he lands that last turn, he's on his way to backing up that 717 so beautifully. But, just so critical. Just straight through the trap door, just fell through it. So much water landing on his head, and just can't stress enough how shallow it is in there and how sharp that inside reef section is. The shish kebab section is just deadly. It has that name for a reason.
It's not named the shish kebab because it's comfy.
Oh.
It's sharp and pointy, as you would expect. So Barron still in the lead with the 717.383. Jack Robinson did reel him in last wave for Robinson, a 6.33 to reel in Barron. Now Robinson needing a 5.28. Last score for Barron Mamiya does improve his score line at a 4.43. All the math in the score bug up at the corner, 16 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Pretty similar, right?
Yeah.
I mean, not much splitting these two. I feel if Jack had completed that last floater, would have been, you know, you're splitting hairs, right? We still are splitting hairs, really, between these two guys. It's really the battle of the backup at the moment. Who's going to get that? Jack's currently out the back with priority, but I like the level that I'm seeing these guys meet this heat with.
Here comes Jack. Winds up off the bottom. Slash to tube combo. Punches through, tries to punch through. But Cloudbreak punches right back, counter punch by Cloudbreak, and takes down Jack Robinson. Looked like he was punching through. Quickly to activate, Barron Mamiya again slashes off the top. And just gonna settle for that one. And we were gonna see a little paddle battle. And there we go, neck and neck for priority, hitting elbows. Oh, sometimes surfing can be slightly a contact sport. That's a paddle battle.
My goodness.
Look at that. That's good stuff right there. Shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow, getting tight. I love the intensity, you guys.
It is good because it
so
just goes to show, okay, yeah, there's some contact there, but just how much both of these guys want this and just how much it means to both of them. They're both, you know, Barron sitting more at the bottom end of the rankings, Jack at the top outside of world title conversation. You know, this is just a great demonstration of what this moment means and how important every little millisecond matters in these heats.
Yeah. And I think what happens in that case right there, they were basically tied. So the guy who rode the last wave gets second priority.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you kind of stay in that order. So Jack Robinson, because he rode the first wave, did get that first priority on the way back. Look at this.
Just absolute bravado here. Like, it's great for the sport. It's really entertaining. Watching this stuff, you just see the emotion and how much it means. You can really see Jack fighting for it too. Barron as well.
Barron was calling for foul right there.
Yeah, I know. I mean, look. But what are you going to do? You're shoulder to shoulder. You're, of course, going to make contact. You can't not touch each other if you're that close.
Well,
what's going to happen? I mean, let's have a look here as we go. We can't see just behind this little swell line what really happened.
But there was a time, and Barron's calling for it right now, and just to reflect on what's happened in the past, there was a time in the finals in Trestles, there was a paddle battle between Jack Robinson and Italo Ferreira.
I do remember
and
this.
Jack actually grabbed Italo's shoulder in that, and kind of got a sneaky one in, but the priority judge saw that and awarded Italo priority in that case. So I think that was what Barron was kind of pleading to the tower for. But priority's the way it is. Here we go. And Jack looking for a 5.28 with first priority and 13 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. And now comes a little bit of a lull. And because of that lull, it's a perfect time for us to freshen up with a Bonsoy brew break. Oh no, here comes Medina. He's gonna be next in the water. More action from Cloudbreak when we return. It's the catch-up here at the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. Yellow jersey stays intact. That's right. Rankings leader Italo Ferreira advances into round 3.
Oh, man. And you know what? He has had an absolute rough trot here. Just the other day in a free serve, he copped his board to his face and basically dismantled his nose and had to get it 5 stitches there. So beware of this wounded warrior because it's not phasing him whatsoever. Looks super connected to his board and continuing on, charging through these ranks.
Connor O'Leary, highest heat total of the day up against Felipe Toledo. Both surfers go excellent in their heat totals, but Connor ends up waltzing into round 3.
Oh, man, I said it yesterday when we were watching Cole, and it could just be the goof in me, but I love watching the goofies at Cloudbreak and just the ones that just have that such power and affinity with the wave. Connor just looking so connected, so powerful, so strong. He was saying he's loving being over on the Motu, feeling all that energy from those crew as if he was a local Fijian himself.
Griffin Colapinto looking pumped up in his challenge against Rio Waida. And Griffin puts in the highest wave total so far in the comp, a 9.5 for Colapinto.
This was cool. This was really, really cool. I love the setup into this tube. Are we surprised that he managed to sniff one out like this? No. With what we saw at the end of the road just last week, and you know, finishing this wave off just beautifully. Had so many nice elements to it, but check out this finish. So critical, and manages to hang on through the converging bit of whitewash.
Now you are all caught up. Back to live action here. Baron Mamiya in a lead over Jack Robinson. Mamiya floats that first section. Lip glide second section. Winds up off the bottom. Fierce attack on the CI for Mamiya. Big snap to finish, and well done. Looking to improve upon a 6.7. Actually kicking in with a 6.7 score. Just dropped for Baron Mamiya right there for that last ride.
Damn, he is looking very good out there, Kaipo. I love the form that I'm seeing from Baron. He just looks, the board looks incredible under his feet. His timing too, and I mean the wave selection for him as well. Let's break it down. Beautiful wave selection. This one just has a great pace to it. He's so connected. Variety of maneuvers on the wave too. Different versions of surfing on your backhand, which sometimes, you know, can be hard to do. You want to get rid of that repetitiveness. Well, I mean, he's got that in folds on that one. So nice way to back up 717.
And I feel as we were going through that catch-up and coming back, when we left, Jack Robinson did have priority. So just wondering if Baron was able to do that under the priority of Jack Robinson's. They had that paddle battle, and Jack did establish that first priority. At any rate, now Jack is looking down a 7.54 to take the lead off of Baron Mamiya.
Baron's managed to do this under priority. That's a pretty masterstroke, right? He's made this opportunity for Jack a lot harder, put a little bit more distance between himself and Jack, applying more pressure. However, on the other hand, we know what Jack is capable of, and I think we would know that Baron would know that too. And with so much time left on the clock, I'd say it's not a sure bet that this thing is over.
Nah.
There's going to be more sets come through. Both of these guys are swinging, and both of these guys are going to have more opportunities.
Yeah. Flick, let's check in with Vaughn.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, I'm on the roof of the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I'm just checking in with an IC UV index update. Now, the index is high. It's a 9, which is pretty huge. And the good news is you can save yourself from that damaging UV with these bad boys. I see. This is the Jack Robbo collab glasses, polarized lenses, absolute protection, environmentally friendly, and of course he worked together with the IC team to deliver the style that only Jack Robbo is capable of. So there is your IC UV index 9. Cover up, protect your eyes. These things will protect you in the morning glare. You'll be able to see perfectly in the afternoon, straight through, check the surf perfectly. And I'll tell you something else I've discovered standing on top of boats in the wind, Kaipo. It just brings out your inner Creed fan. With arms wide open, under the moonlight.
More Creed. We want more Creed. Looking good, too, in those new Jack models from IC. Spring-loaded hinges, wire-loaded earpieces. Like Vaughn said, just polarized lenses, anti-scratch material on them. Inspired by Lokes, but softened out on the edges and hybrided into fashion and sport all in one.
Hey, polarized as well. That's what you want out here. If you're out on the ocean, you need polarized sunnies. If you've never tried it before, get around it because it makes the world of a difference.
Yes.
You can actually see what you're doing out there. You can actually see the differences in the water.
Avoid tritiums at all costs.
Oh yeah, you don't want those. Bad news.
Surfers who spend a lifetime in the glare, you know what I'm talking about right there.
Oh yeah. Currently nursing one myself.
Yeah, it's worth it though, at the end.
I'd do it again.
Yes, of course. All right, well, 6 minutes remaining. Jack Robinson poised and knows he needs to go nearly excellent. 7.54 is the need for the surfer from Western Australia, who comes in here higher on the rankings than Baron Mamiya, wants to break into that top 10, needs to get through this heat to do so. Here we go with Jack taking a high line approach here. Speedy high line before he falls to the bottom, carves off the top. And this wave starts to run away from Jack, and he is kicking out of there. Not going to improve upon his score line, and Baron Mamiya will now have heat control with the lead as well as priority.
Ooh, a little bit of an interesting decision there from Jack. Look, there is still time for him to get back out there, get another wave, but just made that with that last decision with priority, it's going to make it a bit more difficult. You know, I think Baron looks like he's in quite good form, and he really needs to keep at pace with, you know, right now he's 21, right, on these rankings coming into this event. Top 22 are making that postseason sort of cut, and Baron's going to want to be, he doesn't feel safe there, no way,
No.
you know. So he wants to make this heat, and I feel like that's where you really want to suffocate your opponent. You really want to always be closing these heats out. And you can already see Baron there. We heard the 5-minute mark. Baron's already starting to move towards Jack. And you just don't want to give him too much room here because we all know what Jack's capable of.
Yeah, this is the strategy right now is really to control the prime part of the wave, take away any opportunity from Jack Robinson. If something does come in, hopefully, you know, you want to improve upon that 6.7. But that's a healthy scoreline, 13.87 already for Baron Mamiya.
Totally. Also to improve on the situation under priority, it's a bit of a masterstroke, really. It's like a 1-2 combo. Like, okay. When that also happens, you kind of feel really good about yourself. It's like a double win, you know?
Yeah.
It's just mentally, it's pretty good. I'm interested to see, look, Jack looks like he's going pretty deep up the point here. Almost giving, like he's just not really factoring in that Baron's there. I feel like Jack plays into this a bit, that kind of mastery. So we'll see what happens here. Where is he going to position himself? Just on the inside of Baron to potentially force his hand here if there's another opportunity.
Well, we call Jack at times, we call him the shaman, just because of his strong mind that he has and being able to put himself in a positive bubble regardless of the situation. And it seems like he's applying that again right now, and he's going to be able to be in a position now to actually force the hand of Baron Mamiya. If he paddles, Baron's going to try to block him, but if he can sell Baron on something, he's going to give himself a chance.
Yeah, it's just whether or not we're going to see an opportunity. You'd think so in 3.5 minutes, but as we know, lulls can be long out here.
There hasn't been, I feel today, there hasn't been a consistent rhythm between sets. Like a lot of breaks, you know, you can time sets and just be like, okay, it's 8 minutes between sets. Yeah. It's 10 minutes between sets. But right now, Cloudbreak today showed me kind of different chapters as it's played out through the day.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same. I haven't really been able to tap into the rhythm. It's a bit hard when you're on land too, but you can't really tap in. You know, you do notice these things as you're sitting here and you're commentating, and even at home you notice the rhythm, potentially one heat on, one heat off. You know, every 20 minutes there's a bit of a pulse, but it's been a bit hard to read today. And I think also could be because we're on that slight decrease of swell, as we're not on the increase anymore. Things are trending down, so swell laying down a little bit. And every now and then you'll see one of those bigger sets, but a little bit more few and far between.
Down to 2.5 minutes, and Baron Mamiya happy to let the clock wind down as we look at our WSL Fantasy Power Surfer picks. Jack Robinson in the top 5 there, 6% picking Jack Robinson as their Power Surfer on WSL Fantasy. So this could break a lot of people's fantasies if Jack goes down.
Yeah, or it makes people's fantasies. You know, I heard you talking about it yesterday with Jesse. You know, the rogue slash really courageous thing to do is pick the power surfer that people wouldn't, you know, assume, or the less percentage. Which, look, we'll see what happens. It looks like we're going to have a couple of sets on the way.
Oh man, so this is going to make things interesting for Baron. Jack's deeper up on the reef. We'll see if this wave presents itself for Robinson. First wave of the set is going to be no. A couple more waves behind. A little bit harder to identify in this wind. Second wave looks bigger. But that is not, what I'm seeing is none of those waves have a 7.54 written in them.
It's kind of a bit of a, look, Jack can definitely turn it around if he isn't too advanced out of this heat. You know, we look at the back half of the year, and he's still in a good position on the rankings.
Yeah.
And if he can get himself, we were mentioning it before, if Jack can get himself into that top 8 position coming into Pipe at the end of the year, you're seeded into that round of 16. Same story for Barron too. You know, both of these guys. I mean, Barron,
two-time Pipe master,
is in that conversation. I mean, who is not picking him, right?
Yeah.
Like, it is actually nuts to think about something like that. So, super important moment right now for these guys. There's still, you know, opportunity if Jack doesn't get through this, and it looks like there might be a set. He can still get himself into that conversation, and we'll have a look what happens here.
Well, this is a good size wave, and this should be a standard. I would imagine this is going to be a standard block for Baron Mamiya if this wave stands up. And Baron lets Jack go, deeming that wave does not have a 7.54 in it. Smaller wave. Couple of vicious backhand hooks though for Jack Robinson, but I think the wave size is going to suppress that score, and it's not going to be official until the end of this ride. But my gut is, just looking at this wave flick, that will not give Jack Robinson a 7.54.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. It has to be the highest wave of the heat, and I just go back to Barron's 717. It's got to be better than that. I don't see it. I think Jack knows it. Jack obviously gave it a good crack, but a couple of mistakes, you know, potentially made. Barron got his backup score underneath Jack when Jack had priority, so there's a couple of little things to rewind and sort of evaluate there.
Yeah, Jack. So Jack is going to do a download from this heat, and Baron is going to prepare for yet another heat at Cloudbreak. Baron Mamiya, 13.87, 2-wave total. Baron on to the round 3 for the men. We got a big heat coming back. When we come back, we're going to have one of the winningest surfers at Cloudbreak, Gabe Medina, up against Joel Vaughn. More action from Cloudbreak after this. And welcome back to Cloudbreak Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. Day 2 of competition. We're finishing off this round 2 for the men in a huge way. Kai Pagura along with Felicity Palmentier calling a heat between Gabe Medina and Joel Vaughn to finish off this round. Gabe Medina currently number 5 in the world, the 3-time world champ, 2-time Fiji champ out in the lineup. Certainly going to be the favorite in this heat. Gabe, his numbers when you look at Cloudbreak, exceptional. 19 excellent waves out here in his career. 2 wins for Gabe Medina in Fiji, 3 finals in Fiji. A heat winning percentage for Medina, 72.4%. Monster numbers for Gabe Medina. And Flick, we also know that Gabe has his special place on the reef that he likes to sit way up there.
Oh yeah, I saw him doing it this morning. Stu, he had a live video going this morning. Shout out to Stu. And he had a live going, and I was like, I'm going to tune in and watch this. It was just a free surf, and he was kind of commentating it. And he's like, hang on a second, here goes Gabby. And he was like literally about, I don't know, 80 meters up the reef, 60 meters up the reef, deeper than anyone else towards the point, and just threaded this tube, came flying out where the rest of the pack were sitting, and then continued to blitz this wave down the line. It's like, hey, what? You guys aren't sitting there? Like, what do you mean? It's like, no, Gabe, no one else can sit there but you. It was actually quite nutty to see how good he is. And just, I always talk about the knowledge of the reef and experience out here and being able to hunt around in all the different sections. He's got that tenfold. He's so aware out here.
Yeah, he's a monster when it comes to this particular event. At Cloudbreak, his career has been outstanding. Like I said, 3 finals making it out here. It was a really high heat winning percentage for Medina. So, but as we know, the ocean, anything can happen. There we go, our career at Cloudbreak for Gabe Medina. You can see that. Back in 2012, first showing over here, made the final with Kelly Slater.
It's a lot of heat. When you think about all those, those results, where he's ended up, the finals he's been in, it's a lot of heat time out here in a jersey. That's a lot of time. Think about any event, and you're going through that, you're at least advancing through 3-4 heats just to make it through to that final. He's done that a few times. Think about the experience, all the different faces and ways that he's seen this wave. So you're going to be like thinking one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced on this championship tour right now when we talk about Cloudbreak.
Wave coming through, and wind still affecting Joel Vaughn right next to him. Joel Vaughn had a quarterfinal finish over Margaret River. That's been the best result for the sophomore on the championship tour. Joel, other than that, he has not made it past this round this year. So here's the start for Joel Vaughn. Winds up off the bottom, snaps off the top. Beautiful turn for Joel. Waves looking steep on the inside, and he's able to match that steepness with some beautiful backhand surfing. A little bit hung up there, but no problem. Wave continues to offer some open face for Joel Vaughn before he kicks out, so he's going to get the first score in this matchup against Gabe Medina.
He looks good. He looks really, really good. He looks really dialed in. I know he spent a lot of time here in the lead up into this event, basically coming straight from chirps and putting in some serious days and logging time in the lineup. So he's looking really connected. I loved what I just saw from that opening wave from Joel.
He looked very poised.
Yeah.
And not rushed, and really not in a panic or anything. So I love the really paced approach of Joel Vaughn. We'll take another look at it, Flick.
Yeah, so Gabe just ducking under that one, and Joel says, thanks very much, sitting at that a little bit wider, but I just love when I don't see people rushing. I say it all the time, but it just looks so good. Great wave selection, great choice of turns for each section that approaches to. That moment there, that's probably got to be my favorite. Really, really consequential turn. And nice to apply a little bit of pressure at the start of this heat with someone with some crazy stats.
Second wave for Joel. Racing down the line. Goes up, and a vicious snap there for Vaughn. Make it 2. Now he's really going to apply some pressure with 2 wave scores to Gabe Medina.
Yeah, I like it. I like this move from Joel. I like on the way out just being open to opportunities. On the paddle back out, another couple of 2 turns, big belt, and just really applying the pressure. I really like that from him. I know he's put in some serious time in the lead up to this event. I know that he said he was feeling really good and connected to the wave, and staying over on Tavarua, and I mean, what a dream too to compete out here for him as well in the jersey, first time. And I was also really impressed by what I saw from Joel, as we see out the back.
Here comes Gabe, looking down the line, bigger wave for Medina. High line to clear this section, comes around this section. Can he get around it? He's just chasing it the whole time. Onto open face, grab rail, down carve. Comes back up, stalls in the pit, pulls into the barrel, travels through, and exits as Medina does, yanking on the rail of that Cabianca design for the finish.
Wowzers. Wowzers. Just to the point, like, he's just got this ability to absolutely clear sections. How was that first section that he cleared? Maybe first, second, third section. Most people you're taking off and you're probably just going to jump off and be like, oh, well, that's a lost cause. Gabby Medina takes off, clears about, I don't want to say about 70 meters worth of wave before he even dictates where he's going to do his first turn. He's dry docked himself, but look, it doesn't matter at this point because it's going to be such a good score. The turn that he laid into after all that speed was insane. Let's have a look here. So he's super deep up the reef. Most people are jumping off here like, yep, lost cause. Gabby, no. He just keeps going, streaking down the line, and then the ferocity that he lays into this first section with is unbelievable. Grab rail too, I just love that. I love seeing that from the Goose. And then tucks it in, hucks it in the tube. Great read, as we know. And then another grab rail moment from Gabe. So it's just a beautiful start, and just picking up, really just validating all those stats that we're just both, we're both rattling off. And just let's have a look at this first maneuver from this drone angle. Really beautiful. Just throws so much spray. I love this angle because you can really see the fingers of reef, and just you get to really see how shallow it is here through this shish kebab section, just where it's going so hollow. Gabe has such a good read. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just mastery. And those turns, he's bending fins with those turns. And Gabe, is a surfer. He rides either large or extra large fins. Like, he's got some big fins on his board, and the board needs it because of all the torque that he applies. I see scoreline. I like what I see. A 7.17 for Gabe Medina. Nice start.
Oh man. Even the way he came out of the grab rail carve, he then was like, okay, I got to really slow it down, and sort of faded it, just so that he could set himself up to really slingshot through that tube. His read on this wave is sensational. It really is amazing.
Yeah, this is, well, there's going to be some pressure on Joel Vaughn. Joel, with the lead, though, 5.33 and a 4.5. So Joel is in the lead. Gabe Medina with that 7.17 and no backup as of yet. Joel does have priority, so he does have heat control at the moment. He's got the lead. He's got priority. 24 minutes on the clock. And Gabe takes the inside just to kind of position himself. That's almost like for me, like it's an apex position is what he's doing.
Yeah, I see that for sure. I just think Joel just has to keep his cool here and really back himself. He's looking like he's in great form. The first wave and the second wave we've seen from him, he hasn't fallen, he's looking connected. I feel like you can really tell he's put some time in on the reef, even just like having the awareness straight back on the paddle back out to get that back up so quickly. I think he's looking really good. So he just needs to hold true, be confident in his ability, and really utilize that priority when that next wave comes through.
I agree. Well, Baron Mamiya on to round number 3, and Baron put on a great show in his heat. Let's listen in.
Kind of straight like crazy, but the fact that you lost that paddle battle won you.
I know.
That won you that.
And then he was listening, and he wasn't really paying attention, and that 6-7 came, and he kind of wasn't paying attention, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go.
Yeah. So that wave was so important.
Yeah. That was what made me.
Well, that, and if you would have made that one that you like noticed I head first, that would have been like, that was crazy.
No, in the air, I'm like in the air, and I'm going down, I'm like, oh no, and then I was just impact, and then the board there's a piece of reef in the board. Like, this could have been my head right here.
So lucky it's just that.
That's so. I pulled a piece of reef out in the heat. I was like, oh my god, this is so heavy.
That's crazy.
I love the listening right there.
That was
What did we get from that? First of all, we knew we got that 6.7 he got was under Jack's priority, and then we heard about how vicious that wipeout was.
He nailed it. He absolutely nailed it, picked it apart. That was the sliding door moment. I feel like from what Barron said, it sounded like Jack was listening for something from the beach announcer on the tower, and then it kind of snuck through underneath Jack, and Barron was like, sweet, I'm going to capitalize on this, and went. So I think we kind of alluded to that at the end. We're like, we know Jack's going to know that was the mistake and that was the moment. But whoa, like, good debrief there, and I love hearing, like, you just get a sense of just how gnarly this reef is. And like to Barron's point, could have been his head.
Yeah.
Could have been his head. Just really scary.
Yeah. He's got a lot of Channel Island surfboards, but he's only got one head. Sacrifice the board every time.
Oh, true. So true. I mean, you got a lot of those.
Pulling out pieces of coral from the board. Wow. So we'll hear from Barron in a bit with his post-heat interview. But right now, it's a quiet moment in the lineup between Joel Vaughn and Gabe Medina. Medina kind of just hovering around Joel. Joel holding on to priority. Joel with the lead. And Cloudbreak taking a breather at the moment. The wind has continued to kind of show itself too here. Little wave coming inside. No takers there. And Gabe's going to be on the move right now as this larger set comes through.
Also, I think underneath priority too, it's a scary situation when you got someone like Gabe operating underneath priority. So here we go, he's looking.
Yeah, I mean, needs like a 3-point ride. Here he comes. Already pulls in the barrel, has to come through that section. Sure does. Second section, if he can clear that, that's just a miracle. That was cool that he made that first section right there, but yeah, that thing just stretched out way too far.
Like,
probably not going to get, I mean, I don't think he's going to get the score, so I think he's still going to be trailing Joel Vaughn.
Yeah, I agree. I think Joel's good for Joel just to remain, hang tight, keep the cool, remain with priority, let him do his thing. Just had the foresight that wasn't going to give him any potential. So yeah, you're on it, Carp's not enough. And
yeah, 1.4 checks in. Still needs a 3-point ride, really. Is Joel, Gabe on the paddle. Consistency through the back end of this swell too has been slowing down just a bit through the afternoon. And by the way, after this heat, we're going to get into our women's round 2, and we're going to start it off with a great heat for the women's round 2. After this heat, we'll have Carissa Moore coming up against Sally Fitzgibbons to kick that round 2 off. All right, well, Gabe's got 2 10s here in competition in Fiji. Let's take a look at this one. Back, young Medina, 2016, 10 years ago, and it's a 10.
my goodness, look at those conditions. That is absolutely insane. Just, it is perfect Cloudbreak. In this heat, this was against Michelle Perez and Dusty Payne, and the trademark flyaway that we have seen from Gabe for years, but that was insane to watch. He is one of the best out here. I just look at those conditions and I'm just, wow, it makes me drool.
Hey, thanks, Yeti. All of our surfers who score 10, they get a Yeti 110 cooler. Keep all the goods nice and cool. Thanks, Yeti. And they did hand out a 110 cooler to this woman right here. 110 to Erin Brooks for her perfect 10 yesterday.
It was awesome. I loved watching that. I loved watching her just raise the bar again. And in tricky conditions too. Like that afternoon yesterday, there was a bit of wind on it. And just to have the foresight to commit to a wave that would have looked like it was going to close out, it was incredible to see. It was another moment for women's sport and also this younger generation just continually raising the bar of what's possible for the women out here.
Yeah, I think we'll see Erin in the last heat of the day, heat 4, round 2 for the women. She'll be coming up against Caroline Marks in that matchup.
Oof. Wow. Okay, when I think of goofs that do so well out here, Think about Caroline Marks's run, WSL finals last year, all the way from that 5th seed, all the way to that title match, got Molly's number in the title match for the first matchup, and it was crazy. Caroline's got this, she's amazing when she puts a heat together, but on the forehand, just so tight, whippy, connected in the pocket. There's some similarities in the way that they surf too, I see, but that is going to be an incredible matchup for sure.
So that'll be end of the day today. That's the plan. 17 minutes right now in our last men's heat of round number 2. And Gabe Medina just kind of trolling on the inside, looking for something. Doesn't need a big number to take the lead off of Joel Vaughn. Joel been surfing a smart heat. He got 2 waves in succession early on to establish himself and establish the lead against Medina. Now he's holding priority. So the next quality wave that really comes through is going to be all Joel Vaughn.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's interesting. It's been such a slow heat. So yeah, this next set is going to be pretty telling.
Let's hear from Baron Mamiya. He's with Vaughn Blakey.
Baron, congratulations, man. On paper, you and Jack Robbo trading off in the Pacific is mouth-watering stuff, and it was a tricky heat, but in the end, it was just a good old-fashioned Donnybrook. You two just slugging each other.
Yeah, it was definitely going into the heat, obviously knowing, you know, Jack, and we love waves like this, and I grew up surfing with him, so yeah, it was definitely, you know, it was a tough heat, but yeah, we kind of just pushed each other real deep at the beginning, and I was like, I'm just going to hold it inside. And it was pretty funny before the heat, too, because me and him are both working with Luke, and we're kind of just sitting there, and Luke's like, hey, I'm going to tell you guys both the same exact thing, and, you know, may the best man win. Whoever makes the better decisions is going to win. So it's a little interesting one for sure. But, yeah, you know, I just had a game plan in my head, and I know what I wanted to do when I went out there, and I executed it pretty well.
That's awesome, man. I mean, at the start of every year, surely you're looking at, you know, Tahiti, Fiji, and obviously Hawaii as events that you want to get wins at. How important was it for you to just get off to a good start here?
Yeah, I had some momentum in Tahiti, and I thought I was going to, you know, go deep in the draw, and then I ended up losing in the round of 16 to my good friend Seth, and he went on to win the event, and I couldn't be more stoked for him. You know, growing up with Seth, he's an amazing surfer, and to watch him get his first CT win was insane. But yeah, I just kind of was like, oh, like I thought that event was going to be the event. I was going to build some momentum. And then coming here, it was, you know, I just, obviously these are the events that I, you know, want to do the best in because these are my strengths. Yeah, but, you know, I'm really enjoying my time. We got a good crew. Beret 7, me, Jake, and Seth, and we all made our heat. So we got some good energy going on in there, so I'm stoked.
That's really good because when you bunk it down with people and you're really sharing space with them, you get to know them on a whole different level than just surfing heats against them.
Yeah, the first night we got here, obviously I did trips with Jake and Seth, and, you know, Seth growing up in Hawaii and stuff, but the first night we got here, Seth, like, got in super early, and then we slept that night, and he was, like, screaming in his sleep, and I was like, what's going on? And then I woke up and realized he was just screaming in his sleep. And I was just laughing. I just thought it was funny. I was just like, this is so funny. We're all competitors staying in the same thing. But it feels like back in the Grom days when we would all go on surf trips and enjoy our time together. And, you know, it's just like staying on the island with the whole CT. It's pretty cool. So I'm super stoked. And, yeah, we'll make some more heats. And,
That's awesome, mate. We'll keep a close eye on your bureau for sure. Congratulations. That's a great result.
Right on. Thank you. I just want to say hi to my fiance back home and everyone else. And I love you guys. Thanks. Well done, me. Right on. Thank you.
Lucky Beret 7. Huh?
That's pretty cool.
You get to know your friends when you sleep just
close quarters.
Three beds in a room. Gabe Medina during that interview, I think, turned the heat as well, Flick.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. Caught a smaller inside wave. No doubt we're going to be able to break this one down soon because he got some work done on it.
Yeah, I mean, this guy. Here
Let's
we go.
have a look. Down the line, and just typically clearing multiple sections here, and then really waits for it. He even did a slight little fade just to check into the tube, comes flying out of this thing, and just the way that he pivots so tight, the radius really releases those fins, finishes it off really nice and tidy. He was never going to fall on that. He just looks so sure-footed. It's just nuts to see, and underneath priority, but it's so hard for Joel because as if he's going to look at a wave like that that's so stretched out and so long. This is the differences and of positives and negatives of being goofy versus regular out here at Cloudbreak, because I don't think like if I was Joel, I don't think I would have looked at that either, because that's not the kind of wave he's looking for. He's looking with something that's a bit more open, a little bit more slower pace. So that's the beauty of Gabby, and also the beauty of being a goofy out here.
Yeah, that's Gabe Gluefoot on that wave, just stuck to his board. Carissa Moore's coming up with Sally Fitzgibbons when we transition into round 2 for the women. Right now, it's Gabe Medina up against and leading Joel Vaughn. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. That's right, the VIP experience in Fiji. Scan now and join the 2027 waitlist and experience Cloudbreak like never before. Thermal experience, you're gonna get the VIP treatment over here. See the heats from the water, experience the beautiful Marriott Momi Bay Resort. Scan that QR code now, get on the list. You can hang out with Felicity Palmentier too. And watch Gabe Medina rip. Live action here. Medina just slowing it down, speeding it up, fading turns. Now he's getting groovy. Up in the lead right now against Joel Vaughn, but now you can see Gabe Medina freestyling on this wave. Float, why not? And Joel got a wave also. Here comes Joel right behind him. Vaughn wants to get back in this heat. Streaking down the line, speeding up, loading up. Snapping right under the lip, and then has to just duck out the back. And as we watch those and the scores come through, both of those scores in that exchange will not change the situation in this heat. A 3.17 for Joel Vaughn, a 6.23 for Gabe Medina.
Gabe is looking pretty crazy and pretty deadly. I think he's just moved into this weird playful state with the wave and just really adjusting his speed throughout. Joel, on the other hand, I mean, look, he kind of was on his way to a good-looking wave. Let's break down Gabe's first. So this one here, you can really start to see he's toying with his speed levels here. Comes out of this turn, fades it back. There's no hesitation in that bottom turn. There's no two-staging it. Sometimes when people fade back, they lose that speed. They have to two-stage the bottom turn, but he's just, the board looks incredible under his feet, but I mean, he also looks great. Then Joel, I mean, this one here, bigger looking wave, and it's kind of okay, thinking, yes, this is sort of what you're more so looking for on the backhand. Loads up around this section. This turn here, pretty lethal, but just gets a little bit stuck behind it. And that one rattles off down the line, so he's chasing a big score now. Gabby's put like quite a few points on the board, and left Joel now chasing an 8-point ride, and Gabe's now got priority.
Yeah. Heat control to Medina, and we know Gabe, historically, he always starts to perform really in the back half of the season. So this could be, you know, a turning point for Gabe. I mean, he's made a couple semifinals this year at Bell's, and then he made a semifinal in El Salvador. He finaled in WA, but by Medina standards, this is not the season so far that you would expect from the 3-time world champ. As we take a look at Fiji specifically and the heat winning percentage, only second to Kelly Slater, Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, and only by a couple of percent. There's no questions. This heat just perfectly illustrates the relationship he has with the wave, just where he hunts these waves, how he's able to he manufactures scores. He really does. I mean, those last two numbers, the 6-7-7, the keeper, the backup, and then the 6-2-3, both underneath priority, both sniffing out, you know, opportunities on this reef that just other people are not looking at because simply. I mean, Joel's not on his forehand here, so that would have been really difficult decisions for him to make if he was even near it. But, yeah, Gabe's year, if you look at it, he has been incredibly consistent up until the last couple of events, couple of 17ths, right? 17th in Rio, 17th in Tahiti. I think the Tahiti loss would have stung a bit because they had this all-time great heat, him and Kelly, right? They matched up, and Kelly was on a heater, and it was the Kelly Slater show. And I think coming into that event, Gabe would have been like, yeah, sweet, rubbing my hands together. This is my pet event here in Fiji, and I'm going to put down a really good result here, and that's going to kick off the back half of my year, but just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah.
Ran into a Kelly on fire.
My thought on Gabe here at Cloudbreak is he's able to surf waves up, and so that's the danger factor of a Gabe Medina, in that nobody else really in the draw, very, very few of the surfers can take mediocre waves and somehow get scores out. And if we look at the waves that he rode in this heat, they weren't the choicest waves, but he's able to surf them up the scale, and he does it over and over again.
Oh yeah, he's turning C-grade waves into not A-grade scores, C-grade waves into B-grade scores, you know, which is, he's manufacturing scores out of opportunities that other people are just not even looking at. As we take a look here on the drone, through the channel, through all the boats, and out into the lineup. But it is pretty crazy to watch, and you're so right. I think also having the ability to hunt around on this reef, I feel like he really enjoys doing that, and just sort of the gamesmanship of starting deep and going wide and picking one up on the inside. It's definitely going with that momentum. And yeah, this heat though, what I will say is there really hasn't been much opportunity. It's been very slow.
Yeah, 5 minutes remaining. So 5 minutes out in the lineup. But you also said something, Flick, that holds true with Gabe out here, is he's able to clear sections that most surfers cannot clear.
There was the drone angle of the 717. When you see that, I feel like he's cleared at least a football field. You watch that back, like I'm talking about an AFL field, right? Australian football. I reckon that's how far he cleared. This is actually insane. So let's dive into the recap. The heat's been the Gabby show. This was the wave that he ripped into. He cleared that football field, went straight into this tube, came flying out. Another little grab rail moment here. This is the 717. This is that wave I was talking about. And then underneath priority, he's really been able to make a couple of things happen and lock in to get the 677, and once again, even under priority, locked in a 623. That one not
just glue foot.
Oh man, he's so good out here. He really is.
Just stuck to that Cabianca board. 717, 677, 13.942 wave total. You can see all the waves written, highlighted are the top two waves for each of the surfers. But like you said, Flick, it's been a slow heat. Oh, yeah. I mean, really 7 waves total ridden between the two surfers.
I mean, the only thing you could say, like, there's not really much Joel has been able to do in this instance. Joel's waiting for a bigger wave where he can really open up on, and if Joel was to utilise his priority and take one of those waves off Gabe, but let's just say he takes the 677 off, and then he doesn't have priority, and he's not potentially, maybe he does get around those sections, but it's incredibly difficult to do on your backhand. So I don't think you can really fault Joel really much right now. I just think this heat has been pretty wave-starved, and Gab's just made the most of these inside small down-the-line opportunities.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That's where you see guys who have mastery, when they take a slow heat and they still are able to perform. Down to under 3 minutes here, and the need at 8.61 for Joel Vaughn. Joel, with second priority. So really Gabe with heat control with the lead as well as first priority. And now Gabe's going to be chasing Joel up the reef.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty difficult. I think Joel's just got to pray for a set and pray for a 2-3 wave set. You've got to be thinking though, we really haven't seen a proper set in this heat. You rewind back to even the Barron Jack heat was a little bit more on the slow side. That one still had some more consequential waves and a couple of more consequential sets. We just have not really seen one. Gabe got that one, the 717, that was a bigger wave, but just really deep on the reef. And it's kind of only been the single biggest wave that's come through. Everything else has been more on that smaller side.
We visited the analytics coming into this heat. 72% heat winning percentage in Fiji. So that is an intimidating number right there.
Oh, totally.
How many did I say? 19 excellent scores in Fiji. 2 10s, 3 finals. I mean, these numbers are played out in front of you right from the get-go. So is this something we expected? Yes. Have the conditions been challenging? Yes.
Yeah. Look, you expect Gabe to definitely put on a performance, but you also do expect a bit more opportunity. So this is going to be a bit of a tough pill to swallow right now for Joel.
Well, Gabe Medina, I mean, back half of the year, this is when he turns into just, the predator, the animal, and, he's the freak kid. Like he had his model with Cabianca when he first started out, because he is just, an absolute, he's a special surfer. And he just showed that in some challenging conditions. And I just saw speed from Gabe Medina in this heat that I haven't seen from any surfer so far today in windy cross-chop conditions as well.
He's doing so well. It just really, the distance, oh, here we go. We might have a little wave here.
All right, 30 seconds. And Medina knows how to close out a heat. He's not going to go unless he needs to. 20 seconds. Joel's going to take a chance here. Does too deep on the reef, so that is going to be it. And Medina is going to stroke into the final wave of this heat. Medina in the barrel, travels through that first section, second section, and that wave, come on, don't give up on him yet. Well, now we can. the camera. And that's it. So it is official. Gabe Medina, 13.94, 2-wave total, came out swinging. We'll see him in the third round, where Gabe Medina was going to be coming up against Baron Mamiya. So you're not going to want to miss that when we get back to men's competition. But we're switching gears right now. When we return, we're going to have women's round 2 heat 1. It's going to feature Carissa Moore up against Sally Fitzgibbons. We'll bring in Joe and Jesse for the call.
"50 years deep, over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. A new world champion. Harnessing nature. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
We're celebrating 50 years of the sport of surfing, competing for a long time in the world title race and seeing the showdowns finish in really unique places, including here last year for the first time. We had the final 5 decided here. Iago Dora and Molly Picklum came whipping out from out the back through that lagoon, past those berets, right to where we're sitting now here at the Momi Marriott host set. Joe Trapello, Jesse Starling, we have set up round 3 for the men. Now it's time to get the women in the lineup. Carissa Moore is celebrating her 34th birthday today, and she's taken on her longtime rival Sally Fitzgibbons to kick things off, which will set things up in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Sal's just reliving her 2014-2015 run that she had here, coming up against names like Steph Gilmore in the first round, then Carissa Moore in the second. Big happy birthday to Carissa. I got to see her earlier, hanging out down the lagoon here with her family, with her beautiful daughter Elena. So now it's time to switch on. She's got a heat to win, and Sal, she's a 2-time winner here, one of 2 women to ever do that at this break.
Here she goes, connects with the lip. Sal moving, getting busy through the open face. Nice tag there. Tighten the pocket, throws an arc there, and board's looking loose when she needs it to be, solid off the bottom when she wants to hold her rail, and she is just putting together a very active opening ride against Carissa Moore. Saw Sally's father at the breakfast buffet this morning. Get a nice balanced breakfast. Anyways, he's doing well, happy. He's been doing this a very long time. Always just such a great supporter for Sal, thoughtful in their career as well, with even just setting up the whole package of being a pro surfer, the business of it as well, you know, in between heats, longevity with major sponsors, and Martin's just been on top of being there for Sal in every aspect of the game.
I recently really bonded with Martin and Sal in the airport, actually, over to Bolito. We had about 45 minutes from when we landed because of a delayed flight to our next flight, and we were waiting for bags. All of a sudden, 10 minutes to go, and Sally, Martin and I are just legging it across Joburg Airport, and we made it. We just made it. We came through security and walked onto the plane, and there we were on our way.
How about that? You share those moments of intense pressure together, you know, and sometimes it happens when you're late for flights.
We were running, and Sally was like, this is what it's all about. And I was like, I am stressed out. You are way more positive than I am about this.
You know what? I'm not into that anymore.
Yeah.
I'm like the early airport old guy now. I just don't like running. I want to be there on time, don't want to miss flights. That's all in the rear view. Carissa Moore sitting out the back, you know, deciding to compete for a world title this year, and while being a mom at the same time, you know, takes a village. Takes her husband Luke, who she always thanks. Also has Luke's parents here as well. Her mother and father-in-law making the trip, so she's got the grandparents here just in case they need some extra time to prepare, and they're enjoying their time here at the Momi Marriott as well. Riss has done it all, staying out there at Tavarua. This year they're at this beautiful hotel with a lot of different places to hang, and even kids areas for the baby in between heats.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome to see Carissa in this phase of her life, being a mum and just inspiring so many women, not just surfers and athletes, but women across the globe, to know that she's already had 2 wins this year. We had Hannah Bennett in yesterday, and she was talking about how Carissa's even inspiring her to get back out and surf more. But we obviously have a lot of hype about Erin Brooks and that 10-point ride she had yesterday, but she joined a very small elite list of women that have had 10-point rides at this wave in the past. The only other 2 are Carissa Moore and Laura Enever. So Carissa's felt that same feeling that Erin's had here before.
Here comes Riss, just a short ride to open things up with Sal. Right away, saw that thing just be in an awkward position, so she stepped off. And that gives Fitzgibbons an advantage here. You see Riss just popping up there. And now she has to deal with just the deep breaths, do some duck diving, and working on resetting mentally. She's been really putting in so much time into Waves of Consequence. When Pipe got out of the schedule, she fell in love with that challenge at that point of her career. Fell in love with trying harder in Tahiti, especially with the Olympic Games heading there. And then just has always loved Cloudbreak and the discipline of getting to be able to backside tube ride with high performance maneuvers as well.
And to think that the last time we saw her compete at a wave like Tahiti, she was pregnant and none of us knew. So she's come so far, and I love having her back on the championship tour.
Riding this one through the inside is Sal, just stabbing a couple sections. Likes moving quickly, staying busy, putting a lot of maneuvers up. And now Sal getting a second scoring ride as she paddles back out. Let's hear from Gabriel Medina on the boat with Von Blakey.
Thanks, Joey. Gabriel, great start to your campaign here at Fiji, mate. On your 717, you were going so fast, I thought your weddy was going to fly off at one stage. This wave, it just ignites something in you. You look so at home out there.
Yeah, first of all, thanks God. It's been so fun here in Fiji. You know, it just feels good to surf a bunch and not worry about anything. Just go out there and have fun. And yeah, I'm happy to get a few waves. I've been getting a lot of waves in my free serves and now in the heat, just because I think I accumulated too much, you know, not surfing at all. And yeah, it feels good to be here, spending calories in the water. It's amazing.
Mate, one of the downsides of being a ruthless, competitive, absolute maniac, legend, weapon in a heat is that you bring out everyone's absolute best. And this year, you know, we've seen that a few times with Yago at Bells, Philippe at Snapper, Kelly in Tahiti. But you're inside the top 5 and it just feels like you're right there and that you're simmering and you're where you want to be. But what do you think it's going to take to sort of hit that next level and get the wins?
Yeah, it's been a challenging year for me. Just a lot of things happening in my life, but yeah, it's just life, you know. I think everyone has their thing going on every day, and I have to deal with it. And I just wanted to overcome everything that I've been living, really. And now I feel good. I'm in a good space. I'm with friends here in the island. My family's good, girlfriend, my wife, sorry. I'm getting used to because I got married.
Congrats.
My wife, yes. So yeah, everything is going in their way, so yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, man. It feels like you're back in the flow of things. A lot of stuff has really just panned out to put you in a perfect spot for this run into the back half of the year. And, you know, this is a good start, but it also looks like this canvas is just ready for you to really unload.
Yeah, I just want to surf, really. And yeah, I feel like this is a preparation for me, you know. I'll take it. And yeah, I just can't wait to enjoy the journey.
That's mate. Unreal, mate. Give us a shout out to in Portuguese.
Yeah. Obrigado a todos. Feliz de estar aqui passando mais uma bateria. Beijo para minha esposa, minha mãe, meu pai, minha família, todos no Brasil. Tamo junto, vamos pro próximo round. Abraço.
Thanks, Gabriel. Best of luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Tamo junto. Thank you very much, Vaughn. And Gabriel Medina, just nice and calm and collected, just, you know, thinking about the season that he's had, you know, and things going on in his life as he continues to persevere. But a lot to be grateful for as he's sitting in the top 5 and moving forward. Top 5 for the men, all still in the event as we move to the round of 16. As Carissa Moore and Sally Fitzgibbons are enjoying the lineup here at Cloudbreak. Last for Sal in the 3 range. Let's see what Carissa Moore just did.
She has just recreated the type of surfing that we loved and fell in and just enjoyed more than anything at Raglan. These big power hacks on a perfect left canvas. Carissa just driving through multiple turns with so much force and so much authority. And it really is giving her this edge when it comes to backside surfing. She had multiple 9-point rides in New Zealand this year, and it was for big turns like this. And she built throughout the competition too. So if this is anything similar to what we saw at Raglan, she's going to keep bringing a different level of energy every single round she makes. But she's got to know that this is a hard heat coming up against Sal, who has so much success here.
As Sal kicks out of another wave, playing an active role against Carissa Moore here. And these guys have really been going blow for several years now. Coming on the scene at a similar period of time, and we're just owning the top 5 picture for a very long time. I see the score update. It's excellence for Carissa Moore. Just a quick up and down to start, but she wasn't rattled there and just took that one to pieces, adding another highlight to what's been a dreamy comeback to the championship tour.
She has to be a favorite for this event just because of the performances that she gave us in New Zealand. Everyone was blown away with just how good her backside surfing was, and there was of course this incredible storyline of this comeback event. She had it when in her rookie year, and she did it now as a mum, and that's where she had the maiden win with Elena there. She's starting to channel that even more here. These turns so tightly pushed in the pocket from Carissa Moore. That bottom turn as well is pure textbook. Her front hand completely just glistening across the bottom of the wave there to pivot her up towards the lip. She is got to be one of the best technical surfers when it comes to backside traditional hacks.
I love it, and it goes back to how she built a foundation, you know, surfing on the island of Oahu, her home, with her father, Chris, and she said she just loved just hanging out with Dad, wanted to impress him, and then had her own love with surfing once that was just like part of their relationship and getting better, and then competing. She just had such quick success. But then she wanted to, you know, be a world champion, so she'd call up all types of great athletes to help her out, similar to the Aaron Brooks program, working with Shane Beshin on airs and lowers, and she pulled those off in competitions. She had CJ Hobgood in her corner here at Cloudbreak in the past. Spent a long time with Poncho Sullivan as well to work on, you know, big open face carves and overall performance. So she was always just picking the brains of people that she looked up to, and just to really have no weaknesses when it came to a world title race.
Well, for someone like yourself who has seen so many different phases of both Sally and Carissa Moore, and now this new generation, how important do you think it's been for their career just to diversify who they're working with to build their craft?
Yeah, we've seen Sally do that as well. We've seen, you know, different coaches come and go. We've seen her change surfboards over the years, you know, and it's you know, different to the way Carissa's approached it. Once she got on Lost Surfboards, she kind of never looked back and developed a really strong relationship with Biolis. And Sally's just kind of always looking for a new challenge. And we've seen that as where if she falls off tour, she's going to try to come back stronger. Always competitive, always watching sports, and always dedicated to it. But yeah, you want to come back with just something more. One thing these two both have in common is they never were like, we made the tour, cool, I'm going to just ride this out. They kept putting in harder work in the off season. That's created great longevity for both of them.
Yeah, I think both of these women are so influential and pivotal to the women in my generation and the one below, because without what Sally and Carissa and Steph and Tyler has done or have done in their careers, I don't think we would have as a driven Molly Picklum or as feisty Betty Lou, because these women paved the way for this next generation, and now we're getting to see them battle it out. And it's always fun when you have overlapping generations. I would think back to when Steph and Carissa were so new and they were taking on Lane and Lisa. It was just so fun and exciting, and now we're getting to relive that all over again.
Oh, it's so great. Big happy birthday, excellent scoring ride for Carissa Moore. I mean, that's what you would hope for when it's your birthday at Cloudbreak, to have two people out, one of your longtime rivals, and to throw down an 8.33 after a stumble. Let's go to CT by the numbers, just focusing on excellent waves this season. Carissa Moore way out in front. Like you were saying, Jesse, a lot of those excellent scores, including 9+ rides, came with that win at Raglan in New Zealand.
And interesting as well, if we look to last year's world champion, Molly Picklum, she had 28 excellent scores over the season. The next closest was Gabby Bryan, and she had 18, 19 around that mark. If you look at Carissa Moore, and if we went on that same trajectory as what we saw last year, she's on her way to a world title just based on excellent numbers. Obviously, so much more comes into play, but looking at it that way, it's in her favor, even though she's not #1 in the world.
Well, and what just such redeeming value in your decision to come back. You know, you're scored on the CT scale, the top level of professional surfing, and you've had time off, and you're hearing 8s and 9s all year. You're going, yep, I'm still relevant, but I also could maybe go for a 6th world title. I think Chris really saw that unfold in real time this year. Going for back-to-back wins. That was sensational. Something she's done, you know, a handful of times in her career, from Raglan to El Salvador, #2 in the world. And you'd imagine those talks that she's been having with Gabby Bryan those last 2 seasons just unfolding with great success for the 2 of them this year. Watching Sal kind of weave her way into the pocket and attacking the lip line. She'll lay down, trying to better a 3.33. Now to their 28th matchup at the CT level. We mentioned this before in the previous round when we saw Sally and Steph matched up together. Got even more excited knowing that these two would enjoy the lineup here at Cloudbreak.
It is the little girl inside of me is screaming, because these two are my heroes. They're who I grew up watching, and they're still battling it out. And Sally is just as competitive. Carissa is just as competitive, and they both really do force each other to lift. We've got years and years of rivalries between these two, and world titles on the line or event wins on the line. So it's cool to see that they still have so much love and respect, but they still have so much competitive fire when it comes to the 2 of them. Sal here, under the lip snap to start this one off, but even steeper on that 2nd section there. So really quick pivot. You can see how fast her board is moving just by the chatter as she's coming off the bottom turn. So Sal, she's winning off the basis of 2 waves, but you know she definitely want to be chasing excellence just to keep up with Carissa's high score.
Sally Fitzgibbons, 2-time champ here at Fiji, winning in classic warrior fashion with her head taped up, wearing the helmet. And one thing to go back-to-back at any CT venue, kind of owning an era at that certain location, and especially at one called Cloudbreak. She was able to do it against all odds. Now 12 total championship tour wins for Sal. And that never say die attitude is just so inspiring. Such a professional. She's been on a lot of talk shows in her life as well, sporting shows. She's gotten in trouble by staying up too late watching the NBA finals when she's got events on. She just loves the game and how other athletes prepare for big events.
Yeah, Sal is, and you can tell she is really driven by just how much she can intertwine with a place and the community and the people around her. She always talks really highly of coming back to Newcastle and competing there, because there's so much history for Sally. But now that she has it here, and if we think back to 2014, 2015, 2015 was probably one of the most special wins of her life. To have been in physical pain and come back out and win the event against Bianca Buttendorf, who was incredible. It's just a wild thing, and it really does show that she is that athlete who has this never say die attitude. She will show up with her best foot forward no matter how she is feeling, good day or bad day. And Sal has definitely inspired a whole wave of athletes from that. But of course, before her, Sofia Milanovic, she won here twice in 2004 and 2005. And of course, Melanie Redmond-Carr got 2 separate wins as well. So incredible athletes.
14:10 on the clock, and deciding to take this wave is Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ, blasting it there. Pulling into this section, that's going to take down the birthday girl, but she'll be happy to get another chance. Sally still out in front, but Carissa didn't need much to take the lead, just a 3.17, so that might have been Moore's thought there. Maybe just get the lead changed quickly, but ends up getting stuck in the pit. Carissa chasing Sal. We'll give you an update on that last score as we see 2 surfers that grew up together. Betty Lou taking on Luana Silva. Coming up next here at Cloudbreak in round 2. The Birthday celebrations continue with Carissa Moore throwing down excellence. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy Brew break.
Most people know Tavara for its world-class waves, but the real story is happening beneath the water. More than 10 years ago, we partnered with the Ministry of Fisheries and the University of the South Pacific to help restore the endangered giant clam population. Today, Tavara's reef is a marine reserve, and these clams are spawning naturally, helping to reseed reefs across western Fiji. This project is proof that every effort matters and that together we can create a healthier future for our oceans.
Right back into action with Sally Fitzgibbons as she tags that section off the top, winds up, belts it beautifully in the pocket. Great transition into the final turn, but gets bucked off the tail of that surfboard, and she ends up going incomplete on a final move over the inside corner. A couple nice majors before that as she's trying to fight for the lead back. Remember, we went to break waiting for the score from Carissa Moore, where she did the turn and then got clamped in the pit. She was able to get just enough for the lead change, 3-1-7. So that was a fight back wave for Sal.
And we've seen a current tiebreak between the two women, which is so rare to see in our sport. But that 8-3-3 holds so much value at this part of the heat for Carissa Moore. You'd have to think the 3-1-7 is probably going to go, because Carissa is just so consistent and she really does set high standards for herself. But Sal only needing a mid-range score at a wave that she has such long history and good memories with. This heat is definitely still open for the both of them.
Yeah, such a great clash of two of the biggest names in pro surfing, where, you know, Sally Fitzgibbons has had to deal with the Challenger Series. You can tell she's still focused on getting another win. She's going through her longest drought of, you know, without wins on the CT. Her last one was 2021, but she's in a happy hunting ground being here at Cloudbreak as we dive into this story between two of the greats. Remember, for Sal and Steph, it was a little more lopsided in Steph's favor. It was 14-7. Sally picked up an 8th win over Steph Gilmore in round one. This one's been much tighter. 15 wins for Riss, 12 wins for Sal. They've also been in 8 finals at different locations around the world, from early ones in New Zealand to Bells Beach to Honolulu Bay. It's actually dead even when it comes to finals at the CT level.
Yeah, 4 for 4, which is so wild because Sal and Carissa are just so good when it comes to closing out these heats. So they're probably, or finals I should say, so they're probably each other's worst nightmare to draw in a final. But I love the history between the two, and they've given us so much entertainment over the years.
And if your happiness right now, Jesse, was a dance, that might be it. You know, just stoked on surfing right now. And when Carissa and Sally match up, this is what you dream of, knowing all the great history they've had together. Their last finals were probably 2019 in Brazil. Sally won that final to make it even at 4-4. Carissa Moore with 5 world titles. That's been the tough part about Sally's story. She's even had the #1 jersey at the final event back when it was on Maui, and one year she was upset by a wild card at the time named Brisa Hennessy. But she shakes that off, comes back in for another good fight. It just makes her stronger. And for Sal, that's still the dream, even though it's been since 2021, since she's won a CT contest. Her still goal remains the same of being on top of the world.
And she's such a good surfer. Even in her prime, it was always the conversation of not a matter of if, but when. I remember watching that event at Maui, and the ocean went so quiet in that heat, and that was really the start of Brisa and her run to being a full-time championship tour surfer. And it did light a fire in Brisa. So without that heat, we probably wouldn't have got this incredible young Brisa Hennessy who wanted to be there and was hungry for a win on the championship tour. But unfortunately, it meant we did lose the idea of Sal being a world champion. But Steph won in the end that year, I believe.
Yeah, so many crazy showdowns at Honolulu Bay. And great finals with these two. They both adapted well to switch to the intensity at Pipeline. And the first year that it was actually switched to pipe was already halfway through the contest at Honolulu Bay, and it got shifted over to Pipeline. And Sally was like, hang on a second. I've never even surfed out there before. It wasn't part of the tour. Think about having to be strong in your mental game and try to will yourself to figure out the scariest, toughest lineup overnight. Sally was definitely up for the challenge. You thinking you're surfing like a beautiful right-hander, and you've been there so many years in the past, and all of a sudden they're flying to Oahu, and ever since then, pipes remained on the calendar for the women.
It changed everything. That year, it did. It really changed everything. And now to think that we wouldn't have, if that didn't happen, I'm sure eventually it would have gone to pipe, but we might not have had those incredible showdowns between Betty Lou and Molly, and those heats that we talk about making history. That was one where it really blew the door wide open of what was possible for women at pipe, and it just keeps getting better. And then you think of young Kalia last week at Tahiti and what she's doing so young at one of the scariest waves in the world. So we now have this generation of young, incredible females in scary water. So it really did spark this wave, and I'm really curious to see just how far the women are going to push this style of surfing in heavy water barrels.
And I think that's why this year was the most anticipated year of the World Tour. The tour expanded for the women for the first time as we look at just a roll in and up and out. Further down the line, we'll see Carissa Moore dive in. She'll lean into the pit, but she gets lipped in the head and she goes down. So the barrel hasn't been easy to read on the last two looks. Sally will take this one as Carissa's going to have to duck underneath it. Sally positioned in the pocket. She will get slowed down as well.
Yeah, that foam ball catching up to both of those women. Carissa, unfortunately, her line was really high just with her transition into the barrel from that turn. And you can see she knows the importance of dropping this 317 with just under 5 minutes to go. So swinging to a different approach of more hardcore, radical barrel riding out Cloudbreak in comparison to the really nice traditional turns we saw. Both of these women are going to fight till the very end. We know that for sure, but Sal maybe with the edge out here when it comes to barrel riding. And so I love that she's flicking that switch and starting to lean on a strength that she probably has over Carissa Moore.
Spinning on this one and looking was Sal. Decided not to go. Carissa as well. After that little two-wave exchange where they went down to the barrel, priority is with Carissa and with that lead. Still in a tie-break situation. They break the tie because Carissa has the high single score of the 833 over Sally's 6.5. But Fitzgibbon still just needs a mid-ranger to get past Riss into the quarterfinals. And it's interesting when you see Kelly come back like we got to witness in Tahiti, which was just sensational. And I kind of think about what Sally's going through too at this point of her career. It's like with Kelly, you know, he's used to winning everything and just smoking the tour. For years, he was just beyond it all. But you can't recreate the feeling that the tour gives you under pressure, surfing against the best surfers in the world. And you think, okay, someone who wins that much, losing might be uncomfortable. And you might just be, okay, I'm done. I don't want to ruin my records. But Kelly's the guy who's like, I want to be challenged. Like, that feeling is like you can't find it anywhere else. I think Sally feels that too, where she's not going, okay, close it out. I'm not winning events. She's like, I can still requalify. I can still have a heat where I'm pushed to see where my surfing can go. And that's when great things happen. And you see what they're really made of mentally and physically.
I don't think I've ever met anyone that loves competing as much as Sally or Kelly. They just keep coming back and they want to be a part of it. And us as surf fans, and we just are lucky enough that they want to keep coming back. It would be sad the day that Sally decides she doesn't want to compete anymore.
Grabbing the rail, setting this lineup is Carissa Moore, doing really well. You can see the challenge of that wave just to hold your point from start to finish, and she was able to do that. Knew that low score was just much too low for Sal. Now 2:25 to go.
Yeah, Carissa as well, we know that she has a real drive to get better, especially at backside barrel riding. She's so poised with her technique when it comes to frontside barrel riding, but this is a region of her surfing that she's put a lot of time in over the last few years. Tricky, foamy barrel to read, so she never quite engaged and got fully covered by that barrel. She had a lot of speed, but getting in that stance and just using her speed from the paddle off to actually fight her way past a foam ball. She just needs to find that happy medium between her last two rides, where one, she was majorly deep and stuck on the foam ball. The second one, she was out in front of it. So anywhere in that mid-ground, we're going to start to see Carissa really lock in on some big barrels.
Man, she's turned in some big highlights. Remember, Carissa Moore would be part of a Pipe Invitational specialty event before the whole tour would be there, and surfers like Steph Gilmore would be invited, and Tyler Wright, and just a few of them, and she was just always looking at backdoor. And like you said, frontside barrel riding, and then all that amazing work she put into Tahiti and going left at Pipe. You could tell she's just always going to be dangerous at the Pipe Masters as well, and that's where the tour is going to end up this year. That's a home event for Carissa Moore. Devastated losing in the final five 2 seasons where she was the #1 seed, and in that format, you know, still the only surfer that had to go through that heartbreak. Said it was like a grieving process the first time she went through it. Then the world had to watch her go through it again with Caroline Marks, and then Steph Gilmore as well. Focused on the Olympics, had a beautiful baby girl, thought about a comeback, and now she's #2 in the world.
And the next stop on tour is Trestles. She's going to be able to go back there and find some redemption and show the world that, yeah, all right, I'm going to come back to Trestles and I'm going to make something happen. But there probably isn't any other athlete in the world that's felt that, except for maybe Sally at Maui, who's felt that pain, come into the last event as world #1 and lost it. So both of these ladies can respect each other in that sense as well.
Throwing a little snap off the top. Just a little bit after the buzzer is Carissa Moore, but she's not going to need that score because she did improve on her last wave of a 3.8. Her husband Luke will be happy with that and keep the birthday celebrations solid heading into the afternoon. Sally Fitz falls to Carissa Moore in this one, and it'll go to 16-12 between these two legends. Sal will now start preparing for Lower Trestles, the next stop of the season in Southern California. And Carissa Moore is our first quarter finalist of the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero.
She's just keeping the roll going. It's a birthday as well, so she's going to take a win on her birthday too. But Carissa, she's going to keep just plowing through this event, and I'm excited to see her keep lifting, because that 8, it just felt like it was the start of something special.
Yeah, really special. Wow, what a nice heat for Carissa. Had to adapt, but still gave us an excellent score, 8.33 as she moves on. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back for more action here at the Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Nice little chat there from Carissa Moore, talking about what they're doing for her birthday the rest of the day. She got an excellent ride, a nice heat win over Sally Fitz to make it to the quarterfinals, and her husband Luke is really proud of her. As we're getting messages from the tower right now, Renato Hickel actually calling the rest of the afternoon off for the day. So Luana Silva, Betty Lou are like, take my jerseys, it's a free surf session now. Get a little bit more time to warm up. We're so early in the waiting period with so many great days ahead of us on the Surfline forecast that they made a nice decision to relax. We'll come back tomorrow and continue on with action in women's round 2. But we have some things to talk about. We're going to have the Corona Cero post show coming up next with Kaipo, Flick, and Jesse. We'll see you then.
It is the Corona Cero post show. What a way to cap off a day here at Fiji. We're at the Momi Marriott host set, and it's been a tremendous day. Some clear water. We got fish swimming. The Honu are having a good time. That means the turtles, and we are enjoying some Corona Ceros. That's right. 0% APV, all natural ingredients. Have a lime with it. Look at this gorgeous Fiji flight cam and our arena. Cloudbreak. stop number 8 of the championship tour. And we got a big day to report to you here from the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. Look at the hues of colors and the overwater bungalows. We are ready to cap off another day of exciting competition. Kai Bugrell, Jesse Sarling, as well as Flick Palmentier. Hey, Jess, you just called the last heat of the day, and then we called it off. But Carissa Moore showing that form, still going excellent on the left-hander.
Oh, my goodness. She just picked up right where she left off from Raglan. Just big backside hooks where we've grown up watching it, loving it, and then now she's still doing it today. So it's also her birthday, so kind of fitting that she got a little birthday win as well. But Sal, just love how competitive she is. It just came down to no waves in the last 5 minutes. So probably a good call to call it off, considering the last couple of heats have been a little bit slow.
Couldn't agree more. I really think, though, that today there was so much action and there was a lot of swell on the way that continued to hold size throughout today, which was awesome to see. And we saw a lot of good surfing on the men's side as well.
Yeah. We're going to review all of that. But let's hear from the 5-time champion, Olympic gold medalist, and now into round 3 for the women. Mom power, super mom power, Carissa Moore is with Vaughn.
Thanks, Kaipo. Happy birthday, Carissa. What a beautiful present to, spend your birthday winning a heat out here at Cloudbreak against a very formidable opponent, an absolute legend of the game and one of your greatest rivals, Sally Fitzgibbons.
I have so much respect for Sal, and I think, we were talking before we went on camera that when I saw that the heat draw got all mixed up after Katie pulled out, I was like, oh my gosh, like I probably have one of the more under-talked about in this event, but one of the gnarliest. She's the most winning of all of the athletes still in the draw out of Fiji, so I knew she wasn't to be taken lightly.
That's right, and you did get the job done though, and you were saying to me off camera that you paddled out there and went, oh my goodness, what do I do out here again? Because it's been a while since you've been in the Cloudbreak lineup.
It's been a decade. It's been a decade. The last time I served a heat out here was 2016. It's crazy. So it took a little bit of time to kind of reacquaint myself with the lineup and what types of waves to look for. I just squeaked by. I had that one good score, but just followed up with something very mini. So that's some room for improvement.
Fantastic. You're staying at the Momi Marriott with your family. I know you're having an absolute blast there, and I just learned something about you, and that is the Queen of the Seven Seas gets seasick, so we don't want to keep you here. But what are your plans back at the Momi for your birthday?
I think I'm just gonna get some pizza and watch the sunset with the fam, and I think there's fire dancing tonight at the Marriott, and Olena loves that.
That's perfect. Have a fantastic night back there. I know you will. It's a beautiful place, and we love having you here back in Fiji after a decade.
Thank you for having me back. Stoked.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day.
There you go. You know what? Olelo Hawaii, we say, Ha'oli laha now. Happy birthday, Carissa Moore. She'll be enjoying this Momi Bay Marriott this afternoon with so many activities here, you guys. And let's just review that. I think that last heat of the day, the clash of the legends here at Cloudbreaks. Let's take a look at Sally Fitzgibbons coming up against Carissa Moore. Sally with a nice start, but it was Carissa that came back 8.33. Excellent.
Oh, this wave was just fantastic. These big backside hooks that I was talking about were just so technical and so perfectly drawn out. I particularly love just how that front hand drags along the water for a bottom turn. It winds her shoulders up to 12 o'clock, and then we just see her do the rest. She unleashes. She also found a little bit of cover up right at the end here. She had to fight a couple of pretty gnarly wipeouts on the barrels to get her mojo and use that speed to stay ahead. But Carissa, it looks like to me she's going to use this and keep building throughout the rest of the draw, similar to what we saw her do in New Zealand.
Check out the numbers.
Big numbers for Carissa. Once again, I'm not surprised she's posting 8s out there. When I was back in my room watching this on the local TV channel, I was just reminded of what we've seen from Carissa Moore so many time after time again out here at Fiji, out at Cloudbreak. She's just so good. She's one of the only 3 women to have a perfect 10 out here. I was like, it's a vintage Carissa. I mean, she's still not done yet. She's come back. She's brought her daughter on the tour and posting excellent numbers. I feel like she's just going to take this in her strength. And like she mentioned, that drawing Sal was arguably one of the hardest draws you could, just based on stats and wins alone. So I think she's going to take a lot of confidence from this moving forward.
This is just the beginning of round 2 for the women. We have so much more to look forward to in this second round for women. Let's look at some of the matchups coming your way, Jesse.
Yeah, I love this second round. We've got all of our high seeds. They get to showcase what they can do at Cloudbreak. Particularly, I love heat number 4. Caroline Marks taking on Erin Brooks. Obviously, number 2 in the world last year, and Caroline just had incredible form. But what Erin has done this already yesterday in this event alone has broken records. So that's going to be, in my opinion, the matchup of the round.
Oh, there's so many good heats to look forward to. I mean, you got world number 1, Gabby Bryan, taking on Yolanda, who's really fighting to keep that place on the tour. Another one, Heat 7, Molly Picklum taking on Brisa. 2 good mates going at it, so plenty more action coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, can't wait to get back in the saddle and get it going. It's going to be a tremendous, and it's been a tremendous event already. We got so much to look forward to. That was the women. We started off with the men's round number 2, you guys, and in that, we saw Connor O'Leary just put down the biggest heat total of the day, Jessie.
Oh my gosh, I love when Connor catches fire, but particularly against Filipe Toledo, I really do believe Filipe is one of those competitors who forces you to bring your best. But after this win today, Connor and Filipe are now tied when it comes to head-to-head matchups. They are both 4 for 4 against each other, but we just saw big calves. Connor really relying on that power. It is his advantage against Filipe, who is a lot smaller in stature compared to Connor, but he was just going for it, giving us variety. I loved that drop while at layback as well. And then he switched his strategy. This was his biggest wave in the heat, and he just went full force attack mode on this. But then he also found one that was slightly smaller, which gave him plenty of opportunities too, but you can't go past Toledo's back end. He is lethal, and this wave was easily one of my favorite of the day so far.
Well, in this heat alone, I mean, this is the highest single number, the 8-5. He just couldn't really find the backup. Connor just managed to find a couple of excellent rides, but Filipe, you got to give credit where credit is due. Absolutely smacking this wave. Really beautiful technique on the backhand. Just that 1-2 combo here at the end. These last 3 maneuvers was so impressive. He would have stuck that, would have been on his way to a 9, but yeah, Connor is looking deadly. There's something for me when I watch a Goofy hack apart Cloudy, really makes my heart sing.
Well, these two have been matching up against each other a lot this year, and I feel they're bringing out the best in each other. Both surfers in this heat going excellent. Both surfers with 16+ heat totals. So great sportsmanship there. The clash continues. Connor O'Leary barely takes this one out, to tell you the truth, when we look at the numbers, but it was a happy time for Connor O'Leary. And the Cronulla Sharks came out to cheer Connor on. Like I said, 16.4 to 16. It was a very close match, high-scoring event for both of these surfers.
High heat totals, and then I think the takeaway for me is Connor feels jazzed just about the camaraderie that he has around him. He's staying on the motor. He's brought his good friend Henry over, who he's had success with Henry there by his side before, and he's like, I just really love that camaraderie, and when people feel like they're backing me, I feel like I can really succeed. So I like this headspace that he's in at the moment.
And we saw that at Snapper as well, which was probably the best performance we've ever seen from Connor O'Leary on the championship tour. All of Lennox Head were there supporting him because it's not too far, and that's where he lives now. So I totally agree with you, Flick. As soon as there's some support and that feeling of home coming Connor's way, usually big results follow.
Well, you guys, we're all set up for round 3 for the men. That's the round of 16 coming up, and we got some clashes for you to look forward to. Heat 8, that's one of my favorite ones. Baron Mamiya against Gabriel Medina. Not to mention a couple of good friends going up against each other, Seth Moniz and Cole Hauschman, when we get to that round. You got a favorite, Jessie?
I do have a favorite. I love the look of heat number 6. Sammy Pupo taking on Griffin Colapinto. Sammy's just surfing with so much speed and confidence, and he was talking about still chasing his maiden CT victory, and I love that he's thinking that way. But Griffin came in so clutch today with that 9.5, so I think both of them have the ability to bring the rabbit out of the hat.
You got a favorite? Oh, we're going to get back to that. Graphic disappeared. That's fine. You know what, though? We got so much to look forward to. And this is such a magical place. You know, when we look at both the Momi Marriott here as well as Tavarua, just an incredible place. But on Tavarua Island, the Giant Clam Restoration Project in Fiji works to preserve endangered giant clam species through partnerships between Tavarua Island Resort and the Fiji Ministry of Fisheries and the University of South Pacific. Let's take a look at the great work being done at the heart-shaped island.
Tavaru Island Giant Clam Restoration Project is all about bringing back a very important endangered species. We wanted to improve the reef ecosystem, and the giant clams are like the foundation of it. There's a symbiotic relationship with the coral, and they're the largest bivalve in the world, and they're the largest natural filters.
4 species of giant clams that are in Fiji are now threatened, and the other 4 are vulnerable, and 6 out of the 8 are on Tavaru Island. Giant clams are very important species because they are the largest shellfish in the ocean. Apart from the giant clam that are within Tavaru Reef, we have turtles and other reef species that are also threatened. Tavaru is quite unique. We have not seen the growth of giant clams in other parts of Fiji compared to Tavaru.
My wife was a very important part of the Tavaru Giant Clam project starting. She's so passionate about the reefs. In 2017, we went to Makungai Island. We partnered with the Ministry of Fisheries and the University of the South Pacific and came together on World Ocean Day, and we picked up 500 Triodacna gigas baby clams and brought them back to Tavarua. Now those babies are these beautiful adults spawning naturally. So now we're actually going into a new generation of our own, and we have over 1,000 subadults in our ocean nursery. Everything in the ecosystem wants to eat these things throughout, its life cycle. So we can increase the survival rate significantly by having a land nursery or hatchery. And once they get to a certain age in the hatchery, they kind of graduate to an ocean nursery where we protect them still in cages. By protecting them and getting them bigger and bigger, it increases our survival rate significantly. The key to this whole project is our partnership with the Ministry of Fisheries and the University of the South Pacific. By collaborating and learning from each other, we're making it as efficient and successful as possible. Without them, none of this would be possible.
The regulation for the Tavarua Marine Protected Area was endorsed by Cabinet in 2025. This also will contribute to Fiji's national commitment of achieving 30% of marine protected area by 2030. When you declare marine areas protected, you will see that marine life will flourish, and not only flourish, they will spill over to the nearby communities. Having the event here, we have surfers from around the world that will be visiting Fiji. They come to the protected area and they snorkel and they see the beautiful marine species that are present. Not only giant clams, but they can also see the different fishes, the different varieties of corals that are in the protected area. What we are doing here in Tavarua, we will also pilot the same program in other hotels or communities around Fiji. It is important because it ensures that the population of giant clams does not die out, and our grandchildren have an opportunity to see them in their lifetime.
Well, there you go. Tavaru is doing some great work. Well, we did get called off after Heat 1 of round 2 for the women due to the wind coming up, but now it's time for us to check in on Surfline, Flick, for our Surfline forecast. What are we expecting? Well, we always call Surfline because we're premium members. What does Surfline tell us that's on the radar? That's what's on the radar.
Oh, look, Surfline's been telling us that there's been a fair bit of swell on the way. We've been really blessed. The first day of the waiting period, we took the day off, but then the swell came stomping through. We had a big southwest swell head up between that passage between Australia and New Zealand, and made its way over to Fiji, and we were blessed with some swell yesterday, in that 6 to 8 foot range, potentially even a couple of bigger sets coming through. Today, it held this through to this morning, which was really nice to see, and we were met with a lot of consistency. This afternoon, I felt like we have seen it sort of more in that downward trend. Let's have a look, though, at the next 4 days. Tomorrow, looking offshore, and it's looking that bluey purple colour, which generally means something good. So we're going to come back tomorrow morning, take a look at it, and hopefully, fingers crossed, that swell holds. The next few days, look, it's looking a little bit smaller, but the good news is we have offshore winds. So maybe that means that we might get to catch a couple of waves, guys.
Okay.
I'll take that. Yeah, a lot of green and purple, so that's good news for us. Thank you, Surfline, for all of the data that you give us. Well, now it's time for the Fiji Marriott Momi Bay Top 5 Moments of Today. And what do we got in the top 5? Well, we're starting off right now with the legends facing off Heat 1, Round 2 for the women.
Yeah, this was such a good heat. Again, I just can't get over Carissa Moore's backside surfing. It is so just easy to watch. It's so nice to digest. This wave just had the perfect tempo to it where she could just unleash time and time again. She is really chasing those ones, or she was at the start of that heat, which gave her the room to push as hard as she did.
Number 4, the yellow jersey advances, Flick.
Yeah, this was cool because Ito, right, a couple of days ago, free surf, he copped the board to the face, ended up getting 5 stitches underneath his nose to secure it all back together. So a little bit of a wounded warrior coming into this event, but he didn't stop him during this heat. He looked so good, so cool, calm, collected. Dropped to 6.5, backed it up with a 6.2, and I just feel like he's going to build in this heat, and he's looking really strong.
Number 3, Kaoli takes control up against Crosby Colapinto in their matchup. The Tahitian was insane at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, just for yet another event, Cowley is building on his performance, just his decision making, and we just get to reap the rewards because Cowley is laying down some of the biggest calves that we have seen from him all season on this beautiful green canvas that we call Cloudbreak. Crosby, on the other hand, unfortunately didn't just get going right up until the very end where he locked in a 7, but Cowley already had so much separation that this win was easily his.
Manuya, Kaoli. Number 2, O'Leary powers through.
This was cool. This was a really entertaining heat. Connor ended up dropping a couple of excellent numbers. 8.17, backed it up with another 8. But he came up against Philippe Toledo, who really brought the best out of him, because Philippe as well, he dropped an 8.5, which in the context of the heat, it was the highest single number. And, I mean, Connor O'Leary, though, I'm just seeing his first year on the championship tour, he got a runner-up there. I'm feeling shades of that, the comfortability out there, the knowledge on the reef.
And number 1, Griffin Colapinto. He crushes it with a 9.5 up against Rio Waida.
Yeah, pretty crazy to think he only needed a 4, and then this wave forced him to change his lines. He was looking for turns to solidify the number of a 4, but all of a sudden he's deep in a barrel. He's traveling through this one for such a long time too. This was a long, drawn-out barrel, and he just stayed so perfectly timed in the pocket, but that wasn't it. There was more to come from their big old finishing end turn where he had to hold on for dear life, so needed a 4, dropped to 9.5. Can we expect any less? I don't think so.
And there you go with your top 5 moments. Brought to you by the Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. Beautiful setting here. Well, you guys, that's it. And we have had a great show. We've had a great 2 days of competition. Final thoughts, Flick?
That pontoon you just saw in that previous shot, that's where I'll be in 10 minutes'
Just
time.
there.
That just in the background. I'll be in that lagoon just having a nice little cool off this afternoon.
What about
really
you?
Enjoying myself.
What about you, Jesse?
I'll be right next to Flick on the pontoon out there. We're going to go and just enjoy our afternoon. But yeah, another great day of surfing, and I'm full in love with Cloudbreak every more as the hour passes by.
All right, well, Vinaka, thank you. Jesse, thank you, Flick. Enjoy the end-of-day highlights and tune in to WorldSurfLeague.com for more updates on running again here at the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. Bula.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.